Hello guys, welcome to Arise Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if the wizarding world had hunter rankings and Harry went from E-rank nobody to the world's only national level wizard. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, the lowest number in the room. The number floated above Harry Potter's head like a bad joke that refused to land. E, not even E+. Not E with potential. Not, oh he's an E but we think he might climb. Just E, plain, flat, bottom of the barrel E. The kind of E that made ranking officials wince and look away when they stamped your file. The kind that got whispered about in hallways. The kind that meant every door in the wizarding world was closed before you even knocked. Harry adjusted the strap of his worn canvas bag, stepping through the massive iron gates of the British Magical Ranking Authority, BMRA for short, or as most wizards called it, the Bureau, and tried very hard not to think about the glowing letter hovering 3 inches above his skull. Everyone had one. That was the thing. The moment you turned 11 and got your Hogwarts letter, you also got your awakening, a formal magical assessment conducted by ministry-certified rankers that measured your raw magical potential, your core density, your spell affinity, and about 40 other metrics Harry had never fully understood. All of it got crunched down into a single letter that followed you for the rest of your life. Your rank. It floated above your head in public magical spaces, visible to any witch or wizard who cared to look. Outside the wizarding world, it vanished. Muggles couldn't see it, obviously. But step into Diagon Alley, the Ministry, Hogwarts, or any magical establishment, and there it was. Your entire worth, your future, your social standing, compressed into a single glowing character. Most people landed somewhere between D and C. That was normal. A solid D meant you could hold a job, manage basic spell work, live a decent life. C meant you were competent, aura material, professor potential, cursebreaker if you really pushed. B was where things got prestigious. B rankers were the elite. They got recruited out of Hogwarts, offered signing bonuses, profiled in the Daily Prophet's Rising Stars section. A rank was something else entirely, a handful per generation, the kind of witches and wizards who rewrote textbooks and won wars. And then there was S rank. 3 living S rankers existed in Britain. Albus Dumbledore, obviously, the man had been S rank since before Harry's parents were born. Augusta Longbottom, who nobody wanted to mess with despite her age. And Kingsley Shacklebolt, the youngest S rank in a century, who ran the Auror Corps with the kind of quiet authority that made dark wizards reconsider their life choices. Above S rank? National level. But that was mythology. Bedtime stories. Merlin had supposedly been national level, and that was 1,000 years ago. The classification technically existed in the Bureau's files, but the entry was empty. Had been empty for centuries. And at the very, very bottom of all of it, below D, below even D-, sat E-rank. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The kid who survived the killing curse as a baby, who the entire wizarding world had pinned their hopes on, who was supposed to be special. Ranked E. The lowest recorded rank in 43 years. He still remembered the assessment. 11 years old, standing in the cold stone chamber at the ministry while a witch with half-moon spectacles pressed her wand to his forehead and frowned. Then pressed again. Then called over a colleague. Then called over that colleague's supervisor. 15 minutes of increasingly confused adults poking and prodding at him while young Harry stood there in hand-me-down robes 2 sizes too big, trying not to cry. There must be an error, the supervisor had said. There wasn't. E-rank. Core density, minimal. Spell affinity, negligible. Raw potential, sub-threshold. The Daily Prophet had a field day. Boy who lived, wizard who can't, screamed the headline. Rita Skeeter wrote a 3-part exposé theorizing that surviving the killing curse had burnt out Harry's magical core, leaving him a husk of unfulfilled promise. Letters poured into the ministry demanding a retest. They did retest him. Twice. Same result both times. E-rank. That was 6 years ago. Harry was 17 now, and the letter above his head hadn't changed. He walked through the Bureau's atrium, a massive underground hall of gleaming black marble and floating rank displays, leaderboards, essentially, showing the top-ranked wizards in Britain updated in real time. Dumbledore's name sat comfortably at the top, his S-rank glowing gold. Below him, a cascade of A's and B's and C's, hundreds of names sorted and categorized and quantified like ingredients on a shelf. Harry's name was not on any leaderboard. E-rankers didn't make leaderboards. E-rankers made coffee. Potter. You're late. The voice belonged to Marcus Whitfield, a stocky C-rank wizard with a permanently red face and the disposition of a man who'd been told his entire life that he was average and had decided to take it out on everyone below him. Marcus ran the Bureau's cleanup division, officially called the Post-Incident Remediation Unit, but everyone just called it the Mop Squad. The Mop Squad was where E-rankers went to die. Not literally, although honestly, the safety record wasn't great, but professionally. Career-wise. Hope-wise. The Mop Squad went in after real wizards cleared dungeons. They catalogued debris. They scrubbed magical residue. They collected beast remains. They filed reports that nobody read. It was, in every measurable way, the bottom. Sorry, Harry said, setting his bag down in the cramped locker room that the Mop Squad shared with the janitorial staff. Tube was delayed. The tube. Marcus said the word like it tasted rotten. You know, if you had any real magic, you could apparate like a proper wizard. Harry didn't respond. He'd learned years ago that responding to Marcus was like feeding a stray cat, it just kept coming back. We've got a job, Marcus continued, slapping a manila folder onto the bench beside Harry. C-rank team cleared a dungeon out in Surrey last night. Class 2 manifestation, nothing major. They handled the beasts, but the site still needs processing. Residue cleanup, artifact tagging, the usual. You and Finch are on it. Stuart Finch was the only other E-ranker in the Bureau. A wiry, nervous man in his 40s who'd been on the Mop Squad for 19 years and had developed a permanent twitch in his left eye and an encyclopedic knowledge of magical cleaning solvents. He was also the closest thing Harry had to a friend at work, mostly because nobody else would talk to either of them. Just the two of us? Harry asked, flipping open the folder. Standard post-clearance site. The C-rank team had handled a nest of ashwinders that had spawned inside an abandoned warehouse. Burned the nest, killed the adults, collected the eggs. Routine stuff. This is a 2-day job for 2 people. Then you'd better get started, hadn't you? Marcus smiled, the thin, satisfied smile of a man exercising the only power he'd ever have. I want it done by tomorrow evening. Harry closed the folder. Right. And Potter? Marcus leaned against the doorframe. Try not to embarrass us out there. I know that's a big ask for an E-rank, but do your best. The door swung shut. Harry sat alone in the locker room, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead. He pulled his wand from his bag, holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, and turned it over in his fingers. The wand had always felt strange to him. Not wrong, exactly. But like holding something that was waiting. Like gripping the handle of a door that should open but wouldn't. He could feel the magic in the wand. He just couldn't get it out. Not properly. Not the way everyone else could. A lumos from Harry was barely a candle flame. His Expelliarmus was more of a firm suggestion. He'd once tried to cast a Patronus in a moment of desperation during his 5th year at Hogwarts, surrounded by Dementors during a school field exercise that went sideways, and produced exactly nothing. Just stood there with his wand raised like an idiot while the B-rank students swooped in and saved everyone. That was the night Cho Chang, whom he'd had a brutal crush on, looked at him with something worse than disgust. Pity. He'd rather be hated. Harry pocketed his wand, grabbed his field kit, and headed out. The dungeon site in Surrey was exactly as depressing as the file suggested. An abandoned industrial warehouse on the outskirts of Woking, surrounded by dead grass and chain-link fencing, with the faint shimmer of notice-me-not charms keeping muggle eyes away. The C-rank team had already packed up and left, their work was done, the glory, such as it was for a Class 2 clearance, already claimed. All that remained was the mess. Stuart Finch was waiting by the entrance, wrapped in a coat that had seen better decades, his ear-rank glowing faintly above his thinning hair. "Harry." "Morning." Finch had a way of speaking that made every sentence sound like a question he wasn't sure he wanted answered. "Big one today." "Standard Ashwinder nest. Should be straightforward." "Ah." Finch nodded slowly, his eye twitching. "That's what they said about the Boondaman site last month, and I still can't feel my left thumb properly." They went inside. The warehouse interior was scorched. Ashwinder nests burned hot. The C-rank team had used containment wards to prevent the fire from spreading, but the magical residue was thick. A hazy, sulfurous film coated every surface, and the air tasted like licking a battery. The nest itself, a twisted mass of charred egg casings and shed scales, occupied the center of the floor, roughly the size of a car. "Right," Harry said, pulling on his heavy-duty dragonhide gloves. "I'll start on the nest. You handle perimeter residue." "On it." Finch shuffled off, already muttering about solvent ratios. Harry knelt beside the nest and got to work. This was his life. This was what E-rank meant. While B-rankers like Draco Malfoy got corner offices at the Ministry and personal assistants and their faces in magazines, Harry Potter scraped burnt snake eggs off concrete floors in warehouses that smelled like sulfur and broken dreams. He didn't think about it. Couldn't afford to. If he started thinking about the gap between what his life was supposed to be and what it actually was, he'd spiral. And Harry Potter did not spiral. He'd survived the Dursleys, Vernon's backhand, Dudley's fists, Petunia's pointed silence, a decade of sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, by learning one fundamental skill, how to keep going when everything said stop. The ranking system hadn't invented his suffering. It had just quantified it. 2 hours in, the nest was half processed. Harry had filled 4 containment bags with residue samples, tagged 11 artifact fragments, mostly melted muggle tools that had absorbed ambient magic, and scraped enough Ashwinder scale to stock a modest potions shop. His back ached. His gloves were splitting at the seams. Sweat dripped into his eyes. "Harry?" Finch's voice, distant. From the far side of the warehouse. "Harry, come look at this." Harry stood, stretching his spine with a series of pops that would have concerned a medical professional. He made his way through the debris to where Finch was crouched near the back wall, his wand light, even dimmer than Harry's, casting pale shadows. "What have you got?" "I'm not sure." Finch pointed at the wall. "Look." Harry looked. At first, he saw nothing unusual, just scorched brick, same as everywhere else. But then Finch shifted his wand, and the light caught something. Lines. Carved into the wall beneath the scorch marks. Not random damage. Symbols. Runes. Harry leaned closer. He wasn't an expert in ancient runes, he'd taken the class at Hogwarts and scraped a passing grade, but that was about it, yet even he could tell these were old. Really old. The carving style was deep and deliberate, and the symbols didn't match any modern runic alphabet he recognized. "These were here before the Ashwinders," Harry said slowly. "This isn't nest damage. Someone carved these. A long time ago. Should we report it?" Procedure said yes. Unknown magical inscriptions at a dungeon site were supposed to be reported to the Bureau's Research Division for assessment. But Procedure also said Research Division typically took 6 to 8 weeks to dispatch a team, and in the meantime, the site would be sealed with nobody allowed inside. Which meant Harry and Finch wouldn't be able to finish their cleanup job. Which meant Marcus would have their heads. Which meant, Let me get a closer look first, Harry said. Could just be old ward anchors from the containment charm. Sometimes they leave residual inscriptions. He was lying. He knew it wasn't ward anchors. Ward anchors were geometric, circles, triangles, structured patterns. These runes were linguistic. They meant something. Harry reached out and brushed his fingertips across the carved surface. The wall pulsed. Not visibly, nothing Finch would have noticed. But Harry felt it. A thrum of energy that ran from the stone through his fingertips, up his arm, and settled somewhere behind his sternum like a second heartbeat. His holly wand, tucked in his belt, vibrated faintly. You all right? Finch asked. You look peaky. Fine. Harry pulled his hand back. His fingers were tingling. Just, static discharge. Residual magic from the nest, probably. Finch accepted this, because Finch accepted most things. That was the E-rank way. Don't question. Don't investigate. Don't reach above your station. Just clean up and go home. Harry photographed the runes with a standard-issue magic capture crystal, pocketed it, and went back to work. But for the rest of the day, that second heartbeat didn't stop. Harry lived in a one-bedroom flat in Bermondsey, South London. The building was Muggle, he couldn't afford magical housing on an E-rank salary, a cramped, damp-smelling box on the 4th floor with a window that overlooked a kebab shop and a bus stop. The wallpaper was peeling. The radiator worked when it felt like it. The fridge made a noise at 3 a.m. that sounded disturbingly like someone whispering. It was his. That was enough. He dropped his field kit by the door, kicked off his boots, and collapsed onto the couch, a sagging, second-hand thing he'd bought off a Muggle website for £30 and levitated up the stairs himself, nearly giving himself an aneurysm in the process because levitation was technically C-rank spellwork and Harry's version of it was less smooth magical transport and more aggressive vibrating in the general direction of upward. The couch had a permanent lean to the left. Harry had a permanent lean to the left. They were perfect for each other. He stared at the ceiling. The pulse from the warehouse was still there. Faint now, but present. Like a bass note at a frequency just below hearing, you couldn't identify it, but you could feel it in your chest. His phone buzzed. Muggle phone. Harry was one of the few wizards who used one, mostly because Muggle technology was the one area where E-rankers actually had an advantage. Higher-ranked wizards generated so much ambient magic that electronics fried around them. Harry's magical output was so low that he could use a smartphone without any problems. Silver linings, right? The text was from Ron. Ron, a mate you coming to the Leaky tonight? Hermione's back from Geneva and she's buying first round. Harry smiled. Ron Weasley, C-rank, Chudley Cannon's fanatic, the most aggressively loyal human being on the planet, had been Harry's best friend since first year at Hogwarts. Ron had never, not once, not even for a second, given a single damn about Harry's rank. When the entire school had treated Harry like a cautionary tale, Ron had sat next to him in every class, partnered with him for every exercise, and told anyone who had something to say about it to kindly shove their ranking where the Lumos don't shine. Ron worked for his brother George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes now. Not because he wasn't qualified for better, C-rank could get you ministry work, or candidacy, all sorts, but because Ron had looked at the ranking system's career ladder and decided he'd rather have fun. Harry respected that more than he could express. Hermione Granger, on the other hand, had climbed the ladder so fast she'd practically set it on fire. A rank at 15, the youngest in over a century. She'd gone from Muggle-born nobody to international magical law consultant by 22, splitting her time between the British Ministry and the International Confederation of Wizards in Geneva. She was brilliant, terrifying, and absolutely exhausting to be around for more than 3 hours because she operated at a frequency that made hummingbirds look lazy. She was also fiercely, desperately protective of Harry in a way that sometimes made him uncomfortable. Hermione had spent years trying to get the Bureau to re-evaluate him, filing appeals, citing obscure precedents, arguing that the ranking assessment methodology was flawed. She'd written a 40-page paper on it. The bureau had politely told her to go away. Harry, yeah, I'll be there. 8. Ron, perfect. Also Neville says hi. He's in town for some herbology thing. Neville Longbottom. D rank. Another one of the low rankers from their Hogwarts year, though D was practically aristocratic compared to Harry's E. Neville had carved out a respectable career in herbology. D rank was perfectly adequate for plant work, and had grown from the round-faced, terrified boy Harry remembered into a tall, quiet, steady man who looked like he could uproot a whomping willow with his bare hands. Good group. Safe group. The only people in Harry's life who saw him as a person instead of a letter. Harry texted back a thumbs up and let the phone drop onto his chest. The pulse throbbed behind his sternum. He pressed his palm flat against his chest and frowned. What was that? The leaky cauldron at 8 p.m. on a Thursday was exactly the right kind of busy, crowded enough for background noise, not so packed that you couldn't find a table. Harry pushed through the front door and was immediately hit by the smell of butterbeer, wood smoke, and something Tom the bartender was frying that was either fish or a very unfortunate kitchen accident. Ranks glowed above every head in the pub like a strange constellation. C's and D's mostly, with a scattering of B's near the bar and one A rank witch in the corner who looked like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. Harry's E floated above him, dull and faint, the magical equivalent of a "please ignore me" sign. People's eyes flicked to it. They always did. Some looked away quickly, embarrassment, or maybe secondhand discomfort. Others stared. A group of young wizards near the entrance, all C rank, elbowed each other and whispered. Harry walked past them without breaking stride. 6 years of this had given him armor. Harry. Ron's voice boomed from the back of the pub. The ginger menace was already 2 butterbeers deep, his C rank glowing warmly above his head, waving like he was trying to flag down a passing ship. Over here, mate. The table was a good one, tucked in the back corner, away from the main crowd. Ron had grabbed it early, probably by the sophisticated tactical method of sitting down and refusing to move. Hermione sat beside him, her A rank casting a noticeably brighter glow than anyone else in the room, her posture somehow managing to be both relaxed and ready to write a formal complaint. And Neville was there too, broad-shouldered, tan from fieldwork, his D rank sitting quietly above close-cropped brown hair. He had a pint of something dark and was smiling in that easy, grounded way of his. All right? Harry said, sliding into the booth. Harry. Hermione's eyes did the thing they always did, the quick scan, the assessment, the "are you eating enough, are you sleeping, have you been hurt, should I be worried" sweep that took approximately half a second and processed more data than most diagnostic spells. You look tired. It's Thursday. Everyone looks tired on Thursday. You look specifically tired. Hermione. Ron said her name like a verbal speed bump. Let the man sit down before you diagnose him. She huffed, but her eyes softened. It's good to see you. You too. Harry meant it. Hermione's trips to Geneva were getting longer. The international magical community apparently needed a lot of laws rewritten, and Hermione was exactly the type of person who wouldn't rest until every comma was correctly placed. How's Geneva? Cold. Bureaucratic. The Swiss have 11 different forms for requesting a meeting about scheduling a meeting. She took a sip of wine, actual wine, not butterbeer, because Hermione had decided at some point that she was a wine person now and committed to it with the same intensity she committed to everything. But we're making progress on the international ranking standards reform. If we can get the French delegation to stop being French about it. She's going to fix the whole system, Ron said, with the absolute certainty of a man who had watched his friend bulldoze every obstacle in her path since age 11. Give her 10 years and ranks won't even exist anymore. That's optimistic. 20, maybe. But Hermione smiled, the real smile, the one that broke through the professional armor. What about you, Harry? How's the bureau? Thrilling. Today I scraped ashwinder residue off a warehouse floor for 6 hours. You're wasted there, Hermione said, and there it was, the fire in her voice, the anger that had been burning since Harry's first assessment. You know that. The ranking system is fundamentally, Hermione. Gently this time. Harry shook his head. Not tonight. Please. She closed her mouth. Nodded. The fire didn't go out, but she banked it. For him. Neville, Harry said, redirecting. What's this herbology thing? Neville brightened, he always did when plants came up. Conference at Kew Gardens. Cross-pollination techniques for magical and muggle flora. I'm presenting a paper on venomous tentacula hybridization. He paused. It's more interesting than it sounds. It sounds incredibly interesting, Hermione said immediately. It sounds like the plant's going to eat someone, Ron said. That was one time. And the intern was fine. Mostly. Harry laughed. A real laugh, not the polite exhale he used at work. Sitting here, with these people, the letter above his head didn't matter. The ranking system, the bureau, Marcus Bloody Whitfield, the pitying looks and the whispers, none of it penetrated this bubble. These three had built a space where Harry was just Harry, and it was the most valuable thing in his life. The evening rolled on. Ron told a story about a customer at the joke shop who'd accidentally activated 7 decoy detonators simultaneously and blown the front window out. Hermione grudgingly admitted that a Swiss wizard had asked her to dinner and she was considering it. Neville quietly obliterated everyone at a game of wizard's chess and looked genuinely shocked about it. Around 10, the crowd thinned. Ron and Hermione had shifted into one of their low-frequency arguments about something Harry couldn't track, something about the logistics of proper teacup storage, that was really just an excuse to sit closer together and bicker affectionately. Neville had gone to the bar for another round. Harry sat in the warm noise and felt the pulse in his chest thrum. It was getting stronger. Not painful. Not alarming, exactly. But present in a way it hadn't been that morning. Like something was building. Charging. He pressed his hand to his sternum under the table, feeling the rhythm, steady, deep, completely out of sync with his actual heartbeat. Harry. He looked up. Hermione was watching him. Ron had gone to the loo, and Neville was still at the bar chatting with Tom. What's wrong? She asked. Not accusatory. Not pushy. Just. Hermione. She always knew. Nothing. Just a weird day. Define weird. Harry hesitated. He wanted to tell her about the runes. About the pulse. About the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in the past 12 hours. But telling Hermione meant triggering investigation mode, and investigation mode meant research, and research meant attention, and attention was the last thing an ear-anchor needed. Just tired, he said. Long job. She held his gaze for a moment longer than comfortable. Then nodded. Okay. But if nothing turns into something, you tell me. Yeah. I'm serious, Harry. I know. He smiled. I promise. She didn't look convinced. But she let it go, and when Ron came back, the evening reassembled itself around lighter things. Harry left at 11. Hugs from Hermione, a backslap from Ron that nearly knocked him into a table, a quiet nod from Neville that carried more warmth than most people's speeches. He walked home through London's November dark, hands in pockets, breath misting. The Muggle world didn't care about his rank. Out here, he was just another bloke in a jacket walking past closed shops and late-night buses. Out here, the letter above his head was invisible. The pulse in his chest was a drumbeat now. Something was coming. The next morning, Harry was back at the Surrey warehouse by 7. Finch wasn't coming, he'd called in sick, which Harry suspected was less sick and more existentially unwilling to spend another day scraping Ashwinder residue. Fair enough. Harry could handle the rest solo. The nest was mostly processed, he just needed to finish the perimeter sweep, file the artifact tags, and run a final residue scan. 4 hours. 5, tops. He could be done by lunch. The warehouse was cold in the early morning. November had settled into that grim English phase where the sky was permanently the color of old dishwater and the air bit at any exposed skin like a rude ant. Harry cast a warming charm on himself, his version of it, which was less warm and more, slightly less freezing, and got to work. 2 hours in, something changed. Harry was running the residue scanner along the east wall, a standard-issue magic detection wand that beeped in the presence of unprocessed magical energy, when it started screaming. Not beeping. Screaming. A high, continuous wail that Harry had never heard the device make before, had never even known it could make. He yanked it back. The screaming stopped. He moved it forward. It started again. The wall. The runes. Harry set the scanner down and stared at the carved symbols. In the cold morning light, they looked different than they had yesterday. Deeper. Sharper. Like someone had recarved them overnight with a finer tool. That was impossible. Nobody had been here since he and Finch left. The pulse in his chest answered, a hard, insistent throb that seemed to sync with something in the wall. Like the runes were calling and his body was responding. Don't be stupid, Harry told himself. Don't be a stupid idiot who touches the mysterious glowing runes in the abandoned warehouse like you're in a horror film. He touched the runes. The world cracked open. Not literally, the warehouse didn't collapse, the sky didn't split, but something happened. Something vast and immediate and entirely invisible. The air around Harry went thick, then thin, then thick again. The runes blazed with a light that wasn't light, more like anti-shadow, an illumination that made everything around it darker by comparison. The pulse in his chest exploded into a roar. And then the floor disappeared. Harry fell. Not through the floor was still there, solid concrete, unchanged. But a section of it, a perfect circle about 10 feet in diameter directly beneath him, had become something else. A portal. A gate. A maw of swirling darkness that sucked him down like water through a drain. He had time to think this is bad before the darkness swallowed him. Harry hit stone. Hard. The impact drove the air from his lungs and sent stars spinning across his vision. He lay on his back, gasping, staring up at a ceiling that was not the warehouse ceiling. It was stone, rough, dark, carved with the same runes that had been on the wall, except these covered every inch of the surface, thousands of them, spiraling outward in concentric rings. Dungeon. He was in a dungeon. Harry scrambled to his feet, wincing at the pain in his left shoulder where he'd landed. His wand was in his hand, instinct, not thought. The Hollywood hummed against his palm, that familiar sense of waiting vibrating through the grip. The space was vast. A cavern, really, high-ceilinged, cathedral scale, with rough-hewn walls and a floor of flat stone that stretched into darkness in every direction. The only light came from the runes on the ceiling, which emitted a pale, silvery glow that made everything look like it was underwater. This was wrong. This was very, very wrong. Harry had been in dungeons before, the mop squad frequently worked post-clearance sites, and he'd been inside plenty of low-level manifestations. But those were always catalogued. Classified. Known quantities. A dungeon didn't just appear under a warehouse that had already been cleared. Unless it hadn't been there before. Unless the runes on the wall were a key, and Harry's touch had unlocked something that had been sealed for a very long time. Brilliant, Harry whispered. Absolutely brilliant work, Potter. He looked up. The portal he'd fallen through was gone. The ceiling was solid stone. No way out. Okay. Okay, don't panic. He was an E-rank wizard in an unknown, unclassified dungeon with no backup, no communication, his phone had no signal, obviously, and a wand that could barely light a candle. But he was alive, and he was conscious, and he had 2 legs and a functioning brain. He'd work with what he had. Harry moved. The cavern was not empty. As he walked, his dim lumos casting a thin circle of light around his feet, he began to see shapes in the darkness. Structures. Pillars of carved stone, some intact, some crumbled to rubble. Archways that led deeper into the underground. And on the walls, more runes, different from the ceiling, these ones pulsed with a faint red glow that was distinctly less welcoming. Every instinct told him to find a way out. Every instinct told him to run. But there was nowhere to run to. So he went deeper. The first creature hit him from the left. Harry didn't see it, heard it, maybe, felt the displacement of air a fraction of a second before impact. Something heavy and fast slammed into his side and sent him tumbling across the stone floor, his wand skittering from his grip. Pain, bright, sharp, real, lanced through his ribs. He rolled, scrambling on hands and knees, and looked up. The thing was humanoid. Roughly. It had the general shape of a person, but twisted, elongated arms, a hunched spine, skin that looked like wet stone. Its eyes were points of red light, and its mouth was a lipless slash filled with teeth that shouldn't have fit. A dungeon wraith. Harry knew them from the Bureau's monster manual, Class 3 magical entities, rated as a moderate threat for C-rank teams. C-rank teams. As in, multiple C-rank wizards working together. Harry was alone, unarmed, and ranked 5 levels below that. The wraith lunged again. Harry dove, feeling claws rake the air inches above his back, and scrambled toward his wand. His fingers closed around holly wood. He spun, pointed, and shouted, "Stupefy." The red bolt that left his wand was pathetic. Thin, weak, flickering, it hit the wraith square in the chest and did approximately nothing. The creature didn't even flinch. It just tilted its head, those red points of light studying him with something that might have been amusement. Then it came for him again. What followed was not a fight. It was a survival exercise. Harry ran. He dodged. He threw every spell he knew, Stupefy, Impedimenta, Reducto, even Expelliarmus out of sheer desperation, and none of them did more than briefly irritate the wraith. His magic was too weak. His spells were tissue paper against a threat that required cannonballs. But Harry was fast. Faster than an E-ranker had any right to be. Years of running from Dudley's gang, years of dodging Vernon's swings, years of being the smallest and weakest person in every room had made him very, very good at not getting hit. The wraith swung. Harry ducked. It lunged. Harry sidestepped. It charged. Harry slid behind a pillar, feeling stone chip spray against his back as the creature's claws tore through rock. He was bleeding. A gash on his forearm where the first impact had caught him, another on his left leg where a claw had clipped him during a dodge. Nothing fatal, but he was leaking and slowing, and the wraith wasn't. This was how he died. In an unknown dungeon, alone, unreported. The mop squad's greatest liability, taken out by a monster his teammates would have handled over lunch. Marcus would probably use it as a cautionary tale. See what happens when you let E-rankers near real sights. Hermione would never forgive herself for letting him go home last night without pushing harder. Ron would, no. Stop. Not dying today. Harry planted his feet. The wraith was coming again, 20 feet away and closing fast, those red eyes burning. Harry raised his wand. His hand was shaking. Blood was dripping from his fingertips. He didn't have enough magic to fight this thing. He knew that. He'd always known his magic wasn't enough. His entire life had been an exercise in not enough. But the pulse in his chest, the one that started yesterday, the one that had been building for 24 hours like a wave pulling back from shore, was still there. Still building. And in this moment, with death running at him on twisted legs, Harry did something he'd never done before. He reached for it. Not with his wand. Not with any spell or technique or magic he'd been taught. He reached inside, past the weak, flickering candle flame that was his measurable magical core, down into something deeper and darker and older. Something that had been sealed. Something that the runes in that wall had started to unseal. The pulse answered. It exploded. White light, pure, blinding, absolute, erupted from Harry's body. Not from his wand. From him. Every cell, every pore, every atom. The light hit the wraith like a physical force, slamming the creature backward into a pillar with enough impact to crack the stone. The wraith shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and then dissolved. Not defeated. Not killed. Unmade. Reduced to motes of dark energy that scattered and faded like smoke in a hurricane. Harry stood in the center of a circle of light, arm outstretched, chest heaving. The dungeon was silent. And then, in front of his eyes, hovering in the air like text on an invisible screen, words appeared. Not carved. Not written. Projected. Blue-white characters, sharp and clean, floating at eye level like the world's most surreal pop-up notification. System awakened, Harry stared. Player identified, Harry James Potter, current rank, E, system integration, 0.7%, status, near death, HP, 12/100, what, Harry said. Initial assessment complete. Magical core, sealed, 98. 3% suppressed, seal origin, external. Applied at age 1 year, 3 months. Seal status, fracturing. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the stone floor, blood pooling beneath him, and stared at the floating text with the blank incomprehension of a man watching his entire reality rearrange itself. Sealed. His magic was sealed. Not weak. Not deficient. Not burned out by the killing curse or genetically insufficient or any of the dozen explanations that had been thrown at him over the years. Sealed. Deliberately. By someone. When he was barely a year old. Everything he'd been told about himself was a lie. The text continued, scrolling upward like the world's most consequential chat log. System function, progressive seal removal, method, quest completion, combat experience, skill acquisition. As seal degrades, true magical potential will be unlocked progressively. Current unsealed power, 1.7% of total capacity, equivalent rank at full unsealing, data insufficient. Upper bound not calculated. Upper bound not calculated. The system couldn't even measure what he'd be at full power. Harry laughed. It came out slightly unhinged. Here he was, sitting in a pool of his own blood in an ancient dungeon, reading floating text that told him his entire life had been a prison sentence for a crime he didn't commit, and the universe was telling him that his actual magical power was so large that the system measuring it couldn't find the ceiling. Quest generated, quest, survive the awakening dungeon, objective, reach the exit portal on level 5, current level, 1 of 5, reward, seal reduction, 2%, skill unlock, 1, stat points, 5, warning, this dungeon scales to player potential, not current rank. Difficulty, extreme. Oh, fantastic, Harry said to nobody. It scales to potential. My unmeasurable, upper bound not calculated potential. That's great. That's really great. Additional quest available, quest, first blood, objective, defeat 10 dungeon wraiths, progress, 1 out of 10, reward, stat points, 3, skill, shadow step, basic. Harry read the quest twice. Looked at his hands, shaking, bloody. Looked at his wand, still clutched in white-knuckled fingers. Looked at the darkness ahead, where deeper levels waited with monsters that would make the wraith he just barely survived look like a warm-up act. He could sit here. He could wait. Maybe the Bureau would notice he was missing, in a day, maybe two. Maybe they'd find the portal. Maybe they'd send someone. Maybe. Or he could stand up. The pulse in his chest, quieter now, after the explosion, but steady, beat like a promise. Harry stood up. His legs trembled. His ribs screamed. Blood was drying on his forearm and his vision was slightly blurred at the edges. He was 17 years old, E-rank, alone in the dark, and more scared than he'd ever been in his life. But he was also, for the first time in his life, not helpless. That light. That power. The thing that had vaporized the wraith, that had come from him. Not from a wand or a potion or a helpful higher-ranked wizard swooping in to save the day. From Harry. His magic. The real magic that had been locked away his entire life. It was barely a trickle. 1.7% of whatever his full capacity was. But it was his, and it was more than he'd ever had, and he would be damned, absolutely, completely, irrevocably damned, if he sat in the dark and waited for someone else to save him. He'd been waiting for someone else his entire life. In the cupboard under the stairs, at Hogwarts, at the Bureau. Waiting for the world to notice that there'd been a mistake, that he wasn't really an E, that he deserved more. No more waiting. Harry gripped his wand, pointed it into the darkness, and walked forward. Quest accepted, survived the Awakening Dungeon, quest accepted, First Blood, level 1 of the Awakening Dungeon nearly killed him 4 more times. The wraiths came in pairs after the first one. 2 at a time, rushing from the shadows with those red-lit eyes and stone-slick skin, and Harry learned very quickly that the explosion of white light wasn't something he could repeat on demand. He tried. Reached for that deep place, that sealed reservoir. Got nothing but a headache and a nosebleed. The system, apparently, was not a cheat code. It was a progression system. The seal would fracture gradually, through combat, through quests, through experience. He'd gotten a burst of power in a moment of mortal terror, but sustaining it? Controlling it? That would take work. So Harry fought the old-fashioned way. With his pathetic E-rank spells, his borrowed speed, and a level of creative desperation that would have made his Hogwarts professors weep. Stupefy didn't work on wraiths. But Harry noticed something during his second encounter. When 2 wraiths rushed him from opposite directions, his Stupefy hit one and bounced off. But the deflected spell, redirected by the wraith's magical resistance, hit the cavern wall and dislodged a chunk of stone that fell on the second wraith's head. The wraith staggered. Physical damage. The wraiths could shrug off magical attacks that were below a certain power threshold, but they were still physical creatures. Heavy objects hurt them. Harry started using the environment. He lured wraiths under unstable arches and collapsed them with Reducto, weak Reducto, barely a firecracker, but enough to crack already damaged stone. He led them into narrow passages where their long arms couldn't swing freely. He found a section of floor that was slick with some kind of dungeon moisture and baited a charging wraith onto it, watching it skid into a wall at full speed. It was ugly. It was desperate. It was not how any properly ranked wizard would have fought. But it worked. Wraith defeated, 2 out of 10, Wraith defeated, 3 out of 10, each kill taught him something. Their attack patterns. Their speed. The half-second delay between their lunge and their claw strike where their guard was down. The way their red eyes flickered just before they charged, like a car's brake lights. By the 5th wraith, Harry wasn't running anymore. He was hunting. He'd found a corridor with a low ceiling, too low for the wraiths to stand upright, and set himself at the far end like bait. When the wraith came, hunched and cramped, it couldn't dodge the fist-sized chunk of rubble Harry launched at its face with a wandless shove that was less spell and more desperate kinetic impulse. The stone hit. The wraith reeled. Harry followed up with 3 more, a barrage of debris, each piece aimed at the creature's glowing eyes. One connected. The wraith shrieked, blinded, and Harry closed the distance and drove his wand into its throat like a stake. Not a spell. A physical strike. Hollywood through monster flesh. It shouldn't have worked. Wands were instruments, not weapons. But Harry's wand, his strange, waiting, resonant wand, pulsed with heat as it pierced the wraith's neck, and the creature detonated from the inside. White light, briefer and dimmer than before, but enough. Wraith defeated, 5 out of 10, Harry leaned against the wall, panting. His hands were raw. His ribs were definitely cracked, he could feel them grinding when he breathed. Blood from a cut above his eye was turning his left field of vision red. But the notification hovering in his vision was also telling him something new: level up. Player level, 1-2, HP partially restored, 12/134/100, stat points available, 2, stat points. He mentally focused on them, and a new display materialized: player stats, strength, 4 agility, 7 endurance, 5 intelligence, 8 magic power, 2, sealed, true value. Perception, 6. The numbers were, predictably, terrible. An average C-rank wizard would have stats in the 20 to 30 range across the board. Harry's were barely into single digits. Except magic power, 2, with the true value hidden behind the seal. That 2 represented the 1.7% of his actual capacity that was currently accessible. Harry put both stat points into agility. Not because he had a strategy, because staying alive required not getting hit, and not getting hit required being fast. Simple math. Agility, 7-9, he felt it immediately. Not a dramatic transformation, more like someone had taken his muscles and fine-tuned them. His reaction time sharpened. His balance improved. When he pushed off from the wall and started moving again, his steps were lighter, surer. Interesting. The remaining 5 wraiths fell over the next 2 hours. Harry refined his approach with each one: better positioning, tighter timing, more efficient use of the environment. By the 10th, he was almost comfortable with the rhythm. Lure, trap, strike, finish. Almost. Comfort was relative when you were bleeding from 6 different wounds in an underground death maze. Quest complete, first blood, reward, stat points, 3, skill unlocked, shadow step, basic, shadow step. The skill description floated in his vision: shadow step, basic short-range teleportation between shadows. Range, 5 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, moderate stamina. Harry stared at the description for a long moment. Then he looked at the shadows surrounding him. The dungeon was full of them, deep pools of darkness between the runelit sections of ceiling. He focused on a shadow 10 feet ahead. Willed himself there. The world blurred. For a fraction of a second, Harry existed nowhere. He was darkness, formless, weightless, everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Then he was standing in the shadow he'd targeted, solid and present, his feet on stone. He looked back at where he'd been standing. 5 meters away. Exactly. Okay, Harry whispered. And despite everything, the blood, the pain, the fear, the impossible situation, he grinned. A wild, slightly unhinged grin that would have alarmed anyone who saw it. Okay. I can work with this. Level 2 was worse. Level 3 was worse than that. Level 4 introduced creatures that Harry didn't recognize from any bestiary, spider-like things made of shadow and malice that dissolved and reformed when you hit them, requiring him to find and destroy a glowing core hidden somewhere in their body. He died twice. Or he should have. The system had a mechanism for that. When his HP hit 0, the world went gray, and a timer appeared: death penalty, 60 seconds. Revival with 10% HP, penalty, -1 to all stats for 1 hour. So death wasn't permanent. But it hurt, a brutal, full-body agony that felt like being turned inside out and put back wrong. And the stat penalty meant the hour after revival was spent even weaker than usual, forcing Harry to hide in whatever crevice he could find until it wore off. But he kept going. Through the levels, through the monsters, through the pain. The system tracked his progress, quests completed, stats gained, skills unlocked. By level 4, he'd gained 2 more skills, Mana Sense, Basic, which let him detect magical energy in his surroundings, and Reinforcement, Basic, which let him channel his tiny trickle of unsealed magic into his body to temporarily boost physical stats. His level had climbed to 7. His stats had improved across the board. His movements were sharper, his reflexes faster, his spells, still weak by any normal standard, were more precise. And the seal on his magic had fractured another hairline crack, his unsealed percentage climbing from 1.7% to 2.4%. It wasn't much. But it was measurable. Quantifiable. For the first time in his life, Harry could see himself getting stronger, and the proof wasn't someone else's opinion, it was right there, floating in blue-white text in front of his eyes. Level 5 was a single room. Massive. Circular. The ceiling was so high it vanished into darkness. The runes here were different, golden, blazing, arranged in a pattern that Harry's mana sense told him was concentrating an enormous amount of magical energy into the center of the space. Where a portal shimmered. Vertical, oval, rippling like water standing on edge. The exit. Between Harry and the portal stood a wraith. But not like the others. This one was twice the size, its body denser, darker, more defined. Its eyes weren't red points, they were crimson suns, burning with an intelligence the lesser wraiths hadn't possessed. It wore what looked like armor, plates of shadow-forged material covering its chest and shoulders. And in its elongated hand, it gripped a sword. An actual sword, black as void, dripping with dark energy. Boss encounter, Wraith King, rank, C+, adjusted for player potential, A, warning, this entity is significantly above your current combat capacity. A rank minus. Harry was fighting something that would challenge a wizard 50 times his public rank. The Wraith King's crimson eyes found Harry across the chamber. It didn't rush. Didn't lunge. It spoke. Small thing. The voice was like gravel in a blender. You stink of sealed power. A caged god pretending to be a mouse. I've been told I clean up nice, Harry said, because apparently his survival instinct had been replaced by a smart mouth somewhere around level 3. The Wraith King moved. It was fast. Obscenely fast for something its size. The black sword carved through the air where Harry had been standing a heartbeat earlier, he'd shadow-stepped on pure instinct, rematerializing in a shadow behind a pillar, his heart hammering so hard he could hear it. The pillar exploded. The Wraith King's sword went through solid stone like it was styrofoam. Harry ran. There was no other option. He ran and shadow-stepped and dodged and weaved, and the Wraith King pursued with mechanical precision, each sword strike a calculated attempt to cut off his escape routes. It was smart. It was learning. Every time Harry used Shadow Step, it adjusted, positioning itself to cover the nearest shadows. His spells were even more useless than before. Stupefy bounced off the armor. Reducto didn't even scorch it. He tried collapsing a section of ceiling, the Wraith King simply stood under the falling rubble and let it shatter against its armored shoulders. 3 minutes in, Harry was cornered. Back against the chamber wall, bleeding from a fresh gash across his back where the black sword had caught him, his HP dropping toward critical. HP, 18/134, warning, critical health. Continued combat at current capacity equals 97.3% probability of death. The Wraith King advanced slowly now. Savoring it. The black sword hummed with dark energy, and those crimson eyes burned with satisfaction. Die small, it said. As you lived. As you lived. Small. Weak. E-rank. Nobody. The lowest number in the room, always and forever, destined to clean up other people's messes and die forgotten in a dungeon that no one even knew existed. Something in Harry's chest, not the pulse, something older, something that had been there since a green light flash in a nursery in Godric's Hollow, refused. He'd survived the killing curse. He'd survived the Dursleys. He'd survived being the joke of the wizarding world for 6 years. He'd survived 4 levels of this nightmare dungeon on 2% of his actual power. He was not going to die being told he was small. Harry didn't reach for the sealed magic this time. He reached for something else entirely, the thing that had kept him going through everything. The thing no ranking system measured, no stat sheet quantified, no magical assessment could detect. Will. Pure, stubborn, unkillable refusal to stay down. And the system responded. Emergency skill unlock, condition met, player willpower exceeds measurable parameters, skill acquired, sovereign's domain, unique, description, project an area of absolute magical authority. Within this domain, the player's magic is amplified by a factor of 10. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. The world changed color. A sphere of light erupted from Harry, not the unfocused explosion from before, but a structured, controlled field that extended 20 feet in every direction. Inside it, the air thickened with power. Harry's power. He could feel his magic, his tiny, sealed, pathetic trickle of magic, multiply tenfold within the domain, becoming a torrent, becoming a river. He raised his wand. Stupefy. The spell that left his wand was nothing like any stupefy he'd ever cast. It was a beam of concentrated red energy as thick as his arm, screaming across the chamber like a missile. It hit the Wraith King square in the chest, punched through its shadow armor, and blew the creature backward 20 feet. The Wraith King staggered. For the first time, something like surprise crossed its alien features. Harry didn't give it time to recover. Reducto. The ceiling above the Wraith King shattered. Not cracked, shattered, tons of carved stone raining down in a devastating avalanche. The creature raised its arms to shield itself, and Harry's shadow stepped, not away from the boss, but toward it, closing to point-blank range. He drove his wand into the gap in the Wraith King's armor, right below the neck. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm, amplified 10 times by the domain, detonated inside the Wraith King's body. The creature's hand flew open, the black sword clattering away. But more than that, the spell hit something core, something essential. The Wraith King's body rippled, its shadowy form destabilizing. The domain was fading. Seconds left. Harry pulled his wand back, pointed it at the Wraith King's chest, and poured everything he had into one final spell. Not a named spell. Not a technique from any textbook. Just raw magic, every ounce of his unsealed power, every drop of will, every year of frustration and determination and refusal to be defined by a letter. White light. Searing, absolute, all-consuming. The Wraith King screamed. The chamber shook. The runes on the walls blazed gold. And then silence. Boss defeated, Wraith King, quest complete, survive the awakening dungeon, reward, seal reduction, 2%, skill unlock, 1, stat points, 5, level up. Player level, 711, new skill unlocked, stealth, basic, seal status update, previous, 98.3% sealed new, 96.3% sealed, unsealed capacity, 3. 7%, equivalent approximate rank at current unsealing, E plus D dash, hidden quest revealed, quest, reach national level, current progress, 3.7% unsealed, estimated completion. Reward. Harry collapsed. He lay on the stone floor of the chamber, staring up at the golden runes on the ceiling, his body broken, his mind reeling, and his chest filled with a warmth he didn't recognize. Hope. It was hope. For 17 years, Harry Potter had been the lowest number in the room. The punchline. The cautionary tale. He'd accepted it. Absorbed it. Built his entire identity around surviving with nothing because nothing was all he thought he had. But he'd never had nothing. He'd had everything, a magical core so vast the system couldn't measure it, sealed away by someone for reasons he didn't yet understand. He'd been a dragon told it was a lizard, a hurricane told it was a breeze. Not anymore. Harry stood. Slowly, painfully, but he stood. The exit portal shimmered in front of him, its surface rippling with an invitation. He walked through it. The warehouse. Cold November light. The smell of ashwinder residue. Harry stumbled out of thin air and fell to his knees on the concrete floor, right where the portal had been. It was gone now, the floor was solid, unmarked, as if nothing had happened. The runes on the wall were dark and inert. His watch said 11:47 a.m. He'd been gone for, he counted, less than 5 hours. It had felt like days. His body told the story. The gashes, the bruises, the cracked ribs, all real, all present. But as he knelt there, the system's passive healing, another thing he'd unlocked around level 4, was already working, slowly knitting tissue, reducing swelling. Give it a few hours and the visible damage would be manageable. Not gone, but hideable. Harry sat back on his heels and stared at the blank wall. Someone had sealed his magic. At age 1. Right around the time Voldemort attacked. Right around the time his parents died. Right around the time Dumbledore placed him with the Dursleys. Questions. So many questions. But not now. Now, Harry needed to get cleaned up, finish the job, file his report, and go home. Because he was still E-rank. Still on the mob squad. Still nobody, publicly. And for the first time, that was an advantage. Nobody watches E-rank. Nobody monitors E-rank. Nobody cares what E-rank does or where E-rank goes. Harry had spent his whole life invisible, and now, with a system awakening inside him and a seal cracking open, invisibility was exactly what he needed. He could grow in the dark. Train in secret. Climb without anyone looking. By the time they noticed, it would be too late. Harry pulled out his wand. Cast Lumos. The light that came from the tip was brighter than it had ever been. Still not impressive by any real standard, a D-rank student could do better without trying. But for Harry, who had spent years coaxing a dying ember from this wand, it was a sunrise. A small, private sunrise that nobody would ever see. He smiled. Cleaned up. Filed his report. Went home. The flat in Bermondsey was the same as he'd left it, sagging couch, peeling wallpaper, whispering fridge. Harry stood in the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Beaten, bloodied, exhausted. A 17-year-old with an E above his head and a secret that would shake the foundations of the wizarding world. He pressed his hand to his chest. The pulse was still there, steady now, rhythmic, synced with the system's quiet hum. A partnership. A promise. The system notification appeared one final time before Harry fell into the deepest sleep of his life. System awakened. Player, Harry J. Potter. Current rank, E, public, /D, actual, dot. Quest available, survive. Recommendation, accept. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would start climbing. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, grinding in the shadows. 3 weeks after the awakening dungeon, Harry Potter discovered that getting stronger was a lot like getting fit at a Muggle gym, except instead of sore muscles and protein shakes, it was monster blood and near-death experiences. Also, the gym didn't try to eat you. He'd established a routine. Wake up at 4:30 a.m. Run, actual, physical running, through the dark streets of Bermondsey before the city woke up, because the system had made it abundantly clear that magical power meant nothing if your body couldn't handle the strain. His stamina was garbage. 3 weeks ago, he couldn't run a mile without wheezing like a punctured accordion. Now he could manage 3, and his endurance stat had crept from 5 to 9 purely from the cardio. After the run, breakfast. Real breakfast, eggs, toast, fruit, the kind of meal he'd never bothered with when he was just an E-rank burning through his days on coffee and apathy. The system had a nutrition tracker, because of course it did, and it cheerfully informed him that his previous diet of whatever's cheap and fast was actively sabotaging his HP regeneration. Then work. The Bureau. The Mop Squad. Ashwinder Residue and Boondaman Slime and Marcus Whitfield's face. 8 hours of being invisible. And then, after dark, the real work began. Dungeons were everywhere. That was the thing Harry hadn't understood before, hadn't had reason to understand, because dungeon detection and classification was B-rank work, miles above his clearance level. But with mana sense active, he could feel them. Pockets of concentrated magical energy folded into the fabric of reality, hidden in basements and abandoned buildings and underground tunnels and forgotten corners of the wizarding world. Most were classified. The Bureau tracked them, assigned ratings, dispatched appropriate teams. A Class 1 dungeon, low-level magical beasts, minimal threat, got a C-rank squad. Class 2 got B-rank. Class 3 and above were A-rank territory, sometimes with S-rank oversight. But some dungeons were unclassified. Too small, too new, or too well hidden for the Bureau's detection grid. Micro-dungeons, they were technically called, minor magical manifestations that popped up and dissolved within days, usually containing nothing more threatening than a few doxies or a confused boggart. For a D- wizard with a system that tracked experience points, they were perfect. Harry found his first one 2 days after the warehouse. A basement beneath a closed Muggle pub in Peckham, where the air tasted like copper and his mana sense pinged with a steady amber glow. He'd slipped in after midnight, wand in one hand, a Muggle torch in the other, because his Lumos, while improved, was still not exactly a searchlight, and found 3 rooms of magical vermin, doxies, boondamans, and a single red cap that looked like it had wandered in by accident and deeply regretted its life choices. He cleared the whole thing in 40 minutes. Microdungeon cleared, Peckham basement, EXP gained, 45, stat points, 1, 45 experience points wasn't much. The Awakening dungeon had given him thousands. But 45 points earned in 40 minutes with minimal risk was consistent. Sustainable. And sustainability was the game. Over the next 3 weeks, Harry cleared 11 micro-dungeons across South London. He mapped them using mana sense, spending his lunch breaks at the Bureau scanning the city grid and marking locations where the magical energy felt dense, concentrated, pressurized, ready to manifest. Most were in places nobody cared about, derelict buildings, unused tube stations, the deep basements of old Victorian houses. Places where magic pooled like rainwater in cracks. The creatures varied. Doxies and boondamans were common, annoying but manageable, worth a handful of EXP each. Boggarts appeared occasionally, and Harry discovered something interesting about them. Since the system classified them as psychological threats rather than physical ones, defeating a boggart gave a disproportionate intelligence and perception boost. He fought 4 boggarts in 3 weeks and his intelligence climbed from 8 to 12. Red caps were tougher, nasty, violent little things that hit harder than their size suggested. But Harry's improved agility, now 14, after consistent investment, let him dodge their attacks and pick them apart with precise, targeted spells. His spells were getting better. Not dramatically, he was still working with 3.7% of his actual magical capacity, which put him solidly in D- territory, but the system's reinforcement skill let him channel magic into his body to compensate. A stupefy backed by reinforcement-enhanced muscles came out harder, faster, with more impact. It wasn't raw magical power. It was efficiency. And Shadow Step changed everything. The ability to teleport between shadows, even at its basic level, with a 5-meter range and 30-second cooldown, made Harry a ghost in combat. He'd appear behind a creature, strike, and vanish before it could turn. Against the dumb, instinct-driven beasts in micro-dungeons, it was devastatingly effective. Against anything smarter, he'd need to be more creative. But that was a problem for later. His stat sheet after 3 weeks, Player stats: Harry James Potter, level, 16 strength, 8 agility, 14 endurance, 9 intelligence, 12 magic power, 3, sealed, true value. Perception, 10, seal status, 95.1% sealed, unsealed capacity, 4. 9%, equivalent approximate rank, D, skills shadow step, basic, 5M range, 30s cooldown mana sense, basic, 20M detection range reinforcement, basic, physical stat boost, moderate mana cost stealth, basic, reduced magical signature, passive sovereign's domain, unique, 10x magic amplification, 30s duration, 24-hour cooldown D rank. He'd climbed from E to D in 3 weeks, and nobody knew. The stealth skill was a godsend. It suppressed his magical signature, making it harder for detection spells and ranking displays to get an accurate read on his actual power. As far as the Bureau's systems were concerned, Harry was still E rank. The letter above his head hadn't changed. Anyone who looked at him saw the same pathetic glow they'd always seen. But underneath, beneath the surface, in the spaces between the numbers, Harry was growing. Quietly. Relentlessly. Like a weed breaking through concrete. And he was addicted to it. Not in a destructive way, or at least, he told himself that. But the feeling of measurable progress, of watching numbers climb and skills unlock and the seal crack a little wider each day, was intoxicating for someone who'd spent 17 years being told he was static. Unchangeable. Fixed at the bottom. The system gave him what the wizarding world never had, proof that effort mattered. You look different. Ron said it casually, over a pint at the Leaky Cauldron on a rainy Tuesday evening. He didn't even look up from the Daily Prophet's Quidditch section. Just dropped it into the conversation like a stone into a pond. Different how? Harry asked, keeping his voice level. Dunno. Less. Ron waved a hand vaguely. Hunched. You're standing up straighter. And your shoulders are wider. You been working out? Running in the mornings. Running. Ron finally looked up. His expression was somewhere between amused and concerned. Like, Muggle running? In trainers? It's good for you. So's drinking water, but I don't do that at 4:30 in the morning either. Ron squinted at him. You sure you're alright, mate? You've been a bit. I dunno. Quiet lately. Harry took a sip of his butterbeer. This was the tightrope. Ron was observant in ways people didn't give him credit for, not book-smart like Hermione, but people-smart. He noticed changes in mood, in behavior, in the small physical tells that most people missed. It was what made him a great friend and a terrible person to keep secrets from. Just trying to take better care of myself, Harry said. Which was true. The bureau work is physical, and I was getting winded on basic jobs. Figured I should do something about it. Ron considered this. Nodded slowly. Fair enough. Just, you tell me if something was up, yeah. Yeah, Ron. I'd tell you. Another lie. Another small, necessary lie in a growing collection. Harry hated it. Ron was the person who'd never asked him to be anything other than what he was, and here Harry was, hiding the biggest change of his life. But the alternative, telling Ron the truth, meant questions. Investigations. Attention. And attention, right now, was dangerous. Not just because of the Bureau or the Ministry, but because Harry still didn't understand the most critical piece of the puzzle. Who sealed his magic? And why? Those questions kept him up at night. The system had told him the seal was external, applied at age 1 year and 3 months. That put it right around the time of Voldemort's attack on Godric's Hollow. Right around the time Dumbledore took him to the Dursleys. Dumbledore. The thought sat in Harry's stomach like a stone. Dumbledore, S-rank, leader of the Order of the Phoenix, chief warlock, the most powerful wizard in Britain. The man who'd placed Harry with the Dursleys, for his protection. The man who'd overseen Harry's ranking assessment at 11 and said nothing when the result came back. Had Dumbledore known? Had he placed the seal himself? Harry couldn't ask. Not yet. Not until he understood more. Not until he was strong enough that the answer, whatever it was, couldn't be used against him. So he smiled at Ron, changed the subject to the cannon's dismal season, and kept his secrets locked behind his teeth. The Bureau sent him on a job that changed things. It was a Thursday, 3.5 weeks after the awakening. Marcus Whitfield dropped a file on Harry's desk. Harry's desk was a card table in the corner of the mop squad office, next to the cleaning supply closet, with his usual expression of mild contempt. Cross-rank training exercise, Marcus said. Ministry directive. Every division has to participate. Even us. Harry opened the file. The Cross-Rank Training Initiative was a new ministry program designed to foster interdivisional cooperation and ensure ranking-diverse combat readiness. In practice, it meant pairing low-rank support staff with high-rank field operatives for a series of supervised dungeon exercises. The political motivation was obvious. The ministry was under pressure from advocacy groups, led, Harry suspected, by Hermione, to demonstrate that the ranking system wasn't exclusionary. So they'd created a program where E-rankers could stand in a dungeon and watch B-rankers do all the work, then everyone could shake hands and pretend equality existed. You're assigned to Team 7, Marcus continued. Joint exercise with a B-rank field operative. Class 1 dungeon, fully cleared and controlled. All you have to do is not embarrass me. Who's the B-rank? Marcus checked the file. His expression did something complicated. Greengrass. Daphne Greengrass. Harry's knowledge of Daphne Greengrass was limited but specific. Slytherin, same year as him at Hogwarts. B-rank, she'd tested high at 11 and climbed steadily ever since. Pure-blood family, old money, politically connected. She'd gone into the Bureau's Field Operations Division straight out of school, fast-tracked into the advanced team, and developed a reputation for being brilliant, ruthless, and approximately as warm as a February morning in Aberdeen. They'd never spoken at Hogwarts. Different houses, different ranks, different universes. Harry existed in her world the way furniture existed, present, functional, irrelevant. Wonderful, Harry said. Don't screw this up, Potter. Greengrass is connected. Her father sits on the Bureau's oversight board. If she complains about you, it lands on my desk. Harry resisted the urge to point out that everything landed on Marcus's desk because Marcus never left his desk. Got it. The exercise was scheduled for Saturday. Harry had 2 days to prepare. He spent them grinding. Friday night. 11 p.m. An unclassified micro-dungeon beneath an abandoned tube maintenance tunnel near Elephant and Castle. This one was bigger than Harry's usual targets. His mana sense had been pinging it for days, a steady, pulsing signature that suggested something more substantial than doxies and red caps. He'd been saving it, waiting until he felt ready. 3.5 weeks of grinding said he was ready. The tunnel was dark and damp, the walls slick with decades of groundwater seepage. London's tube network was riddled with abandoned sections, sealed platforms, forgotten passages, maintenance tunnels that hadn't seen a worker since the Blitz. Perfect breeding grounds for magical manifestations. Harry moved in silence. Stealth, basic, was active, dampening his magical signature to a whisper. Shadow Step was charged and ready. His wand was in his right hand, a conjured light floating ahead of him, brighter than his old Lumos, though still modest by normal standards. The dungeon entrance was a crack in the tunnel wall, not a crack, really, but a seam. A place where reality had worn thin and something had bled through. Harry pressed his palm against it, felt the familiar pulse of dungeon energy, and pushed. The seam opened like a mouth. Inside, the space was different from the micro-dungeons he'd been clearing. Larger. More structured. The walls were rough stone, not concrete, actual stone, which meant the dungeon had generated its own environment rather than co-opting the existing architecture. The air was thick with magic, his mana sense was singing, multiple signatures ahead, moving, alive. Dungeon detected, elephant and castle submanifestation, classification, class 1+, unregistered, threat level, moderate, for current player level, recommended rank, C, class 1+. A step above the micro-dungeons he'd been farming. The Bureau would normally send a C-rank team for this, 3 or 4 trained wizards with standard combat loadouts. Harry was one D-rank wizard with a stolen hour and something to prove. He went in. The first room held Urklings. 3 of them, small, goblin-like creatures with high-pitched cackling laughs and a nasty habit of going for the throat. They were faster than red caps and smarter than doxies, working in coordinated packs to flank their prey. Against a normal D-rank wizard fighting conventionally, 3 Urklings would be a serious problem. Harry's shadow stepped behind the leftmost one before any of them registered his presence. His wand came down like a hammer, a stupefy at point-blank range that hit with reinforcement-boosted force and dropped the creature instantly. The other 2 spun, shrieking, but Harry was already gone, melted into the shadows, repositioned, emerging 3 meters to the right. Stupefy. Second Urkling down. The third one was fast. It launched itself at Harry with a screeching war cry, claws extended, mouth open wide enough to show rows of needle teeth. Harry didn't dodge. He reinforced, magic flooding his muscles, his bones, his connective tissue, and caught the creature mid-lunge with a wandless shove that sent it caroming off the far wall. It hit stone, crumpled, and didn't get up. 3 Urklings defeated, EXP gained, 67 EXP for 30 seconds of work. Harry felt the familiar rush, not just the experience points, but the physical sensation of improvement, like his body was being slowly retuned to a higher frequency. He pressed deeper. The dungeon was 4 rooms. Room 2 held a pair of Grindylows, out of water, which was unusual, their tentacles adapted for land movement, dragging themselves across the stone floor with disturbing speed. Harry dealt with them using environmental tactics. He collapsed a section of unstable ceiling to pin one, then picked off the other with careful spell work from a distance. Room 3 was a nest of Ashwinders. The irony wasn't lost on him, given his day job, and he cleared them efficiently, using a sustained aguamenti, still weak, but enough, to suppress the fire eggs before they could ignite. Room 4 was the boss. A troll. Not a full mountain troll, those were class 3 threats, B-rank territory minimum. This was a juvenile, maybe 7 feet tall, with greenish-gray skin and a club made from what looked like a repurposed street sign. Its beady eyes locked onto Harry the moment he entered the room. Boss encounter, juvenile river troll, rank, D+, weakness, low intelligence. Susceptible to misdirection. D+. A full rank above Harry's actual current level. But the system was measuring his stats, not his skills. And Harry had been fighting above his stat line since the Awakening dungeon. The troll charged. Subtlety was not in its vocabulary. Harry's shadow stepped, not away, but to the side, positioning himself near a cluster of loose stones that his mana sense told him were structurally significant. The troll's club smashed into the floor where Harry had been, cracking stone and sending tremors through the room. Harry responded with a stupefy aimed not at the troll, but at the ceiling above it. The spell hit a weak point, the system's mana sense overlay showing him stress fractures in the stone that normal vision couldn't detect, and a section of rock the size of a small car detached and fell. The troll looked up. This was the problem with being stupid. By the time you processed the concept of large rock falling toward face, the large rock had already arrived. The impact was seismic. The troll went down like a felled tree, pinned under rubble. Not dead, trolls were absurdly durable, but stunned, its club knocked loose, its limbs scrabbling weakly. Harry walked up to it. Pointed his wand at the soft spot behind its ear, the one vulnerability in a troll's thick hide, a fact he'd memorized from the Bureau's creature manual years ago because E-rankers had to know everything about monsters even if they were never supposed to fight one. Stupefy. The troll went limp. Boss defeated, juvenile river troll, dungeon cleared, elephant and castle submanifestation, EXP gained, 210, stat points, 3, skill upgrade available, shadow step, basic intermediate, Harry grinned. Shadow step intermediate meant 10-meter range and a 15-second cooldown. Double the distance, half the weight. He accepted the upgrade. Allocated stat points, 1 to magic power, now 4, still pathetically low in absolute terms but every fraction mattered, 1 to perception, 11, 1 to endurance, 10. Level up. Player level, 1618, seal status, 94.2% sealed, unsealed capacity, 5.8%, equivalent approximate rank, D, still D rank overall, but creeping toward D+. And his skill set was far more advanced than any D rank wizard had a right to possess. Shadow step, mana sense, reinforcement, stealth, sovereign's domain, these were tools that compensated for his limited raw power, letting him punch well above his weight class. Harry left the dungeon, sealed the entrance with a basic ward, another skill he'd been practicing. His wards were flimsy by any standard, but they'd hold long enough for the dungeon to dissolve naturally, and emerged into the cold London night. 2:17 a.m. Saturday morning. The cross-rank exercise was in 7 hours. He went home, showered the troll residue out of his hair, and slept like the dead. The exercise was held at a Bureau training facility outside Canterbury, a converted estate that had been warded and modified into a controlled dungeon environment. Artificial threats, monitored conditions, magical safety nets. Nothing like the real thing, but safe enough for Ministry PR. Harry arrived by Portkey at 8 a.m., wearing standard Bureau field gear, dragonhide jacket, reinforced boots, wand holster. His E-rank glowed above his head like a neon sign reading, "Please don't take me seriously." The facility courtyard was busy. 20 teams, each consisting of 1 high-rank operative and 1 low-rank support staffer, milling around in various states of enthusiasm. Harry scanned the crowd. Lots of C-rankers from administrative divisions, a handful of Ds from logistics, and exactly 2 E-rankers, Harry and Finch, who was standing near the refreshment table looking like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. The high-rankers were easier to spot. Their letters burned brighter, their gear was better, their body language radiated the casual confidence of people who'd never been told they weren't enough. B-rankers, mostly, with a few A-rankers who'd drawn the short straw for this assignment and weren't hiding their displeasure. Harry spotted Daphne Greengrass across the courtyard. She was hard to miss. Tall, taller than Harry had remembered from Hogwarts, or maybe he just hadn't paid attention. 5'8", 5'9" in her boots, with straight black hair pulled back in a severe ponytail and features that looked like they'd been carved from marble by someone who believed symmetry was a moral imperative. Her B-rank glowed cool blue above her head, and her expression could have frozen the Thames. She was talking to another B-ranker, Blaise Zabini, if Harry's memory served, with the kind of clipped, efficient body language that said she considered this exercise a waste of her time and was not interested in pretending otherwise. A ministry coordinator, a nervous C-rank wizard with a clipboard, was calling out team assignments. Team 7. Potter and Greengrass. Lane 3. Daphne's eyes swept the courtyard, found Harry's E-rank glow, and performed a rapid assessment that was somehow even more thorough than Hermione's. She took in his worn jacket, his standard-issue boots, the faded E above his head, and her expression shifted from irritation to something more specific. Resignation. She'd drawn an E-rank partner, and she'd already calculated that this exercise was going to be a complete waste of her Saturday. Harry walked over. Greengrass. Potter. Her voice matched her expression, cool, precise, wasting exactly 0 syllables on warmth. I'll be handling all combat elements. Stay behind me, don't touch anything, and try not to get in my way. Lovely to meet you too. Her eyes narrowed. Whatever she'd expected from an E-ranker, deference, nervousness, mumbled agreement, sarcasm wasn't it? She studied him for a beat longer than necessary, then turned on her heel and walked toward lane 3 without checking if he was following. Harry followed. Not because she'd told him to, but because lane 3 was where the dungeon entrance was, and he wanted to see how a real B-rank operative fought. The training dungeon was a joke. Not literally, the Bureau had put genuine effort into constructing it. 3 rooms, each containing a controlled magical threat, with monitoring wards and safety barriers throughout. The threats were standardized, construct golems, basically, magical automatons designed to simulate real dungeon creatures without the actual danger of death. For a B-rank operative, it was light cardio. Daphne moved through it like water. Her wand work was the cleanest Harry had ever seen up close, precise, economical, every spell placed exactly where it needed to be with no wasted energy. She favored ice-based magic, glacius, frostbite hex, a specialized freezing charm that Harry didn't recognize, which made sense for someone with a reputation as cold as hers. The constructs shattered under her assault, one by one, while Harry hung back and observed. He was supposed to be observing. That was his role. The E-rank support staffer was expected to watch, take notes, and file a report afterward about the educational value of the experience. It was patronizing and pointless and exactly the kind of box-checking exercise that the Ministry excelled at. But Harry wasn't watching the constructs. He was watching Daphne. Specifically, he was watching her magic. With mana sense active, suppressed, dialed down to its lowest setting so it wouldn't register on the facility's monitoring wards, he could see things normal eyes couldn't. The flow of magical energy through Daphne's wand. The density of her spells. The way her core pulsed with each cast, a steady, controlled rhythm that spoke of years of disciplined training. She was good. Really good. Not just B-rank good, she was pushing at the upper edge, her magical output close to B+ in Harry's estimation. She was underranked, and she knew it. He could see the frustration in her efficiency, she was overqualified for this dungeon and resented being here. Join the club. Room 3 was the boss encounter, a larger construct, roughly troll-shaped, designed to test teamwork between the pair. The coordinator's voice echoed through the dungeon via amplification charms. Team 7, this encounter is designed to require cooperation between both team members. Please engage together. Daphne didn't even glance at Harry. She raised her wand, cast a layered glacius that would have frozen a real troll solid, and shattered the construct in under 10 seconds. Exercise complete, she said to the empty air, addressing the monitoring wards. Can I go now? Outside, in the weak Canterbury sunlight, teams were debriefing. Most of the high rankers were clustered together, comparing notes and making plans for drinks afterward. The low rankers stood in their own separate group, looking relieved it was over. Harry lingered near the facility entrance, not quite belonging to either cluster. He was thinking about what he'd observed, Daphne's technique, her spell construction, the way she managed her mana flow. There were principles in her approach that he could adapt to his own training. Her efficiency, her precision, the way that was the most pointless 3 hours of my life. Harry turned. Daphne was behind him, pulling on a long coat over her field gear, her expression suggesting the exercise had personally offended her. You did well, Harry offered. I did the bare minimum. Which was all that was required, since my partner was. She stopped. Pressed her lips together. Never mind. An E-rank? Harry supplied. You can say it. I've heard the word before. She looked at him. Actually looked, not the dismissive scan from earlier. Her eyes were gray, a particular shade that reminded Harry of the sky right before a storm, pale and electric at the same time. You're not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? Someone who cares that they're E-rank. Harry laughed. It surprised him, and it clearly surprised her. Her composure cracked for a fraction of a second, a flicker of something behind the ice. Oh, I care. I just don't make it my entire personality. Most E-rankers do. The few I've met have been either crushed by it or furiously compensating. And which am I? She studied him again. Longer this time. Neither. Which is what's confusing. A silence. Not uncomfortable, evaluative. Two people taking each other's measure across a gap that the ranking system said was unbridgeable. Your ice magic is excellent, Harry said. The layered glacius in room 3, you nested a frostbite hex inside the primary spell matrix. I've never seen that technique before. Daphne's eyebrows rose. It was a tiny motion, maybe 2 millimeters, but for someone whose face was usually as expressive as a glacier, it was practically a standing ovation. You noticed that? I notice a lot of things. E-rankers don't typically analyze B-rank spell construction. What can I say? I'm a fan of good technique. Another flicker. Not quite a smile. Daphne Greengrass didn't smile at strangers on the first meeting, but something adjacent. A crack in the permafrost. The exercise continues next Saturday, she said, pulling her coat tighter. Same pairing. Ministry mandate, 4 sessions minimum. Lucky us. I expect you to be on time, Potter. And to not get in my way. Wouldn't dream of it. She walked away. Harry watched her go, his mind already filing away observations, her technique, her precision, the intelligence behind those storm-gray eyes. And something else. Something he couldn't quite name. A small, warm flicker in his chest that had nothing to do with the system. He ignored it. He had grinding to do. The next 2 weeks were a blur of progress. Harry's nightly routine intensified. He found larger dungeons, Class 1+ manifestations scattered across South London, each one a step up from the last. He fought hinky punks in Southwark, cleared a ghoul infestation beneath a derelict church in Lewisham, and took down a rogue boggart in Greenwich that had been feeding on the fear of Muggle homeless people sleeping in a nearby shelter. The boggart encounter bothered him. Not because it was dangerous, it wasn't, not anymore, but because nobody had noticed. A magical creature was terrorizing vulnerable Muggles, and the Bureau's detection grid hadn't flagged it because the area wasn't magically significant enough to monitor. Too small. Too poor. Too irrelevant. Harry cleared it anyway. The system gave him EXP. The Muggles slept better. Nobody thanked him because nobody knew. His stats climbed, player stats, Harry James Potter, level, 24 strength, 12 agility, 19 endurance, 14 intelligence, 16 magic power, 6, sealed, true value. Perception, 15, seal status, 91.7% sealed, unsealed capacity, 8. 3%, equivalent approximate rank, D+, skills shadow step, intermediate, 10M range, 15's cooldown mana sense, intermediate, 50M detection range, can identify threat levels reinforcement, basic, physical stat boost, moderate mana cost stealth, basic, reduced magical signature, passive sovereign's domain, unique, 10x magic amplification, 30's duration, 24-hour cooldown, new skills quick cast, basic, 20% reduction in spell casting time danger sense, basic, passive alert for incoming threats within 10 MD+. Closing in on C-rank equivalent. His spells had real impact now. A stupefy from Harry would stagger a B-rank wizard if it landed clean, and his reducto could crack reinforced stone. Not world-ending power, but respectable. Functional. More importantly, his combat instincts were sharpening in ways that stats couldn't capture. For weeks of nightly dungeon crawling had given Harry something no classroom or training exercise could provide, the bone-deep, muscle memory understanding of how to fight when outmatched. He'd fought creatures faster than him, stronger than him, tougher than him, and he'd beaten them through positioning, timing, environmental awareness, and a refusal to stop moving that bordered on pathological. He was becoming dangerous. Not because of raw power, he was still nowhere near B rank in that regard, but because he fought smart. Every encounter was a puzzle, and Harry had gotten very good at solving puzzles under pressure. The second cross-rank training session was on a Saturday. Same facility. Same lane. Same partner. Daphne arrived exactly on time, 8 a.m., not 7:59 or 8:01, wearing field gear that looked like it cost more than Harry's annual salary and an expression of studied indifference that Harry was beginning to suspect was armor. Potter. Greengrass. Shall we get this over with? After you. The dungeon was slightly more challenging this time, 4 rooms instead of 3, with constructs that moved faster and hit harder. Still well within B-rank capability. Still a formality. Daphne handled rooms 1 and 2 with her usual lethal efficiency. Room 3 introduced a wrinkle, a pair of constructs that attacked from opposite directions simultaneously, designed to force the team to split up. Daphne took the left construct. The right one charged Harry. He couldn't fight it properly. Not here, not under the monitoring wards, not with Daphne 10 feet away. Using Shadow Step or Reinforcement or anything beyond basic E-rank spell work would show up on the facility's magical sensors and raise questions he couldn't answer. So Harry dodged. Used his natural agility, enhanced by the system but not detectably so, to evade the construct's attacks while casting the weakest, most pathetic spells in his arsenal. Stupefy, dim. Impedimenta, barely a breeze. Protego, more of a suggestion than a shield. The construct wasn't fooled by the weak magic, but it was slow enough that Harry could kite it, leading it around the room, staying just out of reach, buying time for Daphne to finish her target and come help. Which she did. A glacius from behind shattered the construct mid-swing, and Harry felt ice crystals pepper his back as the thing exploded into fragments. "Thanks," he said. "Why were you running?" Daphne's voice was flat. Not critical, curious. "It's an E-rank strategy. Can't overpower it, so you outmaneuver it." "You were outmaneuvering a construct with a pre-programmed attack pattern." "Was I?" Her gray eyes locked onto his. "That thing's primary attack cycle is a 4-hit sequence, overhead, left, right, lunge. You dodged all 4, perfectly timed, before the second cycle started. That's not outmaneuvering. That's pattern recognition." Harry kept his face neutral. "I read a lot of bureau manuals. Bureau manuals don't teach combat pattern recognition. Combat experience does." She stepped closer. "You fought things before, Potter. Real things. Not constructs." Silence. The monitoring wards hummed around them. Somewhere, a coordinator was probably watching on a scrying display, bored out of their mind. "Greengrass, don't insult me with a denial. I've been doing field work since I was 16. I know what trained reflexes look like versus someone who read about it in a book." Her eyes were sharp. Piercing. Scalpels wrapped in storm gray. An E-rank wizard with combat reflexes. That shouldn't exist. Harry held her gaze. His mind raced through options: deny, deflect, joke, change the subject. All the tools he'd developed for avoiding attention. But there was something in Daphne's expression that stopped him. Not accusation. Not suspicion in the dangerous sense. More like recognition. The look of someone who understood what it meant to be more than your number. "If I told you something," Harry said slowly, "and asked you to keep it to yourself, would you?" "That depends entirely on what it is. It's not dangerous. Not to anyone else. It's just private." She considered. The ice in her expression thawed by exactly 1 degree. "I can keep a secret, Potter. I'm a Slytherin. It's practically a house requirement." Harry took a breath. Not the whole truth. Not the system, not the seal, not the grinding. Just enough to explain the reflexes without revealing the scope. "I've been training," he said. "On my own. At night. Low-level stuff, nothing above my public rank, nothing that would flag the bureau. But I've been putting in work. A lot of work. Why? Because I'm tired of being the lowest number in the room. The words came out harder than he intended. Raw. Real. 6 years of compressed frustration in a single sentence. Daphne studied him. The moment stretched. Then she nodded, a single, sharp nod that carried more weight than any speech. I won't say anything. Thank you. But I want to see. Harry blinked. See what? What you can actually do. Not this, she gestured at the dungeon around them, the constructs, the artificial environment, this performative nonsense. Your real capability. I can't show you my real capability. The monitoring wards, not here. Somewhere private. I have access to a training space that's not on the Bureau's grid. She paused. Saturday night. After the exercise sessions are done. Are you in? Harry knew he should say no. Every rational calculation said no. Showing anyone, let alone a connected, politically savvy B-ranker from a powerful family, what he could really do was a risk. A massive risk. But rationality had never been Harry's strongest suit. Stubbornness was. And some part of him, the part that had been invisible for 17 years, was desperate to be seen. Yeah, he said. I'm in. Room 4 was the boss. Daphne killed it in 12 seconds while Harry watched, and neither of them mentioned the conversation again. But something had shifted. A door had cracked open between them, not wide, not yet, but enough to let in light. Saturday night. 10 p.m. Daphne's training space turned out to be the basement of Greengrass Manor, a sprawling estate in the Hampshire countryside that was so heavily warded it practically hummed. The basement had been converted into a private dueling arena decades ago by Daphne's grandfather, complete with reinforced walls, anti-detection enchantments, and enough soundproofing to contain a small war. Family privilege, Daphne said, leading Harry down a stone staircase lit by floating candles. She'd changed out of her field gear into practical training clothes, dark leggings, a fitted top, her hair still in its ponytail. She looked different outside of the bureau context. More human. Less weapon. Your family doesn't mind you bringing strange men into the basement. My father is in Brussels on ICW business. My sister is at Hogwarts. The house elves are discreet. She reached the bottom of the stairs and turned. And there's nothing strange about you, Potter. That's rather the point I'm trying to establish. The arena was impressive. 30 meters long, 15 wide, with a smooth stone floor and walls etched with absorption runes that would soak up stray spells. Training dummies lined one wall, enchanted mannequins that could be set to various difficulty levels. A weapons rack held practice wands and staffs. Daphne faced him across the arena. Her wand was in her hand, 12 inches, dragon heartstring core, Harry recalled from a bureau personnel file he definitely wasn't supposed to have read. Show me, she said. Harry hesitated. How much? All of it. He exhaled. Rolled his shoulders. Drew his wand. And then he moved. Shadow step, across the arena in a blink, rematerializing in the shadow behind a training dummy. Daphne's head snapped toward the movement, her eyes widening fractionally. Harry struck the dummy with a reinforcement-boosted stupefy that sent it flying across the room and into the far wall, where it embedded itself 3 inches deep in stone. He shadow-stepped again. And again. 3 positions in 4 seconds, each accompanied by a spell that hit with D+ force, well beyond anything an E-ranker could produce. Then he stopped. Stood in the center of the arena, breathing hard. Not from exhaustion, from adrenaline. He'd never shown anyone this before. The silence was absolute. Daphne stared at him. For the first time since he'd met her, the composure was genuinely cracked. Not gone, she was too controlled for that, but fractured. Her gray eyes were wide, her lips slightly parted, her wand hand trembling at her side. "That was shadow step," she said. "That was actual shadow step. That's a B-rank infiltration technique." "How do you?" She stopped. Took a breath. Reorganized. "That's stupefy. The impact force. That's not E-rank output. That's not even D-rank. That's somewhere around D+, Harry said quietly. "On a good day. D+." She repeated it like she was testing the word for structural integrity. "You're E-rank. Publicly. And privately, you're D+. With shadow step. And whatever that body enhancement technique was. Reinforcement. It channels magic into physical attributes. I know what reinforcement is, Potter. It's a C-rank combat skill that takes years of structured training to learn. You taught yourself. In, what, a month? Roughly." Daphne closed her eyes. Opened them. "This is insane." "Yeah. You're E-rank. The ranking system says you're E-rank. The assessment, the retests, all E-rank. I know what my rank is." "Then how?" She crossed the arena toward him, her footsteps echoing. "How is this possible? You can't just, rankings don't work like this. Your magical core was measured. It was sub-threshold. The assessment doesn't lie. The assessment measures what's accessible," Harry said carefully. "Not necessarily what's there." She stopped 2 feet in front of him. This close, he could see details he'd missed before, the faint dusting of freckles across her nose, partially hidden by her pale complexion. The thin scar along her jawline, souvenir of some dungeon encounter. The way her eyes shifted between gray and silver depending on the light. "You're saying your magic is suppressed," she said. "Not a question. I'm saying there are things about my situation that I don't fully understand yet. But I'm working on it. And I'm getting stronger." "How much stronger?" "I don't know. That's the honest answer. I genuinely don't know where the ceiling is." Daphne Greengrass was, by reputation and by nature, a woman who dealt in certainties. Facts. Measurable quantities. Rankings existed because they provided certainty. This person is this powerful, that person is that useful, everyone in their proper place. Harry was telling her that the certainties were wrong. That the most fundamental assumption the wizarding world operated on, that your rank was your rank, fixed and final, might be a lie. She should have been skeptical. Should have demanded proof, evidence, verification. Instead, she said, "Train with me." Harry blinked. "What? Train with me?" "Here. Weekends, evenings, whenever we can manage it. You're improving fast, but you're improving wild, no structure, no technique, just raw grinding. I can see it in your spell work. Your power output is increasing but your form is garbage. You cast stupefy like you're throwing a brick. I've been self-taught. Obviously. And if you keep going like this, you'll plateau in a month. You need someone who can actually teach you to fight, not just survive." She tilted her head. "I'm B-rank. Top of B-rank, if we're being precise, and we should be. I've been trained by the best instructors the Greengrass family could buy, and I've been field active for 3 years. I can make you better." "Why would you do that?" The question hung between them. Harry genuinely wanted to know. Daphne Greengrass didn't do charity. She didn't do favors. She certainly didn't offer to privately train E-rank nobodies in her family's secret basement. She was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, the ice was thinner than Harry had ever heard it. "Because I know what it's like to be underestimated." She met his eyes. "My rank says B. Every assessment, every evaluation, every metric the Bureau uses says B. But I know, I should be higher. I've been pushing against that ceiling for 2 years, and the system won't budge. They test me, and the number comes back B, and I am told to be grateful because B is excellent, B is elite, B is more than most people will ever achieve. She paused. Her jaw tightened. And I smile, and I nod, and I think, you have no idea what I'm actually capable of. She looked at him. Sound familiar? Yeah. It sounded familiar. Harry extended his hand. Partners? Daphne looked at his hand. Then at his face. Then at the training dummy embedded in the wall across the room. She shook it. Her grip was firm, her palm cool. Partners. But if you cast another stupefy with that form, I will hex you myself. Wouldn't expect anything less. Training with Daphne Greengrass was like being taken apart and reassembled by someone who found your current configuration personally offensive. She was brilliant. Not the way Hermione was brilliant, academic, comprehensive, encyclopedic. Daphne's intelligence was applied. Tactical. She thought in angles and vectors and kill zones, and she broke down combat magic into its component parts with the precision of a watchmaker. Your wand movement on Stupefy is 140 degrees, she said during their first proper session, circling Harry with her arms folded. It should be 120. The extra arc bleeds energy, you're losing roughly 15% of your spell's impact to wasted motion. 15%. Minimum. Here. She positioned herself beside him, adjusted his arm with cool, clinical hands. Elbow in. Wrist rotation starts at the apex, not before. And stop gripping so hard, you're strangling the wand. Magic flows through connection, not compression. Harry adjusted. Cast again. The stupefy that left his wand was noticeably sharper, tighter, faster, the bolt of red energy more concentrated. Better. Again. They drilled stupefy for 2 hours. Just stupefy. By the end, Harry's arm ached and his magical reserves were depleted, but his form was unrecognizable from where he'd started. The spell came out clean, compact, precise, efficient. You're a fast learner, Daphne acknowledged, which Harry was beginning to understand was her version of high praise. Frustratingly fast, actually. It took me 6 months to optimize that wand path. I've had a lot of time to think about this stuff. Just never had anyone to teach me. Clearly. She tossed him a water bottle. Your defensive work needs even more help than your offensive. Your Protego is structurally unsound, it'll hold against D-rank spells, maybe low C, but anything above that will punch right through. I've been relying on dodging. Dodging is good. Dodging is essential. But there will come a time when you can't dodge, and when that happens, you need a shield that actually shields. She raised her wand. Cast Protego. I'm going to hit it. With what? A standard reductor. B-rank power. That'll blow through my shield. Yes. That's the point. I need to see how it fails so I can show you how to fix it. Harry cast Protego. The silver shield materialized in front of him, thin, wavering, translucent. Not terrible by D-rank standards, but against B-rank firepower. Daphne's reductor hit like a freight train. Harry's shield didn't just break, it shattered, the magical backlash knocking him off his feet and skidding across the arena floor on his back. He lay there for a moment, staring at the ceiling. Your problem, Daphne said, walking over and looking down at him with an expression that was either concern or amusement. With her, it was hard to tell, is that you're building your shield as a flat plane. A wall. Walls break. You need to build it as a dome, curved surfaces distribute force across a wider area. Same magical investment, 3 times the structural integrity. You could have told me that before you blew it apart. Where's the educational value in that? The corner of her mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Get up. Again. Harry got up. Again. Their training sessions became a fixture. Tuesday and Thursday evenings, Saturday nights. 3 times a week, in the hidden arena beneath Greengrass Manor, Harry learned what it meant to actually fight like a wizard. Daphne was merciless, meticulous, and, beneath the ice, unexpectedly patient. She never got frustrated when Harry failed a technique. She just analyzed the failure, identified the root cause, and devised a new approach. She treated combat magic like engineering, and Harry was her project. And Harry was a very rewarding project. His improvement rate stunned her. She tried to hide it. Greengrass composure was a formidable thing, but Harry caught the moments. The slightly widened eyes when he mastered a shield technique in 2 days that should have taken 2 weeks. The pause before speaking when he demonstrated a spell combination she hadn't taught him, improvised from principles she had. The way she'd sometimes stop mid-instruction and just watch him practice, her expression shifting from analytical to something softer, more wondering. "You shouldn't be able to do this," she said one Thursday night, after Harry had successfully cast a B-rank grade Protego that deflected her reductor clean. His shield was curved now, dome-shaped, layered, structurally sound. 2 weeks of training. It's not just talent. Talent doesn't explain this speed of acquisition. It's like your magic is, waking up. Getting stronger in real time. Maybe it is, Harry said carefully. She looked at him. "You're still not telling me everything." "I'm not. Will you?" "Eventually. When I understand it better myself." She nodded. Accepted it. That was another thing Harry was learning about Daphne. She respected boundaries. Her own were ironclad, and she extended the same courtesy to others. She wouldn't push him to reveal more than he was ready to share. But she pushed him in every other way. "Your shadow step is a crutch," she said during their 3rd week. "You're over-relying on it. In a real fight against a smart opponent, they'll figure out your pattern. You always step away from danger, never into it. Predictable movement is dead movement. So what do I do? Step through the enemy. Use shadow step offensively, reappear inside their guard, not outside it. Force them to react to your presence instead of your absence." They drilled it. Harry practiced shadow stepping into close range, attacking, and shadow stepping out before the counterattack landed. It was terrifying at first, every instinct screamed to maintain distance, but Daphne was relentless. She dueled him at 60% power, just enough to hurt if he screwed up, and Harry learned fast because the alternative was catching a B-rank hex to the face. The first time he successfully executed the technique, shadow step in, stupefy to the body, shadow step out before Daphne's countercurse arrived, she actually smiled. A real smile, small and brief, but unmistakable. "There," she said. "That's what you should have been doing from the start." Harry grinned. He was breathing hard, sweating, his muscles singing with the residual buzz of reinforcement. Did Daphne Greengrass just smile at me? The smile vanished, replaced by the standard Greengrass glare. Don't be ridiculous. It was a facial spasm. A positive facial spasm. I will hex you. You already have. 12 times tonight. I'll make it 13. But the ice had cracked a little more, and they both knew it. The shift happened gradually. It started with the small things. Daphne bringing 2 cups of tea to sessions instead of 1, the house elves made extra. Don't read into it. Harry staying after training to help her work on a technique she was developing, a new ice spell that was giving her trouble. Conversations that drifted from combat theory to other things. Books. Politics. The absurdity of the ranking system. Shared irritations. Shared silences that felt comfortable instead of empty. Harry learned things about Daphne that the bureau files didn't contain. She read Muggle novels, secretly, because her pure-blood family would have opinions. She had a younger sister, Astoria, who was apparently the warm Greengrass and made up for Daphne's deficit in emotional accessibility. She'd wanted to be a cursebreaker, not a field operative, but the Bureau had slotted her into combat duty because her ranking profile fit and nobody had asked what she preferred. They see the B rank and the ice magic and they build a box, she said one evening, sitting on the arena floor after a particularly brutal sparring session. They were both exhausted. Daphne had pushed Harry to his limit, and he'd pushed back hard enough to surprise her. Cold. Efficient. Weapon. Put her in the field, point her at the monsters, don't bother asking if she has an opinion about it. But you do have opinions. I have many opinions. None of which the Bureau is interested in. She pulled her hair out of its ponytail, and it fell around her shoulders in a dark curtain. It was the most unguarded Harry had ever seen her. I want to study ancient ward structures. The defensive magic of the pre-statute civilizations, the ones that built the great magical barriers that still protect entire countries. That's where real power lies. Not in combat ratings. In protection. You want to protect people. She shot him a sharp look. Don't make it sound sentimental. I'm not. I think it's the most interesting thing you've told me. Silence. Daphne looked at her hands. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter. Most people hear Greengrass and Slytherin and assume I'm all about power and prestige. The family name. The political connections. I don't assume things about people based on their labels, Harry said. I've been on the receiving end of that too many times. She looked at him. The storm-gray eyes were unshielded for once, no ice, no armor, just Daphne. I know. That's why she stopped. Shook her head. We should call it a night. Daphne. She paused. He'd never used her first name before. It hung in the air between them, unexpected, waited. Thank you, Harry said. For the training. For keeping my secret. For this. This? Treating me like a person. Not a rank. Something crossed her face, emotion, quick and uncontrolled, there and gone before Harry could fully identify it. She stood, brushed off her training clothes, and reassembled her composure like someone putting on armor one piece at a time. Same time Thursday, Potter. Harry. She paused at the stairs. Didn't turn around. Same time Thursday, Harry. She climbed the stairs and was gone. Harry sat in the empty arena, feeling the warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the system, and thought, I am in so much trouble. 5 weeks post-awakening. Harry's stats had crossed a threshold. Player stats, Harry James Potter, level, 29 strength, 16 agility, 24 endurance, 18 intelligence, 20 magic power, 9, sealed, true value. Perception, 19, seal status, 88.4% sealed, unsealed capacity, 11.6%, equivalent approximate rank, C-, C-. He'd crossed from D+ into C territory. His magical output now matched the average working wizard, the rank that most people live their entire careers at. And nobody knew. The stealth skill kept his public rank at E. The Bureau's sensors, the floating letter above his head, the magical signature readers at ministry checkpoints, all of them still registered Harry James Potter as the lowest number in the room. But behind the mask, the growth continued. His spells had teeth now. A stupefy from Harry, with Daphne's refined form and his increasing magical power, could drop a C-rank wizard cold. His Protego could tank B-rank offensive magic without cracking. His shadow step was smooth and instinctive, integrated into his combat flow like breathing. And the system kept unlocking new things. Skill unlocked, mana reinforcement, intermediate, physical stats boosted by 50% during activation. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill unlocked, spell chain, basic, cast 2 spells in rapid succession with no recovery time between casts. Skill unlocked, shadow clone, basic, create a semi-solid magical duplicate. Duration, 30 seconds. Clone has 20% of caster's combat capability. Shadow Clone. Harry tested it in a micro-dungeon beneath Vauxhall, and the experience was surreal, watching a translucent, slightly luminous copy of himself engage a ghoul while the real Harry flanked from behind. The clone was fragile, one solid hit dissolved it, but as a distraction tool, it was phenomenal. His skill set was becoming genuinely dangerous. Not in raw power terms, he was still working with barely 12% of his sealed capacity, and his magic power stat was a fraction of what a true C-ranker would have. But the combination of skills made him something the ranking system didn't have a category for. A wizard who could teleport, create duplicates, sense magic at 50 meters, enhance his body, chain spells, and fight with trained precision wasn't just strong, he was versatile. Unpredictable. Difficult to counter. Daphne noticed. During their sparring sessions, she'd started having to work harder. Not because Harry was matching her B-rank magical output, he wasn't close, but because his tactical approach forced her to adapt constantly. "You're getting annoying to fight," she told him after a session where Harry had landed 3 clean hits through a combination of shadow clone distraction and shadow step repositioning. "Most opponents fight in a pattern. You fight in controlled chaos. Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation. Compliments are for people who've earned them. I just hit you 3 times in 60 seconds. It's a qualified compliment." And then the dungeon started breaking. It began on a Tuesday. Harry was at the bureau, filing post-clearance reports, the most E-rank activity imaginable, when the alarms went off. Not the standard alert, the building-wide emergency klaxon that Harry had only heard once before, during a drill. Every light in the bureau turned red. Every floating rank display switched from leaderboard mode to emergency protocol. And Marcus Whitfield, for the first time in Harry's memory, looked genuinely scared. "Dungeon break," Marcus said, his red face now white. Class 2. Wandsworth. A dungeon break was exactly what it sounded like, a dungeon manifestation that had expanded beyond its boundaries, spilling monsters into the real world. It was the scenario every bureau protocol was designed to prevent, and it happened roughly once a year, usually in remote areas where the damage was contained. Wandsworth was not a remote area. Wandsworth was a densely populated London borough with 300,000 Muggle residents. The bureau scrambled. B-rank and A-rank teams deployed within minutes, port-keying to the site. C-rank support squads followed. Even the administrative staff were pressed into emergency roles, communications, logistics, Muggle containment. And the mop squad? "Stay here," Marcus ordered. "You'll be needed for cleanup after." After. Always after. Harry sat at his card table, listening to the emergency communications channel that someone had accidentally left open. Voices, tense, professional, scared, crackled through the speaker. "Multiple hostiles, at least 30, Class 2 creatures, Ashwinders, Berklings, 2 confirmed trolls, breach perimeter is 200 meters and expanding, Muggle casualties reported, Obliviation teams are overwhelmed, requesting A-rank support, repeat, requesting A-rank." Harry's hands were flat on the table. His jaw was clenched so tight his teeth ached. People were getting hurt. People were dying. And he was sitting in a chair in a basement office because his public rank said he was useless. He could help. He knew he could help. His actual combat capability was C-rank minimum, with skill applications that could challenge B-rank threats. He'd cleared tougher dungeons solo. He could shadow step into the hot zone, engage targets, extract civilians, and blow his cover completely. The ranking system's magical sensors were deployed at every emergency site. Standard protocol. If Harry fought at his actual capacity, every monitoring ward in the area would register an E-rank wizard outputting C-rank magic, and the resulting investigation would be comprehensive. He stayed in his chair. The break was contained in 3 hours. The Bureau's A-rank team sealed the dungeon, the B-rankers mopped up the escaped creatures, and the Obliviation squads went to work on the Muggle witnesses. 12 Muggles injured. 2 Bureau operatives in St. Mungo's. 1 dead, a C-rank wizard named Patterson who'd gotten between a troll and a school. Harry read the casualty report in the break room that evening, alone, and felt something cold and sharp settle in his gut. Patterson. C-rank. 26 years old. Married. Died protecting children from a monster. Harry could have been there. Could have helped. Maybe could have made the difference. But he'd stayed in his chair because the system said he was E-rank, and going against the system meant exposure, and exposure meant, what? Discomfort. Questions. Career complications. A man was dead. The cold, sharp thing in Harry's gut crystallized into something harder. Something permanent. He couldn't keep hiding. The next development came the following Saturday. Harry was training with Daphne. They'd graduated from basic dueling to scenario exercises, simulating multi-enemy engagements with enchanted training dummies. Harry was mid-drill when the system notification appeared, unprompted: alert, dungeon instability detected, location, Greater London metropolitan area, number of unstable manifestations, 7, estimated time to cascade failure, 4 to 6 weeks, cause, unknown external influence. Magical signature analysis suggests deliberate destabilization. Harry stopped mid-spell. The notification floated in his vision, blue-white text that Daphne couldn't see. Harry. She'd noticed his pause. What is it? Deliberate destabilization. Someone was causing the dungeon breaks. Not natural magical buildup, not random manifestation, deliberate, intentional interference. Someone was poking the fabric of reality with a stick, and the dungeons were responding by tearing themselves open. 7 unstable dungeons in London. The Wandsworth break had been one, and it had killed a man and injured 14 people. If 7 went at once, or even in rapid succession, the damage would be catastrophic. The Bureau didn't have enough personnel to handle simultaneous multi-site breaks. The magical infrastructure of Britain could collapse. Harry. Daphne's voice was sharp now. She'd crossed the arena to stand in front of him, her hand on his arm. Talk to me. What just happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. He met her eyes. Storm gray, worried, fierce. He made a decision. Sit down, he said. I need to tell you some things. They sat on the arena floor, side by side, backs against the wall. And Harry told her about the system. Not everything. Not the seal, that was too personal, too raw, too connected to questions about Dumbledore that he hadn't answered yet. But the system itself, the interface, the stats, the quests, the progression mechanics. The fact that he could see things nobody else could see, track his own improvement in real time, and access skills that the ranking system didn't account for. Daphne listened in silence. Her face went through a journey, skepticism, confusion, fascination, and finally a stillness that Harry recognized as her processing mode. The equivalent of a computer's loading screen, except the computer in question could freeze your blood. Show me, she said. Harry opened his stat display. He couldn't project it, the system was internal, visible only to him, but he read it aloud, number by number, skill by skill. Daphne's eyes widened incrementally with each data point. C- equivalent, she repeated. In 5 weeks. 5 weeks and 3 days. From E rank. From whatever my actual starting point was. The system says my magic was always there, it's sealed. Has been since I was a baby. What the ranking assessment measures is what's accessible, and most of mine isn't. She processed this. Who sealed it? I don't know. The system says it was applied externally when I was 1 year old. That's, right around when. Yeah. When Voldemort attacked. When my parents died. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands weren't. When Dumbledore took me to the Dursleys. Daphne's intake of breath was sharp. You think Dumbledore, I think it's possible. I think it's a question I need to answer eventually. But not yet. He looked at her. The more immediate problem is the dungeons. He told her about the alert. 7 unstable manifestations. Deliberate destabilization. The cascade timeline. Someone is sabotaging the dungeons, Daphne said. Her voice had gone cold, not the personal cold, the professional cold. The B-rank field operative cold. Deliberately destabilizing them. Creating breaks. That's what the system says. The Wandsworth break. That wasn't natural. Potentially not. I can't confirm it, the system flagged 7 current instabilities, and I don't know if Wandsworth was caused by the same thing. But the timing is suspicious. If someone is engineering dungeon breaks in London. Daphne trailed off. She didn't need to finish the sentence. They both understood the implications. Dungeon breaks in populated areas meant mass casualties, massive statute of secrecy violations, and the kind of chaos that governments didn't survive. The kind of chaos that someone might want. I need to investigate, Harry said. The unstable dungeons, I need to get to them, assess them, figure out what's causing the destabilization. You can't do that alone. I've been doing everything alone. And now you have a partner. Daphne's voice was firm. Non-negotiable. You told me about the system because you trust me. Trust me enough to let me help. Harry looked at her. The arena was quiet around them, the floating candles casting warm light on her sharp features. Her hand was still on his arm from earlier, he didn't think she'd noticed, and he wasn't about to point it out. Okay, he said. Partners. We need a plan. I have access to bureau deployment schedules, I can find out which dungeons are being monitored and which aren't. If the unstable ones are unregistered, we can investigate without alerting the bureau. And if they are registered? Then we'll need to be creative. The ghost of a smile. I'm a Slytherin. Creative is what we do. Harry smiled back. It was the first time they'd smiled at each other simultaneously, and the moment hung between them like a held breath. Thursday night, Daphne said, standing and brushing off her clothes. We start mapping the unstable dungeons. I'll pull the bureau data. You use your system to identify locations. Thursday night. She headed for the stairs. Paused. Turned back. Harry. Yeah. The man who died. Patterson. In the Wandsworth break. She hesitated. You've been carrying that, haven't you? Thinking you could have helped. He didn't answer. Didn't need to. You couldn't have, she said softly. Not without destroying everything you're building. But you won't have to make that choice again. Not alone. She climbed the stairs and was gone. Harry sat in the empty arena for a long time, feeling the pulse in his chest, steady, strong, synced with the system's quiet hum, and thinking about dungeons, and secrets, and the way Daphne's hand had felt on his arm. Warm. She'd felt warm. He hadn't expected that from the Ice Queen of Slytherin. Thursday night came fast. Harry spent the intervening days grinding, harder than before, pushing into Class 2 micro-dungeons that tested his limits. A nest of acromantula juveniles in Bromley that required him to use Shadow Clone and Shadow Step in tandem to avoid being webbed and eaten. A rogue irrumpant, baby, thankfully, or he'd have been a smear, in a magical pocket beneath Tower Bridge that took everything he had to contain. Each fight pushed his stats higher. Each quest completed cracked the seal a little wider. Level, 31, seal status, 86.9% sealed, unsealed capacity, 13.1%, equivalent approximate rank, C, solidly C rank now. His magic power stat had climbed to 11, still below average for a true C ranker, who'd typically sit around 25 to 30, but his skill roster more than compensated. And Daphne's training had transformed his spell work from functional to formidable. Thursday night. Greengrass Manor. Daphne had spread a map of London across the arena floor, marked with bureau dungeon registrations and overlaid with Harry's mana sense data. 7 unstable sites, she said, pointing. 3 are registered bureau dungeons, Hackney, Islington, and Canary Wharf. The bureau has monitoring wards on all 3, but they haven't flagged any instability. Which means either the instability is too subtle for standard detection, or the monitoring wards have been compromised, Harry finished. Exactly. Her expression was grim. The other 4 are unregistered. Battersea, Lambeth, Camden, and Stratford. Your system detected them, the Bureau's grid didn't. The Bureau's grid isn't as sensitive as mana sense. It's designed to catch major manifestations, not subtle destabilization. Or it's been deliberately calibrated to miss them. Daphne straightened. Someone with access to the Bureau's detection grid could adjust the sensitivity thresholds to overlook specific signatures. It would take a high-ranking official, B-rank minimum, with technical clearance. An inside job. Possibly. She folded her arms. We start with the unregistered sites. Less risk of detection, and if they've been deliberately hidden from the Bureau, they might hold more clues about who's behind this. They went to Battersea first. The site was beneath Battersea Power Station, the iconic London landmark, currently under massive redevelopment. The magical manifestation was tucked into the old coal storage tunnels, deep underground, accessible through a forgotten maintenance shaft that Harry's mana sense guided them to. Daphne's first real-world experience with Harry's abilities was an education. She watched him navigate the dark tunnels by magical perception alone, identifying threats and structural weaknesses before they became visible. She watched him shadow step through a collapsed section of tunnel that would have required 10 minutes of clearing work to traverse normally. She watched him detect the dungeon boundary, the point where normal space transitioned into magical manifestation, with a precision that her own considerable mana sense couldn't match. That's remarkable, she murmured, standing at the dungeon boundary. The air ahead shimmered faintly, the telltale sign of a dimensional fold. You can see the exact edge. I can feel it. Like a change in air pressure, but magical. Harry pressed his hand against the boundary. The system's display updated, dungeon detected, Battersea submanifestation, classification, class 2, unregistered, status, unstable, estimated 18 days to breach, anomaly detected, external magical interference. Signature analysis in progress, signature analysis complete, interference type, dark magic, class, high, signature match, 73.2% correlation with known entity, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry's blood went cold. Harry. Daphne's voice, sharp. She'd seen his expression change. What is it? What does the system say? The dungeon's being destabilized by dark magic, Harry said. His voice sounded far away to his own ears. High-class dark magic. And the magical signature matches, he swallowed. Matches Voldemort. The name landed like a stone in still water. Daphne didn't flinch, Slytherins didn't flinch, but her hand tightened on her wand. Voldemort is dead, she said. He's been dead since he attacked my family. Yeah. Supposedly. Harry stared at the dungeon boundary. But, dead in the wizarding world doesn't always mean what it does for muggles, does it? Dumbledore survived things that should have killed any normal wizard. The Deathly Hallows. The Philosopher's Stone. There are ways to cheat death if you're powerful enough and desperate enough. And Voldemort was both. Daphne's jaw set. If he's back, if he's behind the dungeon destabilizations, then this isn't just a security threat. This is an existential crisis. We need more data. We need to check the other 6 sites, confirm they all carry the same signature. And then? Harry looked at her. Then we figure out what to do about it. They checked 3 more sites that night. Camden, Lambeth, Stratford. All showed the same pattern: external dark magical interference, unstable dungeon boundaries, and that same 73% signature correlation. Voldemort. Or something using his magic. Or something connected to him. The ghost that should have stayed buried was reaching out from whatever dark place it inhabited, and it was breaking the world open. They sat in the arena afterward. 3 a.m. Both exhausted. The map between them now covered in red marks, 7 sites, 7 ticking time bombs. "We can't handle this alone," Daphne said quietly. "I know. The Bureau needs to be informed. The Bureau might be compromised. You said it yourself, someone with high-level access could be manipulating the detection grid." "Dumbledore, then." Harry was silent for a long moment. Dumbledore. The man who might have sealed his magic. The S-rank wizard who sat atop the ranking hierarchy and played chess with people's lives. "Maybe," he said. "But not yet. I need to be stronger first." "Why?" "Because if Dumbledore is involved, if he sealed my magic, if he knows something about why Voldemort is returning, then I need to be strong enough that whatever answer he gives me, he can't just make it go away." S-rank wizards can do things to people's memories, their magic, their perception of reality. If I go to him as an E-rank, or even a C-rank, I'm powerless. I need enough strength that he has to treat me as an equal. Daphne considered this. "That's paranoid." "Is it?" "No. It's practical. And it makes me like you more." She caught herself. The faintest color rose in her pale cheeks. "Strategically speaking." "Strategically speaking," Harry repeated, unable to suppress a smile. "Shut up, Potter." "Harry." "Shut up, Harry." But she was almost smiling. And in the candlelight, at 3 a.m., in the basement of her family home, surrounded by maps and threats and impossible revelations, Daphne Greengrass let the ice drop for just a moment. Her hand found his on the stone floor between them. Not grabbing. Just resting. Fingers barely touching. An intersection of warmth. Harry didn't move. Didn't breathe. The pulse in his chest, the system, his sealed magic, whatever it was, beat in time with something larger. Something that no stat sheet measured, no ranking quantified, no system could contain. "We'll figure this out," Daphne said. She was looking at the map, not at him. But her fingers curled slightly, hooking around his. "Yeah," Harry said. "We will." They stayed like that for a while. 2 people sitting in the dark, hands barely touching, carrying a secret that could change the world. Above Harry's head, invisible and irrelevant, the letter E glowed its dull, persistent glow. Below it, the man it claimed to define was already becoming something the system had no name for. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Rank That Doesn't Exist. 7 weeks after the system awakened, Harry Potter killed something that should have been impossible for him to kill, and the wizarding world got its first ghost story in decades. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The grinding didn't stop. If anything, it accelerated, fueled now by purpose instead of just hunger. Before the dungeon instability alert, Harry had been climbing for himself. For the private satisfaction of watching numbers tick upward, of proving to nobody but himself that the letter above his head was a lie. That was enough, for a while. Personal vindication is a hell of a motivator. But Patterson's name kept floating up in his mind. The C-rank wizard who died at Wandsworth. 26. Married. Died because the people who were supposed to protect the public couldn't get there fast enough, couldn't field enough bodies, couldn't plug the hole that someone, something, had torn in reality. And somewhere out there, 7 more holes were getting ready to rip open. Personal vindication wasn't enough anymore. Harry needed power. Real, functional, deployable power. Not someday. Not eventually. Now. So he pushed. The micro-dungeons were beneath him now, cleared too fast, yielding too little EXP. Harry moved up to full Class 2 manifestations, seeking out the biggest, nastiest unregistered dungeons his mana sense could find within Greater London. He fought creatures that should have been handled by B-rank teams. He fought them alone, at night, in spaces nobody knew existed, and he won, not cleanly, not easily, but he won. An Acromantula matriarch in the tunnels beneath Greenwich. The thing was the size of a transit van, with mandibles that could shear through dragon hide and a web network that turned its lair into a three-dimensional death trap. Harry spent 45 minutes navigating the web structure using Shadow Step, placing himself behind the creature again and again, landing spell after spell on the softer joints between its armored segments. When it finally went down, crashing through its own web, legs curling inward, he was bleeding from a dozen puncture wounds and his magical reserves were scraped to fumes. Acromantula matriarch defeated, EXP gained, 340, bonus, solo clear of B-rank equivalent threat, stat points, 4, a pack of lethofolds in an abandoned tube station near Morden. Lethofolds, shadow creatures that smothered their prey and were immune to most conventional magic. The Bureau classified them as A-rank threats. Harry classified them as the worst night of his life. Sovereign's domain was the only thing that saved him, 30 seconds of 10 times amplification that turned his Patronus attempt from a feeble silver mist into something that actually drove the creatures back. Not a full Patronus. Not the corporeal stag that the textbooks described for truly powerful casters. But a wave of protective energy that made the lethofolds recoil, shrieking in frequencies that Harry felt in his molars. He survived. Barely. The death penalty screen flickered at the edges of his vision twice, and his HP dipped to single digits before the last lethofold dissolved. 3 lethofolds defeated, EXP gained, 890, achievement unlocked, above your station, defeat a threat rated 2+ ranks above your current level, skill upgraded, mana sense, intermediate advanced, mana sense, advanced 100m detection range. Can identify magical signatures, threat classifications, and structural weaknesses in magical constructs. Advanced mana sense was a game changer. 100 meters of detection range meant Harry could scan entire city blocks from a rooftop. He could identify individual magical signatures, every wizard had one, as unique as a fingerprint, and track them through walls and underground. He could see the structural anatomy of spells, wards, and magical constructs, identifying weak points that normal analysis would miss. It also meant he could, for the first time, get a clear read on the seal binding his magic. He did it one night in his flat, sitting cross-legged on his sagging couch, mana sense turned fully inward. What he saw made his stomach drop. The seal was massive. Not just a barrier or a cap, it was an architecture. Layer upon layer of interlocking magical constructs, woven through his core like roots through soil. Some layers were ancient, old magic, deep magic, the kind of spellwork that predated modern wand technique by centuries. Other layers were more recent, more refined. And at the center of it all, anchoring the entire structure, was a signature he couldn't identify, powerful, alien, suffused with something that felt like sacrifice. Someone had poured an enormous amount of magic, possibly their life's magic, into building this seal. It wasn't malicious. Wasn't a weapon. It was a containment system, designed not to destroy his power but to hold it, regulate it, release it gradually. Like a dam controlling a river. The system's progressive unsealing wasn't breaking the seal. It was opening the dam's sluice gates, one at a time, letting more water through in controlled increments. If the seal had simply shattered, if all that power had released at once, Harry suspected the results would have been catastrophic. For him and possibly for everyone around him. Someone had built this with care. With precision. With love, maybe. His mother. The thought arrived like a gut punch. Lily Potter, who had died protecting him. Whose sacrifice had created a magical protection so powerful it destroyed Voldemort's physical form. What if that protection wasn't just a shield? What if it was a seal, a structure designed to contain whatever Harry was, whatever power he carried, until he was ready to handle it? It was a theory. Unconfirmed. But it fit the timeline, applied at 1 year, 3 months, right around the time of Voldemort's attack, and it fit the signature. Sacrifice magic. Love magic. The kind of spell work that no ranking system measured because no ranking system understood it. Harry sat with this knowledge for a long time. Then he went to bed, dreamed of green light and a woman's voice, and woke up at 4:30 to run. 8 weeks post-awakening. The numbers were moving fast now. Player stats: Harry James Potter, level, 38 strength, 22 agility, 31 endurance, 24 intelligence, 26 magic power, 17, sealed, true value. Perception, 27, seal status, 82.1% sealed, unsealed capacity, 17. 9%, equivalent approximate rank, C+, skills shadow step, advanced, 20m range, 8's cooldown, can chain 2 steps mana sense, advanced, 100m range, signature identification, structural analysis reinforcement, intermediate, 50% physical boost, 5-minute duration stealth, intermediate, significantly reduced magical signature, active camouflage in Shadow's Sovereign's domain, unique, 10x amplification, 30s, 24-hour cooldown quick cast, intermediate, 35% casting speed increased danger sense. Intermediate, 25m passive threat detection spell chain, basic, 2 spell rapid succession shadow clone, basic, 30s duration, 20% combat capability, new skills magical barrier, basic, projected ward barrier, blocks up to B-rank attacks thread detection, basic, passive ability to detect magical traps, hidden wards, and concealed enchantments within 15 MC+. Pushing B-. In 2 months, Harry had gone from the lowest-ranked wizard in modern history to someone who could hold his own against Bureau field operatives. And still nobody knew. The E above his head burned its dull, apologetic glow, and the world looked right through him. Daphne's training sessions had evolved. They weren't just drilling form anymore, they were running full combat simulations. Daphne would set the arena's training dummies to various configurations, simulating multi-enemy encounters, boss fights, ambush scenarios, and Harry would engage while Daphne observed, analyzed, and adjusted. She'd also started something new, teaching him her ice magic. It won't be your primary element, she said, demonstrating a glacious variant that created razor-thin ice shards instead of a solid freeze. The shards embedded themselves in the training dummy with a sound like breaking glass. Elemental affinity is partly innate, and yours isn't ice. But the principles, energy manipulation, molecular control, environmental shaping, transfer to any magical discipline. She was right. Harry's glacius was a pale imitation of hers, where Daphne created surgical ice with the precision of a diamond cutter, Harry produced rough, chunky frost that was more blunt instrument than elegant weapon. But the underlying technique, learning to shape magical energy into physical phenomena with fine control, improved everything else he did. His stupefy got tighter. His protego got more responsive. His environmental magic, collapsing ceilings, creating barriers, manipulating terrain, became dramatically more sophisticated. "You're not an E rank," Daphne said one night, watching Harry construct a layered ward barrier that absorbed her test reductor without cracking. "You're not even a C rank. What I'm looking at right now is," she paused. "Recalculated. B- combat effectiveness with C+ raw power. The skill differential is making up the gap." Sounds about right. It shouldn't be possible. The ranking system exists because magical ability correlates with combat effectiveness at a roughly 1-to-1 ratio. A C-rank wizard fights like a C-rank wizard, with C-rank results. What you're doing, fighting 2 full ranks above your power level, breaks the model. The model was broken the day it decided I was E-rank. Yes. But now it's broken in the other direction, and that's considerably more interesting. She studied him across the arena. They were both sweating, the sessions had become genuinely demanding for both of them, which was significant given that Daphne was a high B-rank combat specialist. How long until you reach B-rank equivalent? Actual magical power, not just combat effectiveness. Harry checked his internal numbers. The seal was at 82.1%. Each percentage point of unsealing corresponded to roughly 1 stat point in magic power. To reach B-rank equivalent, around magic power 30 to 35, he'd need to unseal another 15 to 20 percentage points. At current rate, 6 to 8 weeks. That's... Daphne shook her head. That's absurd. You know that's absurd, right? People spend decades trying to move from one rank to the next. The gap between B and A is supposed to be a lifetime of work. I'm not climbing a ladder. I'm unlocking what was already there. Which makes it even more absurd. She was quiet for a moment. When you reach B rank, what then? I keep going. Toward what? Harry hesitated. He hadn't told her about the hidden quest, the one the system had revealed in the Awakening dungeon. Reach national level. Reward? It felt too big. Too impossible. Too much like hubris to say out loud. Toward whatever's enough to handle what's coming, he said instead. Daphne accepted this. She was good at accepting partial answers, another Slytherin skill, knowing when to push and when to let the information come to you. They ran another drill. Then another. At midnight, they stopped, and Daphne produced a thermos of tea from somewhere. She'd started bringing refreshments to their sessions without comment, a quiet domesticity that she'd deny if confronted. They sat on the arena floor. Their usual spot. Backs against the wall, shoulders almost touching. I checked the bureau deployment logs, Daphne said, between sips. There's been a 20% increase in dungeon activity across Britain in the last 2 months. Not just London, Manchester, Edinburgh, Cardiff, everywhere. The bureau is stretched. They've called in reserve operatives and activated emergency protocols for 3 regions. And nobody's connecting it to a pattern. The bureau sees individual incidents. An uptick here, a break there. They don't have your system's perspective, the ability to see all 7 London sites simultaneously and identify a common signature. She paused. I tried to flag it. Subtly. Suggested in a mission briefing that we should investigate potential coordinated dungeon destabilization. What happened? My section chief told me to focus on my assigned operations and leave strategic analysis to the analysts. Direct quote. The bitterness in her voice was controlled but real. B-rank combat operative. My job is to fight, not think. The ranking system doesn't just sort you by power, it sorts you by role. And my role is weapon. You're more than a weapon. She looked at him. The candlelight caught the silver in her eyes. So are you. The moment stretched. Harry was very aware of the space between their shoulders, 2 inches, maybe 3. Close enough to feel her warmth. The 3rd cross-rank session is this Saturday, Daphne said, looking away first. Last controlled exercise before the final practical. Any thoughts? Yeah. I want to actually fight this time. Her eyebrow rose. Publicly? In front of monitoring wards? Not at full capacity. But more than I've been showing. Enough to get noticed. Why? Because the bureau is stretched, and if the dungeon crisis escalates, they'll need every capable body they can field. Right now, they think I'm useless. If I demonstrate even moderate competence, D-rank level, nothing suspicious, it might be enough to get me reassigned from the mop squad to a support role where I can actually help. Daphne considered this. It's a risk. Any improvement from E-rank baseline will attract attention. Some attention is unavoidable. The question is how much and what kind. Harry met her eyes. I'm done sitting in a chair while people die. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then nodded. D-rank demonstration. Nothing above that. And if anyone asks questions, you've been studying Bureau combat manuals in your spare time. Understood? Understood. And Harry? Yeah. If you get yourself investigated by the Bureau, I will personally make your life very unpleasant. More unpleasant than B-rank reductors to the face during training. Considerably. Noted. Saturday's exercise went exactly as planned, and also nothing like it. The third session introduced a new element, paired combat. Instead of one operative clearing while the other watched, both team members had to engage simultaneously. The training dungeon was reconfigured with threats that required coordinated response, constructs attacking from multiple angles, environmental hazards that needed two people to navigate. Harry fought. Not at C+. Not even at D+. He dialed it back to a clean D-rank performance, spell work that was competent but unremarkable, reflexes that were good but explainable, shield work that was solid but not spectacular. Enough to contribute. Not enough to raise alarms. Daphne played her part perfectly, adjusting her own output to create openings for Harry, making his contributions look natural rather than anomalous. They moved together with a synchronization that 3 weeks of intense private training had built, anticipating each other's positions, covering each other's blind spots, communicating through glances and gestures rather than words. It worked. The exercise coordinators noted Harry's improved performance in the debrief. The phrases notable progress and exceeding expectations for rank appeared in the evaluation. His section chief, Marcus Whitfield, who had come to observe, looked like he'd swallowed a live toad. How? Marcus demanded afterward, cornering Harry in the changing room. How did you do that? You're E-rank. I've been studying, Harry said mildly. Bureau combat manuals. There's a lot of useful information in them. You can't learn your way out of E-rank, Potter. That's not how magic works. I didn't learn my way out of E-rank. I'm still E-rank. I just learned to use what I have more efficiently. Marcus stared at him. His mouth opened and closed several times, working through responses that all led to the same conclusion: Harry had performed competently, within documented parameters for motivated E-rank improvement, and there was nothing procedurally wrong with that. Fine, Marcus said finally, his face returning to its default shade of disgruntled red. If you want to pretend you're useful, be my guest. But don't think this changes anything. Harry didn't respond. He didn't need to. But as he left the facility, he caught Daphne's eye across the courtyard. She gave him the smallest nod, invisible to anyone not looking for it, and something warm settled in his chest. One step closer to the light. 9 weeks post-awakening. Harry was running the rooftops of South London at 2 a.m., mana sense extended to its full 100-meter radius, scanning for the unstable dungeon signatures he'd been tracking. The rooftop running was new. He'd discovered that reinforcement, intermediate, combined with his agility stat of 31, let him move across urban terrain in ways that would have given a parkour athlete a stroke. He could jump 12-foot gaps, land silently on pitched roofs, scale walls using shadow step to bypass the tricky sections. The stealth skill kept his magical signature suppressed, and the November darkness provided all the shadow he needed. It was, Harry had to admit, incredibly fun. After 17 years of being the slowest, weakest, most limited person in every room, the sheer physical freedom of running across London like a particularly magical cat was intoxicating. Focus. He was here for a reason. The Battersea dungeon, the first one he and Daphne had investigated, had deteriorated further. His mana sense, now advanced enough to read structural integrity, put it at 12 days to breach. The dark magical signature was stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat, and the 73% correlation with Voldemort's magic had climbed to 78%. Someone, or something, was actively feeding energy into the destabilization. Not from inside the dungeon. From outside. The magical interference was coming through channels, ley lines, Harry realized. Ancient conduits of magical energy that crisscrossed Britain like an invisible nervous system. Someone was using the ley line network to pump dark magic into the dungeon boundaries, weakening them from the outside. Which meant the source could be anywhere. The ley line stretched for hundreds of miles, connecting dungeon sites to each other and to major magical nexuses across the country. Harry marked the ley line connections on his mental map. Cross-referenced them with the 7 unstable sites. Found a pattern. All 7 ley lines converged on a single point. Little Hangleton. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Little Hangleton, the village where the Riddle family had lived. Where Tom Riddle's father had been murdered. Where, according to fragmentary historical records that Harry had accessed through the Bureau's archive, benefits of being the invisible guy who filed reports nobody read, you got to read reports nobody guarded, Voldemort had committed his first acts of magical atrocity. The convergence point was the Riddle House. Or rather, the magical nexus beneath it, a natural ley line junction that had existed for millennia, long before any Riddle set foot in the area. Someone was using Riddle House as a transmission hub, pumping dark magic through the ley lines into 7 London dungeons simultaneously. Harry. The voice came from behind him. On the rooftop. At 2 a.m. Harry spun, wand raised, shadow step primed, and stopped. Albus Dumbledore stood at the edge of the roof, his silver hair and beard catching moonlight. His S-rank glowed above his head with the intensity of a small sun, golden, brilliant, impossible to ignore. He wore robes of deep purple, and his blue eyes, usually twinkling, in Harry's limited experience, were grave. "Good evening," Dumbledore said pleasantly, as if encountering students on rooftops at 2 a.m. was entirely normal. Which, given Dumbledore's history, it probably was. Harry's heart was hammering. His wand stayed raised. Every instinct, system-enhanced and otherwise, was screaming at different volumes. Danger sense was quiet, which meant Dumbledore wasn't an immediate threat. But the old wizard's magical signature, visible to Harry's advanced mana sense, was overwhelming. An ocean of power contained in a human form. S-rank didn't begin to describe it. Professor Dumbledore. I do appreciate the formality, though I haven't been your professor for some time. Dumbledore took a step forward. Harry took a step back. The old wizard noted this, and something like sadness flickered across his ancient face. You're afraid of me. I'm cautious of everyone right now. A wise policy, given the circumstances. Dumbledore's eyes moved to the space above Harry's head, where the E-rank letter glowed its usual dim glow. Then his gaze shifted, focusing on something Harry couldn't see. Or rather, something Harry could see perfectly well with mana sense, but that should have been invisible to external observation. Dumbledore was looking at his magical signature. Reading it like a book. Remarkable, the old wizard murmured. You've progressed considerably since the warehouse. The warehouse. He knew about the warehouse. About the awakening dungeon. About all of it, or at least enough of it to find Harry here, on this specific rooftop, at this specific time. How long have you been watching me? Harry asked. His voice was steady. His hands were not. Since the day you touched the runes in Surrey and fell through a portal that had been sealed for 800 years. Dumbledore's tone was conversational, almost light. But his eyes were anything but. I felt the activation from Hogwarts. The magical disturbance was significant. I arrived at the warehouse within the hour, examined the site, and found traces of your magical signature interacting with something very old and very powerful. And you didn't do anything. Didn't try to help me. I was trapped in that dungeon for 5 hours. I was aware. I monitored the dungeon's boundary from the surface. Had you been in genuine mortal peril, irreversible mortal peril, I would have intervened. A pause. But the dungeon was an awakening chamber. One of the last surviving pre-Merlin magical constructs. It was designed to test potential. To activate something dormant. Something dormant, Harry repeated. Like a sealed magical core. The silence that followed was heavy. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted, a calculation, a reassessment. You know about the seal, he said. Not a question. The system told me. Sealed at age 1 year, 3 months. External application. 98% of my magical capacity suppressed. Harry's voice had gone hard. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The moonlight cast his shadow long across the rooftop. When he spoke, his voice was quiet. Your mother. Harry had suspected this. Had theorized it. But hearing it confirmed, hearing it said aloud in Dumbledore's careful, measured voice, was a different thing entirely. His chest contracted. The pulse behind his sternum throbbed. The night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore continued, Lily Potter performed a piece of magic that has no modern equivalent. It was sacrifice magic, ancient, primal, rooted in love and maternal protection. The history of magic contains fewer than a dozen documented instances, and none as powerful as what your mother achieved. He paused. Gathered himself. Even Dumbledore, it seemed, found this story difficult. The killing curse should have ended you. Instead, it struck your mother's protection and rebounded. Voldemort was destroyed, his physical form, at least. But the protection didn't stop there. It continued. It sensed the magical potential within you, vast, Harry, truly vast, beyond anything I had measured in a child, and it made a decision. A decision? Sacrifice magic is not a spell in the conventional sense. It is alive. It acts with intent, guided by the caster's deepest desire. Your mother's deepest desire was to protect you. Not just from Voldemort, from everything. Including yourself. Harry blinked. From myself? The magical power you carry is extraordinary. At full manifestation, it would have been impossible for a child to contain. The energy would have torn you apart, destroyed your body, your mind, possibly your very soul. Your mother's protection recognized this. So it sealed the majority of your power away, creating a containment structure designed to regulate release over time. Over time. You mean as I grew up? Yes. The seal was designed to degrade naturally as your body and mind matured. By the time you reached adulthood, 21, perhaps 25, the seal would have thinned enough for your full power to emerge safely. Dumbledore paused. But the seal was disrupted. By what? By the ranking assessment. The sadness in Dumbledore's voice deepened. The Ministry's evaluation process interacts directly with a wizard's magical core. It measures, probes, quantifies. The assessment at age 11 hit your seal and, misread it. The seal appeared to the assessment as absence. Empty space where magic should have been. The result, E rank, was technically accurate for what the assessment could detect. But it was measuring the container, not the contents. Harry stared at him. You knew. You knew the assessment was wrong. You knew the seal was there. And you let it stand. I did. Why? Because the seal was still protecting you. Dumbledore's voice was firm now. Unapologetic. The ranking assessment disrupted its natural degradation timeline. Instead of a gradual release over years, the seal locked into a static state, stable but permanent. Without external intervention, it would never have opened on its own. So I was supposed to be E rank forever. You were supposed to be safe forever. The seal wasn't just containing your power, it was shielding you from detection. Voldemort's followers, the remnants of his network, anyone who might seek to exploit or destroy a wizard of your potential. They couldn't find what they couldn't sense. An E-rank orphan on the mop squad is invisible. And invisibility, in a world full of threats, is its own form of protection. Harry's jaw was tight enough to crack teeth. Protection. You call 17 years of being told I'm worthless protection? You call being the joke of the entire wizarding world, being spat on by people who can't light a fire without a wand, being told every single day that I am nothing, you call that protection? The words echoed off the rooftop. Somewhere in the distance, a car alarm went off. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. I made a choice, he said quietly. A choice between your happiness and your life. I chose your life. I would make the same choice again. A breath. But I am sorry, Harry. Truly. For the cost. Harry stood in the moonlight, 17 years of pain and confusion and frustrated fury churning in his chest, and tried to find the right response. The mature response. The reasonable response. The seal is breaking, he said flatly. Something activated it in that dungeon. An awakening chamber, you said. 800 years old. Was that planned? Not by me. The awakening chambers are autonomous, they activate when they detect sealed potential in close proximity. The runes in the warehouse wall were a dormant anchor, connected to the chamber below. When you touched them, the chamber recognized your sealed power and initiated the unlocking protocol. The system. Yes. The system, if that is what you're calling it, is the chamber's interface. A construct designed by the pre-Merlin civilizations to guide the unsealing process. It provides structure, measurement, progression. It ensures the power is released gradually rather than catastrophically. So it's not a glitch. It's a feature. In a manner of speaking. Dumbledore stepped closer. Harry didn't step back this time. Harry, the system is doing what your mother's seal was originally designed to do, release your power in controlled increments. But the system has no loyalty. No agenda. It is a tool. And tools can be used by anyone who understands them. What do you mean? I mean that your awakening has not gone unnoticed. The awakening chamber's activation sent a pulse through the ley line network that was detectable by anyone with the knowledge to listen. Dumbledore's expression was grave. And there is someone listening. Voldemort. Dumbledore didn't flinch at the name. Nobody S-rank flinched at anything. Tom Riddle is not dead, Dumbledore confirmed. He has existed in a diminished state for 16 years, a wraith, a shadow, sustained by dark magic and sheer will. He lacks a physical form, but he retains his intelligence, his power, and his ambition. And he is working to return. The dungeon destabilizations. The ley line interference. That's him. His followers, acting on his instructions. The dungeon breaks are not random, they are a ritual. Each destabilized site corresponds to a specific node in a magical array that, when activated simultaneously, will generate enough chaotic energy to fuel Voldemort's resurrection. Harry felt the cold settle into his bones. 7 dungeons. 7 nodes. 7 Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, and the word dropped into the conversation like a stone into a bottomless well. You know the term. Soul fragments. Dark magic. Splitting the soul to achieve immortality. Voldemort created 7. Each is anchored to a ley line node. Each is powering one of the dungeon destabilizations. When the dungeons break, when all 7 breach simultaneously, the energy released will be channeled through the Horcruxes, through the ley lines, to the convergence point. Little Hangleton. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, the first genuine surprise Harry had seen on his face. You found the convergence point. Advanced mana sense. I traced the ley line connections. They all lead to the Riddle House. Then you are further along than I expected. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Harry, I came here tonight because the timeline is accelerating. My original estimate was 6 months before the dungeons reached critical instability. That estimate is now 8 weeks. Something is feeding the process, pumping more energy through the ley lines than the Horcruxes alone can account for. Someone is helping him. Someone within the Bureau. Someone with access to the detection grid, who has been masking the destabilization signatures and redirecting Bureau resources away from the affected sites. Daphne's theory. Confirmed. An inside job. Who? I have suspicions. No proof. The infiltration is sophisticated, professional-grade magical concealment, layered false identities, compartmentalized operations. Whoever it is, they are highly ranked and deeply embedded. Harry processed this. The Wizarding World's ranking system, the entire structure that had defined and confined his life, was being used as a weapon. The hierarchy that reduced people to letters was now hiding a conspiracy that could end the world. What do you need from me? Harry asked. The question surprised him. An hour ago, he'd been furious at Dumbledore. Still was, somewhere deep. But the old wizard had given him answers, real answers, painful and imperfect, and the threat was bigger than his anger. Time, Dumbledore said. I need time to identify the mole, locate the Horcruxes, and build a coalition capable of confronting Voldemort. And I need you to keep growing. The system is unlocking your power at an unprecedented rate. Don't stop. I wasn't planning to. No. I didn't think you were. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, faintly, sadly, but there. You have your mother's stubbornness. And your father's reckless courage. It is a formidable combination. One more thing. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. The seal on my magic. Can you remove it? All at once? I could attempt it. But the result would almost certainly kill you. The seal exists for a reason, your mother's love is not something to be carelessly dismantled. Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. Harry. The path you are on, the climbing, the grinding, as I believe your generation calls it, it is the right path. Earn your power. Let the seal open naturally. When the time comes, you will be ready. How do you know? Because I knew your mother. And she was never wrong about what her son could become. Dumbledore disapparated. The pop of displaced air was barely a whisper, S-rank apparition was practically silent. Harry stood alone on the rooftop, staring at the space where the old wizard had been. His hands had stopped shaking. He told Daphne everything. The next night, in the arena, sitting on the stone floor with tea growing cold between them. Everything. The seal. His mother. Dumbledore. Voldemort. The Horcruxes. The ley lines. The mole. All of it. Daphne listened without interruption, a feat of self-control that Harry was learning to appreciate. When he finished, the arena was silent. So your mother sealed your magic to protect you, she said slowly. Dumbledore maintained the seal to keep you hidden. And now a system built by a pre-Merlin civilization is undoing the seal because you accidentally triggered it in a dungeon. That's the summary, yeah. And Voldemort, who is not dead, just incorporeal, is using 7 soul fragments anchored to ley line nodes to destabilize London's dungeon network, channeling the resulting chaos energy through an ancient magical convergence point in Yorkshire to fuel his resurrection. Also accurate. And there's a mole inside the bureau helping him. Correct. Daphne was silent for a long moment. This is completely insane, she said. I know. This is the most insane thing I have ever heard, and I once watched Blaise Zabini try to fight a hippogriff because it looked at him wrong. Wait, what? Not important. What's important is, she pressed her hands together, fingertips touching her lips, a gesture Harry had learned meant she was constructing a strategic framework in real time. We need to find the Horcruxes. Dumbledore said he needs time, but 8 weeks isn't much time, and if the mole accelerates the schedule further. We might not have 8 weeks. Exactly. So we work in parallel. Dumbledore hunts the mole. We hunt the Horcruxes. The Horcruxes are anchored to ley line nodes. I can trace the connections with advanced mana sense, follow the lines from the London dungeons back toward their source. You'd have to get close to each unstable dungeon. Physically close. That's dangerous. The boundary instability means unpredictable magical effects, spontaneous creature manifestation, possible spatial distortions. I've been in worse. Harry. Her voice was sharp. You've been at this for 9 weeks. You're C+ equivalent. The threats we're talking about are B rank at minimum, possibly A. I know you fight above your stats, but there are limits. Then come with me. The words came out before Harry fully thought them through. But the moment they were spoken, he knew they were right. You're B rank, he continued. Top of B rank, by your own assessment. Together, we're equivalent to a mid-range A rank team. And we have advantages nobody else has, the system's mana sense, your bureau access, and the fact that nobody is watching us. We're invisible. Daphne looked at him. The storm-gray eyes were calculating, running scenarios, weighing risks and rewards with the precision of a chess grandmaster. If we do this, she said, we do it properly. Planned approaches, emergency extraction protocols, communication systems. No cowboy heroics. Agreed. And we report everything to Dumbledore. I don't trust the man. She held up a hand when Harry opened his mouth, and neither should you, completely. But if Voldemort is returning, we need every S-rank ally we can get. Agreed. And Harry? She leaned forward. If at any point the danger exceeds our combined capability, we pull out. Immediately. No hesitation. I am not dying in a dungeon because you wanted to prove something. I don't want to prove anything. I want to stop what's coming. Same thing, in your case. But her expression softened, slightly, barely, like winter easing a single degree. Okay. We do this. Together. Together. Their hands found each other again. Not accidentally this time. Deliberately. Fingers interlacing on the cold stone floor. Neither of them mentioned it. Neither of them pulled away. The investigation took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of rooftop runs and dungeon approaches and ley line tracing, punctuated by bureau day jobs and training sessions and the increasingly difficult act of pretending everything was normal. Harry and Daphne developed a system. She'd pull bureau data, deployment schedules, detection grid reports, personnel records, and analyze it for anomalies. He'd scan the unstable dungeons with mana sense, tracing the ley line connections and building a three-dimensional map of the magical network. They'd meet at the arena every evening, compare notes, argue about strategy, and plan the next move. It was the most productive and most exhausting period of Harry's life. His training didn't stop, he continued grinding dungeons on the nights when he wasn't investigating, pushing his stats higher, cracking the seal wider. The system responded to the increased intensity with accelerated progression, as if it sensed the urgency. Level 44, seal status, 76.3% sealed, unsealed capacity, 23.7%, equivalent approximate rank, B-, B-. In 11 weeks, Harry had gone from E rank to the threshold of B. His magic power stat was 24, still below the B rank average of 35 to 40, but the gap was closing. And his skill set continued to expand, skill unlocked, spell weaving, basic, combine 2 or more spells into a single composite effect. Requires intelligence 25+. Skill unlocked, aura suppression, intermediate, actively conceal your magical rank from detection. Cannot be penetrated by sensors below A rank. Aura suppression replaced stealth as his primary concealment tool. It was sophisticated enough to fool the Bureau's ranking sensors, even close-range scans would read him as E rank. Only A rank detection magic could pierce it, and A rankers were rare enough that Harry's daily exposure risk was minimal. The investigation yielded results. The ley line traces led Harry to 3 of the 7 Horcrux locations. Not the objects themselves, they were hidden, warded, buried deep, but the ley line nodes where they were anchored. Each node was a point where the Horcrux's dark magic interfaced with the ley line network, using the natural magical channels to transmit destabilizing energy to the London dungeons. The three locations, a cave on the Yorkshire coast, a vault beneath Gringotts, which presented obvious access problems, and, most disturbing, somewhere inside Hogwarts itself. Inside Hogwarts, Daphne repeated, when Harry shared this finding. Voldemort hid a piece of his soul inside a school full of children. He attended Hogwarts. Knew it intimately. It makes strategic sense. Hogwarts is one of the most heavily warded locations in Britain. Hiding something there means it's protected by centuries of accumulated defensive magic. It also means it's surrounded by hundreds of students. Daphne's voice was tight. If that Horcrux activates, if the dungeon it's connected to breaches, the magical feedback could cascade through the school's ward structure. I know. We need to tell Dumbledore. I know. Harry sent a message, a magical communication method Dumbledore had given him, involving a specific runic pattern traced in the air that transmitted directly to the headmaster's office. The response came within the hour. I am aware of the Hogwarts Horcrux. Its removal is my priority. Focus on the external nodes. AD short. Cryptic. Dumbledore. He's aware of it, Daphne said flatly. He's been aware of a piece of Voldemort's soul inside his school, and he hasn't removed it. He said its removal is his priority. His priority for how long? A week? A year? A decade? She shook her head. I don't trust him. Neither do I, completely. Harry studied the map. But we can't do everything. We focus on what we can reach. The cave. The cave. The cave was on the coast near Whitby, a stretch of Yorkshire cliffside battered by the North Sea, bleak and beautiful in the way that only the English coast in late December could manage. Harry and Daphne portkeyed to a nearby hilltop at midnight, wrapped in warming charms and stealth enchantments, and made their way down the cliff path by wand light. The cave entrance was hidden behind an illusion, standard dark wizard concealment, though Harry's thread detection skill flagged it immediately. Beyond the illusion was a narrow passage that opened into a massive underground cavern, lit by the pale phosphorescence of subterranean fungi. And in the center of the cavern, on a small island surrounded by black water, a stone basin, glowing with sickly green light. That's it, Harry murmured. His mana sense was screaming, the Horcrux signature was overwhelming at this range, a concentrated knot of dark magic so dense it distorted the air around it. The ley line connection was visible to his magical perception as a thick rope of dark energy extending from the basin into the stone floor, plunging downward into the ley line network below. It's warded, Daphne said. She'd extended her own magical senses, less refined than Harry's, but well trained. Multiple layers. I count at least 6 distinct ward structures, plus the water is enchanted. Inferi. Inferi. Animated corpses. Standard dark wizard defense, dump bodies in water, enchant them to drag down anyone who touches the surface. She knelt at the water's edge, examining without touching. Probably dozens. Maybe hundreds. Delightful. The basin itself will have a compulsion, a curse requiring someone to drink whatever's inside. That's how the Horcrux is accessed. How do you know that? I study defensive magic, Harry. Dark wizard lair design is essentially defensive magic but evil. She straightened. We need a plan. We can't touch the water, we can't fly over it, the cave ceiling is too low and the wards will detect airborne magic, and we can't destroy the basin from here without triggering every defense simultaneously. Harry studied the problem. The island was 30 meters from the shore. Too far for Shadow Step, his maximum range was 20 meters. The water was a death trap. The wards were layered and complex. But Harry had something the ward designer hadn't accounted for, a skill set that didn't exist in any known magical framework. Shadow clone, he said. Daphne looked at him. Explain. My shadow clone is semi-solid. It can interact with physical objects, cast basic spells, and operate independently for 30 seconds. It has 20% of my combat stats, but, and this is the key, it doesn't have a biological body. The Inferi are animated corpses designed to detect and drag down living beings. A magical construct might not trigger them. Might not. Only one way to find out. Daphne's expression said she had approximately 16 objections to this plan, but she was also a pragmatist, and pragmatists recognized that sometimes, might, was the best odds you were going to get. Harry cast Shadow Clone. The translucent duplicate materialized beside him, a ghostly mirror image with faintly luminous edges. He directed it toward the water's edge. Step onto the surface, he instructed. The clone placed 1 foot on the black water. Ripples spread outward. Below the surface, pale shapes stirred, the Inferi, sensing disturbance. But they didn't attack. The clone's foot rested on the water without sinking, its magical nature not triggering the biological detection the corpses were enchanted to respond to. It's working, Daphne breathed. The clone walked across the water. Slowly, carefully. The Inferi shifted below, pale hands drifting, eyeless faces turning, but none broke the surface. They were waiting for living flesh, and the clone offered none. The clone reached the island. Approached the basin. Inside, a glowing green potion swirled with visible malevolence. It can't drink the potion, Harry said. It's a construct, no throat, no stomach. But it can retrieve whatever's at the bottom. The clone reached into the basin. Its hand passed through the green liquid, which reacted violently, hissing and bubbling, but couldn't harm a construct that didn't feel pain. The clone's fingers closed around something at the bottom. A locket. Heavy, golden, marked with an ornate S, item detected, Horcrux, Slytherin's locket, dark magic class, extreme, ley line connection, active, warning, removal will trigger ward cascade. Estimated response time, 15 seconds. 15 seconds, Harry said. When the clone grabs it, every ward in this cave activates. We need to be ready to move. Daphne raised her wand. Her face was focused, ice calm. On your signal. Harry gave the mental command. The clone yanked the locket free. The world exploded. The wards went off like dominoes, detection alarms, offensive hexes, structural destabilization. The water erupted as hundreds of Inferi surged upward, a tidal wave of dead flesh and grasping hands. The cave walls cracked. The ceiling started dropping stone. The clone, locket in hand, had 12 seconds of existence left. It ran across the water, the Inferi were now activated beyond their biological detection parameters, reaching for anything, and Harry's shadow stepped to meet it at the water's edge. The clone dissolved into his hand. The locket dropped into his palm. It was cold, colder than ice, colder than the cave, a cold that came from inside the metal and sank into bone. Move! Daphne shouted. They ran. The cave was collapsing behind them, not natural collapse but magical, the wards consuming the structure as a final defense. Inferi crawled onto the shore, a carpet of dead hands reaching, mouths opening in silent screams. Daphne turned mid-sprint and unleashed the most powerful glacius Harry had ever seen, a wall of ice that erupted from floor to ceiling across the full width of the passage, sealing the Inferi behind a barrier 3 feet thick. Shadow step. Harry grabbed Daphne's arm, pulled her into the shadow between, and they rematerialized at the cave entrance as the passage behind them collapsed in a roar of stone and dark magic. They emerged onto the cliffside, gasping, coated in dust and cave residue. The night air hit like a slap. Below them, the sea churned against the rocks, indifferent to the chaos above. Harry opened his hand. The locket sat in his palm, its golden surface pulsing with dark energy. The S engraved on its face seemed to writhe in the moonlight. Horcrux retrieved, Slytherin's locket, quest updated, dungeon destabilization network, nodes neutralized, 1/7, warning, Horcrux must be destroyed to fully sever ley line connection. One down, Harry said. Daphne was leaning against the cliff wall, breathing hard. Her hair had come loose from its ponytail, dark strands plastered to her face with sweat and cave moisture. Her glacius had been magnificent, B+ power, maybe A-, deployed in a split second under combat pressure. She was extraordinary. Harry had known this intellectually. Watching it in action was different. That was insane, she said. You were brilliant. I was terrified. She looked at him. In the moonlight, with her hair down and her composure cracked, she was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. The thought arrived fully formed and undeniable, and Harry filed it away in the growing folder of feelings he was absolutely not dealing with right now. You didn't look terrified. I'm a greengrass. We don't look anything we don't want to. She pushed off the wall, retied her hair with practiced hands, and nodded at the locket. How do we destroy it? I'll ask the system. And Dumbledore. Not just Dumbledore. We need to research this independently. Horcrux destruction is documented, rarely, but it's in the literature. I'll search the Greengrass family library. You have a family library? We have 3. She paused. Don't make a face. I'm not making a face. You're making the face you make when I mention something expensive. I don't have a face for, you absolutely do. Your left eyebrow goes up approximately 1 millimeter and your mouth does a thing. My mouth does a thing. A disapproving thing. I'm not disapproving. I'm just, Harry stopped. Realized they were standing on a cliff at 2 a.m., bickering like an old married couple, holding a piece of Voldemort's soul. We should probably deal with this somewhere that isn't a collapsing cliff face. Agreed. But she was smiling, really smiling, the full-face version that Harry had seen maybe 3 times total and that did something to his chest that had nothing to do with dark magic or sealed power. They portkeyed back to the arena. The locket went into a containment ward that Daphne constructed with the kind of precision that made Harry understand why she wanted to study ancient ward structures. She was gifted at it, her defensive magic as elegant as her combat magic was brutal. 3:47 a.m. They sat on the arena floor. Their spot. Tea that Daphne had charmed to stay warm. Harry. Yeah. On the cliff. When the inferi were coming and the cave was falling and I used the glacius. She paused. You grabbed my arm to shadow step us out. Yeah. You could have shadow stepped alone. You had the locket. The mission objective was secured. Taking me with you was a risk, you'd never done a partnered shadow step before. It could have failed. Harry looked at her. What's your point? My point is that you chose the risk. Without hesitation. She met his eyes. Why? The answer was so obvious it almost hurt. But Harry had spent 17 years being invisible, and the invisible learned to be careful with truths that made them visible. Because you're my partner, he said. And I don't leave partners behind. Something shifted in Daphne's expression. A tectonic plate moving beneath the surface, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking, but Harry was always looking. Partners, she repeated softly. Partners. She nodded. Sipped her tea. Didn't say anything else. But when they left that night, 4 a.m., exhausted, covered in cave dust, she paused at the top of the stairs and turned back. Harry. Yeah. Same thing goes. I don't leave partners behind either. She climbed the stairs and was gone. Harry stood in the empty arena, holding a cup of cold tea and a heart full of something terrifying, and thought, I am in so much more trouble than I realized. The dungeon break in London happened 3 days later. Not one of the 7 unstable sites, a new one. A spontaneous Class 3 manifestation in the heart of Soho, right in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon, in one of the most densely populated areas of central London. The boundary tore open like a wound in reality. Creatures poured out, not the low-level beasts of typical breaks, but serious threats. Chimeras, Nundu, Acromantula, A-rank creatures that should never appear in a Class 3 dungeon, suggesting the break was artificially enhanced. Boosted. Someone had pumped this dungeon full of high-tier magical energy and then forced it open. A distraction. Harry knew it immediately. The timing, 3 days after they'd taken the locket, disrupting one of the 7 nodes, was too precise to be coincidence. Voldemort's followers were responding. Sending a message. We know you're coming, and we can escalate. The Bureau scrambled. Every available operative deployed to Soho. A-rank teams, B-rank support, C-rank perimeter. The entire magical emergency response infrastructure of London converged on a 6-block radius in the West End. And it wasn't enough. Harry was at the Bureau when the alarms went off. He heard the reports flooding in through the emergency channel, overwhelmed teams, creature breaches expanding, Muggle casualties mounting. The A-rank operatives were containing the primary threats, but the sheer volume was too much. For every chimera they brought down, 2 more crawled out of the breach. Marcus ordered the mop squad to stay put. Standard protocol. E-rankers in a combat zone were a liability. Harry looked at the emergency display, real-time casualty figures, climbing by the minute, and felt the cold, sharp thing from the Wandsworth break settle into his gut again. Not this time. He left the Bureau through the back entrance. Changed into dark, nondescript clothes in an alley. Pulled the hood of his jacket up. Activated aura suppression at maximum, his magical signature vanished completely, invisible even to A-rank sensors. And he went to Soho. The streets were chaos. Muggle emergency services had been redirected away from the area by Confundus charms and diversionary wards, but the damage was visible: overturned cars, shattered windows, a fire burning in a restaurant that had taken a chimera's breath weapon through the front door. The Obliviation teams were overwhelmed. The perimeter was porous. And inside the hot zone, the sounds of magical combat echoed off buildings like thunder in a canyon. Harry moved through the chaos like a ghost. Stealth, aura suppression, and shadow step made him functionally invisible. He slipped between battles, around perimeter checkpoints, through shadows that nobody was watching. He found civilians first. A group of Muggles trapped in a cafe, the front window smashed, an acromantula the size of a horse spinning web across the entrance. They were screaming. The acromantula was closing in. Harry's shadow stepped to the rooftop above the cafe. Dropped down behind the spider. Hit it with a reinforcement-boosted stupefy that drove through its carapace and dropped it like a stone. The Muggles stared at the collapsed monster. Harry was already gone. Shadow stepped to the next shadow, moving, hunting. He cleared 6 blocks in 20 minutes. An irrumpent charging down Wardour Street, Harry collapsed a section of scaffolding onto it, pinning it long enough for a Bureau B-rank team to arrive and finish the job. A pair of chimeras cornering an Auror squad in a dead-end alley, Harry hit one from behind with a spell chain, Stupefy Reducto combination, that shattered its hind legs, giving the Aurors the opening they needed. A Nundu, terrifying, massive, its breath a toxic cloud that was killing everything in a 20-meter radius, that Harry drove back with Sovereign's Domain, 30 seconds of amplified power that let him cast a Protego barrier strong enough to contain the beast's poison breath until an A-rank team arrived for the takedown. He was everywhere and nowhere. A shadow that struck and vanished. A force that intervened at critical moments, never lingering, never taking credit, never letting anyone get a clear look. The Bureau teams noticed. How could they not? Reports started filtering through the emergency channel: unknown assistance in Sector 4. Unidentified wizard neutralized 2 hostiles in Sector 7. Who's operating in Sector 2? Someone just dropped an irrumpant with a scaffolding collapse. Nobody knew. Nobody could identify the source. The aura suppression meant no magical signature. The speed meant no visual confirmation. The dark clothing and hood meant no physical identification. The media picked it up within the hour. Bystander photos, blurry, inconclusive, showing nothing more than a dark figure moving impossibly fast through the chaos. The Daily Prophet's emergency evening edition ran the headline before the breach was even contained: "The Ghost of Soho, Mysterious Figure Saves Dozens in Dungeon Break." The Ghost. That was what they called him. The breach was contained by evening. The Bureau sealed the dungeon, cleaned the streets, and launched the largest obliviation operation in London's history. 53 Muggles injured. 7 Bureau operatives hospitalized. 2 dead, a B-rank wizard named Shen and a C-rank named Okafor who'd thrown herself in front of a Nundu's breath to shield a group of Muggle children. The Ghost was credited with saving an estimated 38 lives. Harry read the report in his flat that night, still wearing the dark clothes, his body aching from a dozen minor injuries that the system's regeneration was slowly healing. His stats had jumped from the combat experience. The system rewarded real-world engagement at a higher rate than dungeon grinding, and fighting A-rank threats with B- power was the kind of above-station combat that generated massive EXP bonuses. Combat session complete, Soho dungeon break, EXP gained, 2,340, level up. Player level, 4449, stat points, 10, multiple skill upgrades available, seal status, 76.3%, 71.8% sealed, unsealed capacity, 28.2%, equivalent approximate rank, B rank. Full B rank. In a single night of real combat, Harry had blown through the B- barrier and planted himself firmly in B territory. His magic power stat had jumped to 29, still below the B average, but the gap was narrowing. And the system had something new for him: achievement unlocked, the Ghost, description, intervene in a major combat event without being identified. Save 30+ lives. Reward, skill unlock, Phantom Walk, unique, Phantom Walk, unique move through solid objects for up to 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Cannot be detected by any magical sensor while active. Harry stared at the skill description. Intangibility. 3 seconds of being able to walk through walls, through wards, through anything. Combined with Shadow Step, it made him the most mobile wizard in Britain. Possibly the world. His phone buzzed. Ron, mate, did you see the Prophet? Some ghost bloke saved half of Soho. Mental Harry, yeah, saw it. Wild Ron, Hermione reckons the Bureau's covering something up. She's going full investigation mode. You know how she gets, Harry, lol. She'll figure it out. Ron, you alright though? Heard the mop squad got kept back. Harry, yeah, stayed at the Bureau. Boring as usual. Another lie. The collection was growing, and each one sat heavier than the last. A second buzz. Daphne, I know that was you. Harry, I don't know what you're talking about. Daphne, scaffolding collapse on an irrumpant. That's your move. Nobody else fights like that. Harry. Daphne, we need to talk. Tomorrow. Arena. Harry, okay. Daphne, and Harry? 38 lives. That matters. Even if nobody knows it was you. Harry set the phone down. Pressed his palm against his chest. The pulse was steady, strong. The system hummed its quiet hum. And somewhere beneath it all, beneath the numbers and the skills and the climbing, a deeper rhythm. The one that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with the people he was learning to protect. Dumbledore's response to the Soho break came 2 days later, via the runic communication channel. The attack was a message. They know the locket is gone. Expect escalation. I have identified the Hogwarts Horcrux and will move to neutralize it within the week. The mole remains at large, exercise extreme caution within the Bureau. Your performance in Soho was noted. By me, and by others. The ghost identity provides useful cover, but be aware, Voldemort's followers will be hunting for the ghost now. They cannot afford an unknown variable. Continue your progression. You are closer than you know. AD closer than you know. Cryptic old man. But Harry was close. B rank and climbing. The seal was at 71.8%, nearly 30% of his power unlocked. At this rate, he'd hit A rank equivalent within weeks. And then? The hidden quest pulsed in his vision, patient and enormous. Quest, reach national level, current progress, 28.2% unsealed, estimated completion. Reward? National level. The rank that didn't exist. The classification that had been empty for 1,000 years, since Merlin walked the earth. A power so vast that the system itself couldn't calculate its upper bound. Harry wasn't there yet. Wasn't close. But for the first time, the gap between where he was and where he needed to be felt bridgeable. Not easy, nothing about this had been easy, but possible. A matter of work and time and will. And he had all three. The next 3 weeks blurred into the most intense period of Harry's life. He ground dungeons with a ferocity that bordered on obsession. Class 3 manifestations now, the highest he could safely solo, and safely was a generous word. He fought creatures that made the Soho break look like a warm-up. An elder Nundu in a cave system beneath the Pennines that required Sovereign's Domain and Phantom Walk to survive. A colony of Dementors, actual Dementors, the real thing, not training constructs, in an abandoned prison off the Scottish coast, where Harry finally achieved what years of E-rank existence had denied him. A corporeal Patronus. It erupted from his wand on the third attempt, not the silver mist of his earlier tries, but a fully formed, blazing white stag that charged through the Dementor swarm like a wrecking ball. The creatures scattered, shrieking, and the stag stood in the ruins of their formation, head high, antlers crowned with light. Harry stared at it. His father's form. James Potter's animagus shape, passed down through whatever mysterious channel connected parent to child. Skill unlocked, Patronus, corporeal, form, stag, rating, A-rank defensive magic, note, Patronus power scales with caster's emotional state. Current maximum output significantly exceeds player's base magical rank. The Patronus was A-rank magic. The only A-rank ability Harry had access to, powered not by his sealed capacity but by something the system classified as, emotional state, love, connection, the stubborn warmth that no seal could contain. Daphne tested it during their next session. Her most powerful offensive spell, a devastating ice lance that she called Winter's Edge, hit the Patronus shield dead on and shattered into frost crystals. She stared at the intact stag. Then at Harry. Then at the stag again. That's A-rank defense, she said flatly. The system says it scales with emotion. Then your emotions must be, she stopped. Looked at him with an expression he couldn't read. Never mind. Again. His stats by the end of the 3 weeks, player stats, Harry James Potter, level, 61 strength, 32 agility, 42 endurance, 35 intelligence, 38 magic power, 36, sealed, true value. Perception, 39, seal status, 63.2% sealed, unsealed capacity, 36. 8%, equivalent approximate rank, B+, skills, selected, shadow step, advanced, 20m, 8's cooldown, 2 chain phantom walk, unique, 3's intangibility, 60's cooldown sovereign's domain, unique, 10x amp, 30's, 24-hour cooldown Patronus, corporeal, A-rank defense, emotion scaled spell weaving, intermediate, 3 spell composites aura suppression, advanced, undetectable below S-rank B+. Knocking on A-rank's door. His combat effectiveness, factoring in skills and training, was solidly in the A-rank range. Daphne had confirmed this during their sparring sessions, where Harry could now push her to her absolute limit. I can't beat you consistently anymore, she admitted after a session where Harry had landed 7 clean hits to her 5. Your raw power is still below mine, but your skill variety makes you unpredictable. I don't know what's coming, shadow step, phantom walk, clone, spell combinations I've never seen. Fighting you is like fighting 5 different people in sequence. Is that a compliment? It's a warning. If you're this difficult for me to handle, and I know your capabilities, imagine what you'd be like for someone who doesn't. Harry filed this away. It would be relevant sooner than either of them expected. The system alert came on a Sunday morning. 6 a.m. Harry was mid-run in Bermondsey when the notification slammed into his vision with an urgency that made him stumble. Critical alert, dungeon instability cascade initiated, estimated time to simultaneous breach, 6 hours, source, ley line network energy surge. Origin point, Little Hangleton, warning, this is not a drill. All 7 London dungeons will breach within 6 hours unless the energy surge is interrupted. 6 hours. Not 8 weeks. Not even 8 days. 6 hours. Harry's phone was in his hand before the notification finished scrolling. Harry, emergency. Cascade initiated. 6 hours to simultaneous breach. Meet at the arena now. Daphne's response came in 30 seconds. Daphne, on my way. Harry sent the runic message to Dumbledore. The response came in 45 seconds, faster than usual. Cascade confirmed. I am engaging the Hogwarts Horcrux now. The mole has been identified, Corban Yaxley, A rank, Bureau Strategic Division. He triggered the cascade remotely. Ministry forces are moving to arrest. The remaining external Horcruxes must be neutralized to break the cascade. The locket is destroyed. I used Fiendfire, my apologies for not coordinating. That leaves 5 active nodes. 3 locations are known to me. 2 are unknown. I am sending coordinates for the 3 known locations. Coordinate with your allies. Move fast. AD 3 coordinates appeared. The cave, already cleared, locket destroyed. Dumbledore had handled that while Harry wasn't looking. A location in Albania. And a location in Egypt. Albania and Egypt. Thousands of miles away. In 6 hours. Harry stared at the message. Then at the system alert. Then at his stats. B+. Not enough. Not nearly enough for what this day was going to demand. But it was what he had. He ran. The arena. 6:47 a.m. Harry and Daphne, face to face, the map between them now covered in red marks and new annotations. 6 simultaneous breaches, Daphne said, her voice controlled but tight. In London alone. Class 3 equivalent, artificially boosted. The Soho break was a single enhanced dungeon and it nearly overwhelmed the Bureau. 7 at once, will be a catastrophe. Unless we break the cascade. Dumbledore's handling Hogwarts. Albania and Egypt are beyond our reach in 6 hours unless we have international port key access, which we don't. She studied the map. That leaves the 2 unknown Horcrux locations. The ones Dumbledore hasn't identified. I can find them. Harry's advanced mana sense could trace ley line connections from the London dungeons back to their source nodes. He'd done it before. But doing it fast, doing it in hours instead of days, would require getting physically close to the unstable dungeons, which were now actively disintegrating. It's dangerous. Everything about today is dangerous. Harry met her eyes. I need to get close to the London dungeons, trace the ley lines, find the 2 unknown nodes. Then we go to whatever locations they lead to and neutralize the Horcruxes. How do we neutralize them? The locket required an inferi lake and a collapsing cave. We don't know what's guarding the other ones. We improvise. Harry, Daphne. He took her hands. Both of them. Held them firmly. We have 6 hours to prevent a magical catastrophe that will kill hundreds of people and resurrect the most dangerous dark wizard in history. We don't have time for perfect plans. We have time for action. She looked at their joined hands. Then at his face. The storm-gray eyes were bright, not with fear, but with something fiercer. Then let's move, she said. They moved. Harry traced the ley lines from two of the unstable London dungeons, Battersea and Camden, in under an hour. Advanced mana sense, pushed to its absolute limit, let him follow the dark energy signatures through the network like tracing wires through a wall. The two unknown Horcrux locations resolved into coordinates. One was in a forest in Albania, the same country as Dumbledore's known location, suggesting the area held significance for Voldemort. The other was, Harry stopped. Read the coordinates twice. 3 times. The other was in London. Specifically, it was beneath the Bureau of Magical Ranking Authority. Beneath the building where Harry had worked for 2 years. Beneath Marcus Whitfield's office and the mop squad break room and Harry's card table next to the cleaning supply closet. Voldemort had hidden a piece of his soul under the headquarters of the organization that measured magical worth. The Bureau, Daphne said, when Harry relayed this. Her face was pale. A Horcrux beneath the Bureau. For how long? Could be decades. Since before the modern Bureau existed, if the ley line node was established first. Harry's mind was racing. Yaxley, the mole, he wasn't just hiding the dungeon instabilities. He was protecting the Horcrux. His position in Strategic Division gave him access to the Bureau's subsurface wards. He's been shielding it. But Yaxley has been identified. Ministry forces are moving to arrest him. Once he's removed, the Horcrux's protection is gone. We can access it. Daphne straightened. Then we split up. I take the Bureau Horcrux, I have legitimate access to the building, and my field operative clearance gets me into restricted areas. You, Albania. You can't get to Albania I can if I use Phantom Walk to bypass international port key restrictions. It was a theory. Phantom Walk let him pass through solid objects. International port key terminals had physical wards that prevented unauthorized transit. If he could phase through those wards during the 3-second intangibility window. That's never been tested. Then it'll be an exciting experiment. Harry James Potter, if you get splinched across the English Channel, I will find a way to resurrect you specifically so I can kill you myself. Noted. And Daphne? What? He kissed her. Not a long kiss. Not a dramatic, sweeping, movie poster kiss. Just his lips on hers, brief and warm, in the ancient arena beneath her family home, with the clock counting down and the world about to break. She froze. For one terrible second, Harry thought he'd miscalculated, misread everything, projected his feelings onto professional partnership, ruined the most important alliance of his life. Then Daphne Greengrass kissed him back. Her hand came up to the back of his neck. Her fingers curled into his hair. The kiss deepened by exactly the right amount, not too much, not with the world ending in 5 hours, but enough. Enough to say, I see you. I choose you. Whatever comes next, this is real. They separated. Breathed. Come back, Daphne said. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not. I will. Promise. I promise. She nodded once. Turned. Walked to the stairs. Paused. Harry. Yeah. B+ isn't enough for what you're about to face. You know that. I know. Then you'd better figure out how to be more. She climbed the stairs and was gone. Harry stood in the empty arena, his lips tingling, his heart hammering, the system display pulsing steadily in his vision. Quest, reach national level, current progress, 36.8% unsealed, not enough. Not close to enough. But the seal was fracturing faster now, each major combat experience, each life or death moment, cracked it wider. The system had told him that combat above his rank generated accelerated progression. Albania would have threats far above B+. Which meant Albania was exactly where he needed to be. Harry pulled the hood of his jacket up. Activated aura suppression. Shadow stepped into the darkness. The clock was ticking. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, When the world finds out Harry hit the Albanian forest floor at roughly the speed of a man who had just done something extremely inadvisable with international portkey physics, which is to say, too fast, too hard, and with an involuntary noise that sounded like someone had stepped on a cat. The phantom walk bypass had worked. Mostly. He'd phased through the physical ward barrier at the London International Portkey Terminal during the 3-second intangibility window, slotted into an outbound transit stream keyed to Tirana, and gotten spat out approximately 40 miles northeast of the Albanian capital in a stretch of ancient forest that his mana sense was absolutely screaming about. The landing, however, needed work. His left shoulder had clipped something solid during the phase transition, a secondary ward layer he hadn't detected, and the joint was pulsing with a deep, ugly ache that suggested either a sprain or a very aggressive bruise. His vision swam for a few seconds as the system recalibrated, transit complete, London Albania, unauthorized, status, minor injury, left shoulder. HP, 89/187, warning, current location has extremely high ambient dark magic concentration. Warning, multiple hostile signatures detected within 500 m radius. Warning, you are being very stupid right now. Thanks for that, Harry muttered, pressing his back against a tree trunk and letting his mana sense expand to full range. The forest was old. Not old like the New Forest or Sherwood, old like the concept of forests. Trees that had been growing since before Rome was a village, their trunks wider than cars, their canopies so dense that the morning light filtered through as a dim, greenish haze. The air was thick with magic, not the structured, ward-maintained magic of British magical spaces, but raw, wild, ambient energy that saturated the soil and the wood and the air itself. And threading through it all, like veins of poison in healthy tissue, dark magic. The Horcrux signature. Harry could feel it pulsing beneath his feet, deep in the ley line network, radiating outward from a source that his mana sense pinpointed as roughly 800 meters northeast and 40 meters underground. 800 meters through a forest saturated with dark magic, with multiple hostile signatures between him and the target. Harry checked the time. The cascade alert had given them 6 hours. He'd used 90 minutes on travel and planning. 4.5 hours remained before 7 London dungeons tore open simultaneously. No time for caution. No time for elegant plans. No time for anything except forward. He moved. The forest didn't want him there. That was the clearest way to describe it. The dark magic saturation had infected the ecosystem, the trees leaned inward as Harry passed, branches reaching like fingers. The undergrowth shifted, tangling around his boots, slowing him down. Shadows moved in ways that had nothing to do with light sources, pooling in his path, deepening ahead of him. Harry's shadow stepped through the worst of it, 20 meters at a time, rematerializing in whatever clear space he could find, then immediately stepping again. The forest's interference made it harder than usual, the shadows here were active, resisting his entry, trying to trap him in the between space where Shadow Step transited. At 400 meters, he hit the first guardian. It emerged from the ground like a nightmare being born, a creature of packed earth and dark energy, roughly humanoid, 12 feet tall, with burning green eyes and hands that ended in root-like talons. It moved with a slow, grinding inevitability, each step cracking the forest floor. Guardian detected, Earth Revenant, rank, B+, weakness, core is located in the chest cavity. Destroy core to neutralize. Note, this entity is a construct, animated by Horcrux energy. It will regenerate unless the core is destroyed in a single strike. B+. Harry's current equivalent rank. A fair fight, in other words, which was exactly what he didn't have time for. The Revenant swung. Harry's shadow stepped behind it, identified the core with mana sense, a fist-sized knot of concentrated dark energy glowing behind the packed earth of its chest, and hit it with a spell weave, reducto defindo bombarda, 3 destruction spells braided into a single composite blast. The spell punched through the Revenant's back, through its chest cavity, and detonated the core. The creature froze mid-swing. Cracks spiderwebbed across its body. Then it collapsed, crumbling into dirt and dead magic. Earth Revenant defeated, EXP, 280, 14 seconds. Not bad. But the forest had noticed. The dark energy concentration spiked around Harry, and his danger sense pinged with multiple incoming signatures. More Revenants. 3 of them, rising from the earth in a loose triangle formation, cutting off his forward path and flanking positions. Harry didn't slow down. Shadow step, through the gap between the left and center Revenants, rematerializing at a dead sprint. The creatures turned, lumbering after him, but they were slow. Built for power, not speed. Harry was already 50 meters ahead before they completed their rotation. At 600 meters, the forest opened into a clearing. And in the clearing stood something much worse than Revenants. A woman. Or something wearing a woman's shape. She was tall, unnaturally pale, with black hair that moved independent of any breeze and eyes that were solid black, no iris, no white, just darkness from lid to lid. She wore robes that seemed to be made of shadow, shifting and flowing like smoke. She was beautiful in the way that a venomous snake was beautiful. The way a cliff edge was beautiful. The way death was beautiful when you were too far gone to be afraid. Guardian detected, Shade of the Dark Lord, rank, A-, description, a magical echo of Tom Riddle, projected by the Horcrux as a defensive measure. Contains a fragment of Riddle's consciousness and magical knowledge. Warning, this entity possesses A-rank combat capability and Dark Lord level tactical intelligence. A shade. A magical projection of Voldemort himself, not the real thing, not the full power, but an echo with A-rank capability and the mind of the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Harry was B+. The math was not in his favor. Harry Potter. The Shade's voice was a woman's voice and a man's voice and something older than either, layered and resonant. I've been expecting you. Have you? I didn't RSVP. You carry my master's locket. I felt it die. The black eyes studied him with an intelligence that was genuinely unsettling, analytical, curious, predatory. An E-rank wizard who destroyed a Horcrux. How, impossible. I get that a lot. You're not E-rank. Not really. The seal on your magic is failing, I can see the fractures. You are. B+, roughly. With an unusual skill set. The Shade tilted its head. Impressive, for a child. But insufficient. The Shade raised its hand, not a wand, just a bare hand, and the clearing exploded. Dark magic. Pure, concentrated, A-rank dark magic, erupting from the ground in spears of black energy. Harry's shadow stepped on instinct, barely clearing the first wave. The spears tracked him, guided, intelligent, adjusting trajectory in real time. He shadow stepped again, chaining 2 steps, and the spears followed, cutting through the forest behind him like hot wires through paper. The Shade wasn't just powerful. It was smart. It wasn't throwing random attacks, it was hurting Harry, using the spears to cut off his shadow step lanes, forcing him into a shrinking box of available space. Harry's mind raced. He couldn't outpower this thing. Couldn't outsustain it. The Shade was drawing on the Horcrux's energy, which was effectively unlimited as long as the soul fragment existed. Couldn't outrun it, those spears were everywhere, cutting off retreat. But he could outthink it. Maybe. The Shade was a projection. An echo. It had Voldemort's knowledge and tactical sense, but it was still a construct, a program running on Horcrux energy. Programs had parameters. Limits. Blind spots. And Harry had a skill that no program in history had ever encountered. Phantom Walk. He activated it mid-shadow step, phasing into intangibility as he rematerialized. The dark spears passed through him, through his chest, his arms, his legs, doing absolutely nothing. 3 seconds of being a ghost, of being untouchable, of existing in a space between physical and magical that the Shade's attacks couldn't reach. The Shade's black eyes widened. A fraction. But Harry caught it, the first sign of genuine surprise on that inhuman face. Harry used the 3 seconds to close distance. Phantom walk into shadow step into a dead sprint, covering 60 meters in the intangibility window. He rematerialized 5 feet from the Shade, inside its guard, wand raised. Stupefy. The spell, B+ power, Daphne's refined form, everything he had, hit the Shade point blank. The projection staggered, its form flickering like a candle in a hurricane. But it didn't fall. The Shade backhanded Harry with a wave of telekinetic force that launched him across the clearing. He hit a tree trunk, felt something in his back scream in protest, and crumpled to the forest floor. HP, 89/187-41/187, warning, health below 25%, the Shade reformed. Solidified. Those black eyes burned with something new, not just analytical curiosity, but anger. Interesting technique, it said. Phasing through magical attacks. That's not something any modern wizard can do. You're drawing on something older. Something the system gave you. A cold smile. My master will be very interested in you, Harry Potter. Very interested indeed. It raised both hands. The clearing filled with dark energy, not spears this time, but a dome. A containment field of pure darkness, closing around Harry like a fist. Inside the dome, the air thickened. His lungs labored. His mana sense was blinded by the concentration of dark magic, his detection range collapsing from 100 meters to 10 to 5. The Shade was eliminating his advantages. No mana sense meant no threat detection. No clear air meant no shadow step, the skill required shadows, and inside a dome of pure darkness, everything was shadow and therefore nothing was. Clever. Terrifyingly clever. Harry knelt on the forest floor, the dome pressing down on him, his HP dropping slowly as the dark energy ate at his magical defenses. His protego flickered, dome-shaped, layered, exactly as Daphne had taught him, but it was eroding. B+ shields against A-rank sustained assault. The math hadn't changed. Sovereign's domain. His ace in the hole. 30 seconds of 10 times amplification, B+ times 10 put him at S-rank equivalent output. More than enough to shatter the dome, overwhelm the Shade, and, no. He couldn't. Sovereign's domain had a 24-hour cooldown. If he used it here, against a Guardian, he wouldn't have it for whatever came next. The Horcrux itself. The cascade. The battles ahead. Burning his strongest ability on a secondary obstacle was tactically insane. But dying was also tactically insane. Options. Think. The dome was pure darkness. Shadow step needed shadows, defined contrasts between light and dark. Inside the dome, there was no contrast. But what if he created contrast? His Patronus. Harry closed his eyes. Reached past the pain, past the fear, past the crushing weight of dark magic. Reached for the warmth. Daphne's smile, rare, real, devastating. Ron's laugh. Hermione's fierce protectiveness. Neville's quiet strength. The feel of Daphne's hand in his. The moment on the cliff when she'd said, "Come back," and he promised. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand like a sunrise. Inside the dome of darkness, the Patronus blazed like a nuclear detonation. Pure white light, not magical energy in the conventional sense, but love-given form, concentrated positive emotion, slammed against the dome's inner surface and burned through it. The darkness recoiled. Holes appeared, gaps where light pierced shadow, creating exactly the contrast that shadow step needed. Harry stepped. Through the gap, out of the dome, into the forest air. He gasped, clean air, clear magic, his mana sense snapping back to full range. The shade was turning, surprised again, the dome collapsing as the Patronus ate it from the inside. The stag charged the shade. Antlers of solid light hit the projection like a battering ram, and the shade screamed, a sound that was both the woman's voice and Voldemort's voice and something wounded and ancient. Patronus magic was the antithesis of dark magic. Love against hatred. Protection against destruction. The shade's form destabilized, flickering rapidly, its consciousness fragment struggling to maintain coherence against the onslaught. Harry didn't wait. He sprinted past the staggering shade, past the collapsing dome, into the forest beyond. The Horcrux was 200 meters ahead and 40 meters down. He could feel it, a knot of sick, pulsing darkness in the ley line network. Behind him, the shade reformed. Damaged but not destroyed. It would follow. Harry ran faster. The entrance to the underground chamber was a natural cave mouth hidden behind a waterfall, a thin stream of groundwater cascading over mossy rocks into a pool that his mana sense told him was absolutely poisoned with dark magic. Don't touch the water. Don't breathe the spray. Just move. He phantom walked through the waterfall, 3 seconds of intangibility, emerging on the other side completely dry, and plunged into the cave. The tunnel descended steeply. The walls were carved, those same ancient runes he'd first seen in the Surrey warehouse, but different here. Older. More complex. And interspersed with newer carvings, modern magical symbols, dark arts iconography. Voldemort had found this place and made it his own, layering his magic over the ancient framework. At the bottom of the tunnel, 40 meters below the forest floor, a chamber. Small. Circular. The walls were lined with human bones. In the center, on a pedestal of black stone, sat a cup. Golden, ornate, with 2 handles, a goblet of exceptional craftsmanship, marked with the crest of Helga Hufflepuff. Horcrux detected, Hufflepuff's cup, dark magic class, extreme, ley line connection, active, powering London dungeon destabilization node 4, guardian, shade of the Dark Lord, damaged, pursuing, trap, soul drain, proximity to the Horcrux will progressively drain the player's magical energy and life force. Soul drain. Harry could already feel it, a cold suction, like standing next to an open window in winter, except the cold was pulling at something deeper than heat. His magical reserves. His vitality. The longer he stayed near the cup, the weaker he'd get. Fast. He needed to be fast. The question was how to destroy it. The locket had been destroyed by Dumbledore using Fiend Fire, Cursed Fire, A-rank dark magic, one of the few forces capable of damaging a Horcrux's container. Harry couldn't cast Fiend Fire. He didn't have the knowledge, the control, or frankly the desire to unleash a spell that was famous for killing its caster almost as often as its target. But the system had given him something else. Something the ancient builders of the Awakening Chambers had designed for exactly this purpose. System query, method to destroy Horcrux. Analysis, Horcruxes are soul containers protected by extreme dark magic. Destruction requires a force capable of damaging the container beyond magical repair. Available methods at current player level 1. Fiend Fire, not learned, 2. Basilisk Venom, not available, 3. Sovereign's Domain Amplified Reducto, probability of success, 62%. 4. New option, Soul Purge, system ability, unlocked at level 50+, Soul Purge, channel the system's purification protocol directly into a dark magical artifact. Destroys dark magic constructs including Horcrux containers. Cost, 30% of current HP, cooldown, 48 hours. Soul Purge. A system ability he hadn't known existed. Level 50+ requirement, and Harry was level 61. He'd had access to it and hadn't realized. Would have been nice to know about this before I walked into a bone-lined death chamber, he muttered. He crossed the chamber. Each step closer to the cup intensified the soul drain, his HP ticking down steadily, his magical reserves depleting, his vision dimming at the edges. The bones on the walls seemed to lean inward. The air tasted like copper and decay. Harry reached the pedestal. The cup sat before him, beautiful and terrible. He could feel the soul fragment inside, a sliver of Tom Riddle's consciousness, dark and sharp and malevolent. It knew he was there. It was pushing back, projecting images into his mind, his ear-rank letter. Marcus Whitfield's sneering face. Cho Chang's pity. The Dursley's cruelty. Every moment of smallness, every confirmation that Harry Potter was nothing, nobody, the lowest number in every room. "You are weak," the Horcrux whispered. "You have always been weak. The system is a crutch. The seal is a cage. Without them, you are what you have always been. Nothing." Harry looked at the cup. "You know what?" he said conversationally. "You might be right. Maybe I am nothing without the system. Maybe the seal is the only reason I'm standing here. Maybe everything I've built in the last 3 months is borrowed power and blind luck and stubbornness too stupid to know when to quit." He wrapped his hand around the cup. The soul drain surged, a tidal wave of cold that ripped through him like a blade. His HP plummeted. His vision went gray. "But here's the thing about nothing," Harry said through gritted teeth. "Nothing has nothing to lose." Activating, soul purge, white light. Not the explosive, uncontrolled burst from the awakening dungeon, this was directed. Focused. A beam of purification energy that flowed from Harry's hand into the cup, through the gold, through the enchantments, into the dark core where Riddle's soul fragment huddled. The cup screamed. A sound like glass being crushed and metal being torn and a human voice howling in agony, all compressed into a single frequency that vibrated Harry's teeth and made his nose bleed. The dark magic fought back, pushed against the purification, tried to crawl up Harry's arm, tried to infect him, corrupt him, turn the light into darkness. Harry held on. His HP was dropping, 30% cost, the system had said, and it was expensive, his health bar cratering toward dangerous levels. The soul drain was still active, compounding the cost. His vision was tunneling. His legs were shaking. But the cup was cracking. Fissures of white light spreading across its golden surface like lightning frozen in metal. The soul fragment was disintegrating, Harry could feel it through the system's interface, the dark consciousness fragmenting, unraveling, screaming as it was unmade. One final surge. Harry poured everything he had into the purge, magic, will, the stubborn refusal to let go that had defined his entire existence. The cup shattered. Not cracked. Not broken. Shattered, exploding into golden fragments that dissolved into ash before they hit the ground. The soul fragment was gone. The ley line connection severed. The dark magic in the chamber guttered and died like a candle in a hurricane. Horcrux destroyed, Hufflepuff's cup, quest updated, dungeon destabilization network, nodes neutralized, March 7th, Locket, Dumbledore, Hogwarts artifact, Dumbledore, cup, player, remaining active nodes, 4, HP, 187-23/187, warning, critical health, Harry collapsed. He lay on the chamber floor, surrounded by bone walls and golden dust, his body a symphony of pain. 23 HP out of 187. 12% health. One good hit from anything and he was done. The system's passive regeneration kicked in, slow, agonizing, pulling him back from the edge 1 HP at a time. He couldn't move. Could barely breathe. The soul purge had taken everything. But the cup was destroyed. The node was dead. One more piece of Voldemort unmade. 3 down. 4 to go. And somewhere in London, Daphne was, incoming communication, Daphne Greengrass, the system had a communication function. Since when? Harry fumbled mentally at the notification, and a voice, Daphne's voice, thin and distant but unmistakable, resolved in his mind. Harry. Bureau Horcrux located. It was hidden in the sub-basement, behind a false wall that Yaxley had been shielding. It's a ring, gold, with a black stone. I can see the ley line connection. It's active. Can you destroy it? Harry's voice was a rasp. I don't have soul purge. I don't have fiendfire. I have ice magic and B-rank combat spells. A pause. But I have an idea. The Bureau's containment facility, the vault where they store high-class dark artifacts, has a nullification chamber. It's designed to neutralize magical enchantments on confiscated items. If I can get the ring into the chamber and overload the nullification sequence, it might be enough to crack the container. Might. It's untested on anything at Horcrux level. Do it. Harry, are you alright? Your voice, I'm fine. Just tired. Do it, Daphne. We're running out of time. Silence. Then, I'll contact you when it's done. The communication cut. Harry lay on the bone floor and willed his HP to climb faster. 45 minutes. That's how long it took for his passive regeneration to pull him from 23 HP to a functional 80, still less than half his total, but enough to stand. Enough to move. The shade was gone. He could sense it with mana sense. The projection had dispersed when the Horcrux was destroyed, its power source severed. The forest above was still saturated with residual dark magic, but the active malevolence had faded. The trees were just trees again. Harry climbed out of the chamber, through the tunnel, past the waterfall. The Albanian forest spread around him, ancient and silent. Morning light had strengthened, it was past noon now. Hours had passed. Time remaining to cascade, 2 hours 14 minutes, 2 hours. 4 Horcruxes still active. Dumbledore was handling some. The runic communication channel confirmed that the headmaster had destroyed the Hogwarts artifact, a diadem, apparently, hidden in a secret room, and was en route to Egypt for another. That left 3 active nodes. 1 in London, the ring, which Daphne was handling. 2 unknown. Except they weren't unknown anymore. System analysis, remaining Horcrux locations, based on ley line network topology and elimination of known nodes, Node 5, London, Bureau sub-basement, ring, Greengrass en route, Node 6, estimated location, Little Hangleton, convergence point, Node 7, estimated location, unknown, insufficient data, Little Hangleton. The convergence point. Of course Voldemort had placed a Horcrux at the center of his own resurrection ritual. It was the anchor, the node that connected all the others, the hub of the ley line array. Destroying it would collapse the cascade regardless of whether the other nodes were active. But Little Hangleton would also be the most heavily defended location. The convergence point. The place where Voldemort's power was concentrated. Where his followers would be gathered. Where the Dark Wizard himself, incorporeal, desperate, on the edge of resurrection, would be most dangerous. Harry checked his stats, HP, 80/187, MP, 34%, depleted from Soul Purge and Combat, Seal status, 63.2% sealed, equivalent rank, B+, Sovereign's Domain, available, unused, Soul Purge, cooldown, 47 hours remaining, B+. Depleted. Injured. Without his strongest destruction tool. Going into the most dangerous location in Britain. This was, by any rational measure, suicide. Harry pictured Patterson. 26. Married. Dead because nobody was strong enough to be in the right place at the right time. He pictured the 7 London dungeons, millions of people above them, living their lives, completely unaware that the ground beneath their feet was about to vomit nightmares. He pictured Daphne. Her hand in his. Come back. Harry activated the return port key, a one-use emergency transit Daphne had given him before they split up, keyed to the Greengrass Manor arena. The world compressed, stretched, and snapped. He hit the arena floor. Better landing this time. Only one involuntary noise. And found Daphne waiting for him. Her face was flushed, her hair was wild, and her B-rank glow was burning brighter than Harry had ever seen it. In her hand, she held fragments of a gold ring, cracked, blackened, the stone split clean in half. "The nullification chamber worked," she said. "Barely." The ring fought back, the chamber's containment fields nearly failed. "I had to boost the nullification sequence with my own magic. The blowback knocked me unconscious for about 10 minutes. Are you hurt? Bruised? Depleted? Functional?" She looked at him with the same clinical assessment she always did, except now there was something else behind it. "Something raw. You look worse. I destroyed the cup. Fought a shade of Voldemort on the way in. Used Soul Purge. It cost a lot. How much HP? I'm at 80 out of 187. Her jaw tightened. "Harry, I know. But we're not done." He showed her the system's analysis. Little Hangleton. The convergence point. The anchor Horcrux. If we destroy the anchor, the cascade collapses. Even if the remaining nodes are still active, the array can't function without the hub. Little Hangleton is where Voldemort's followers will be. Where Voldemort himself will be. Yes. And you want to go there. I have to go there. At 80 HP. With depleted mana. After fighting an A-rank shade and destroying a Horcrux. "Daphne, I'm coming with you." "Absolutely not." Her eyes flashed. Storm gray lightning. "Excuse me. You're depleted too." The nullification blowback. "I am a B-rank combat operative with 3 years of field experience and I just solo neutralized a Horcrux in the basement of the most heavily monitored magical building in Britain without being detected. Do not tell me what I can't do." Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "You're right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Now let's go." They portkeyed to the outskirts of Little Hangleton at 2:47 p.m. 1 hour and 13 minutes before the cascade. The village was small, a handful of houses, a church, a pub, surrounded by the rolling Yorkshire countryside. Quaint. Peaceful. The kind of place where nothing happened. Except that on the hill above the village, the Riddle house loomed like a rotten tooth. Dark, dilapidated, windows boarded, the grand Victorian manor of the Riddle family reduced to a haunted shell. And beneath it, deep in the earth, the ley line convergence point pulsed with more dark magic than Harry had ever felt concentrated in a single location. His mana sense painted a picture that made his stomach drop. The house was occupied. Not by a caretaker or squatters, by wizards. Dark wizards. Harry counted at least 12 magical signatures inside the building and around the grounds, all of them strong. B-rank minimum. Several were pushing into a territory. And at the center of it all, in the deepest chamber beneath the house, a signature that was and wasn't human. Vast, cold, brilliant. Voldemort's wraith form, incorporeal but immensely powerful, bound to the convergence point, drawing on the ley lines to sustain his existence and fuel the cascade. 12 hostiles, Harry murmured, crouched behind a hedgerow 200 meters from the house. Plus Voldemort himself. Most are B rank. 2 are A rank, I'm reading their signatures as combat trained, probably inner circle Death Eaters. Daphne was beside him, her own senses extended. The wards around the house are comprehensive. Anti-apparition, anti-portkey, detection grids, offensive traps. We can't teleport in. Can we walk in? Through 12 Death Eaters. Harry, we're 2 people. You're injured. I'm depleted. This is a force that should require an S-rank-led strike team. An S-rank-led strike team doesn't have Shadow Step, Phantom Walk, or Aura Suppression. Harry studied the house. We don't need to fight everyone. We need to reach the convergence point and destroy the anchor Horcrux. Everything else is a distraction. Soul Purge is on cooldown. I know. We'll need another way to destroy it. Fiend Fire. Can you cast it? Daphne was quiet for a moment. Theoretically. The Greengrass family library has a treatise on cursed fire. I've studied the theory. Never practiced it. Because it's A-rank dark magic that kills its caster half the time. Roughly, yes. Great. Plan B. I don't have a plan B. Do you? Harry thought. The system offered one option, Sovereign's Domain. 30 seconds of 10 times amplification. At B+ base, that put him at S-rank equivalent for half a minute, more than enough power to destroy a Horcrux through sheer magical force, blasting through the container's protections with overwhelming energy. But 30 seconds was 30 seconds. He'd need every one of them for the Horcrux itself, which meant he couldn't use the domain to fight his way to the Horcrux. The infiltration would have to be done on depleted reserves, against 12 Death Eaters and an incorporeal Dark Lord. Unless he didn't fight at all. Stealth approach, Harry said. Full stealth. Aura suppression, phantom walk, shadow step. We go invisible, pass through the wards, bypass the Death Eaters entirely, and reach the convergence point without engaging. And if we're detected? Then we fight. But only to create distance, never to engage. Hit and move. The goal is the Horcrux, nothing else. Daphne considered. Her tactical mind was running scenarios. Harry could practically see the calculations behind her eyes. I can't shadow step, she said. I don't have aura suppression at your level. My stealth capabilities are standard field operative grade, good enough to fool C-rank detection, but these wards are B2 rank quality. Then you stay behind me. I'll create a stealth corridor, suppress our combined signatures, phase through physical obstacles, step through magical barriers. You follow in my wake. You're describing yourself as a magical submarine that I'm riding through hostile waters. Is there a more dignified metaphor you prefer? I'd prefer not needing a metaphor at all, but given the circumstances, submarine works. She straightened. How close do you need to be to the anchor Horcrux before you activate Sovereign's Domain? Direct contact. I need to channel the amplified magic into the Horcrux physically. Through my hand, through my wand, something with direct interface. So we need to infiltrate a fortified Death Eater compound, bypass A-rank wards, avoid 12 hostile wizards and an incorporeal Dark Lord, reach a chamber 40 meters underground, and then you need to physically touch a piece of Voldemort's soul while channeling the most powerful ability you have. That's the plan. This is a terrible plan. It's the only plan. Daphne looked at the Riddle House. At the sky, cloudy, gray, indifferent. At Harry. When this is over, she said quietly, I expect a proper date. Dinner. Somewhere expensive. No dungeons, no Horcruxes, no Death Eaters. Done. And flowers. What kind? Surprise me. Harry took her hand. Ready? No. Let's go. The approach took 19 minutes. Harry led, aura suppression at maximum, his magical signature a void. Daphne pressed close behind, close enough that his suppression field covered her, barely, like an umbrella in a storm that was slightly too small for two people. They moved in lockstep, synchronized by weeks of training, their breathing aligned, their footfalls timed. The outer wards were the first challenge. Anti-detection grids, pressure-sensitive enchantments, alarm triggers layered like a minefield. Harry's thread detection skill revealed them as a web of luminous lines, visible only to his magical perception, crisscrossing the grounds. He navigated through them like a dancer. Left, right, pause, step, duck, wait. Daphne followed his exact movements, trusting his guidance implicitly. At one point, the gap between two ward lines was less than a foot wide. Harry turned sideways and slipped through, pulling Daphne after him by the hand. The physical wards, solid barriers of magical energy blocking the house's entrance, required phantom walk. Harry activated it, pulled Daphne into the phase transition with him, and they passed through the front wall of the Riddle house like ghosts. 3 seconds of intangibility. They rematerialized in a dark hallway, surrounded by dust and decay and the overwhelming presence of dark magic. Death Eaters were everywhere. Harry could hear them, voices, footsteps, the casual conversation of people who didn't know their perimeter had been breached. He counted 4 in the main hall, 3 on the upper floor, 2 in the kitchen, 3 patrolling the grounds. The entrance to the underground chamber was through the cellar. A concealed staircase behind a bookshelf that had been modified with a dark magic lock requiring a specific magical signature to open. Phantom walk again. Through the bookshelf, through the lock, onto the staircase. 3 seconds. They rematerialized on stone steps descending into darkness. Harry's mana sense screamed. The convergence point was directly below them. A nexus of ley line energy so concentrated it distorted his magical perception, like staring at the sun through a telescope. The Horcrux signature was intertwined with it, feeding on the nexus, amplifying the cascade. And Voldemort was there. The wraith's signature was impossible to miss, a cold, vast intelligence wrapped in dark energy, tethered to the convergence point like a spider in the center of a web. They descended. Slowly. Silently. 40 meters of spiraling stone steps, each one bringing them closer to the most dangerous magical entity in Britain. The chamber at the bottom was circular. Large, 20 meters in diameter. The walls were carved with ley line channels, visible to the naked eye as glowing veins of golden energy that converged on a central pedestal. On the pedestal, a diary. Leather-bound, unremarkable, except that it radiated dark magic with the intensity of a small sun. And floating above the pedestal, translucent and terrible, Voldemort. Not the snake-faced monster of mythology. Not the red-eyed demon of children's nightmares. The wraith of Tom Riddle was, young. Handsome, even. A tall figure in dark robes, features sharp and aristocratic, eyes that were dark brown where they'd one day become red. He looked like what he was, a brilliant, charismatic, deeply broken man who had torn his own soul apart in pursuit of immortality. He was also aware of them. "Don't bother with the stealth," the wraith said. Its voice echoed strangely, present and absent simultaneously, like sound from an adjacent room. "I felt you enter the house. You're quite good at concealment, Mr. Potter, but I built these wards myself. They whisper to me." Daphne's hand tightened on Harry's arm. He squeezed back. "No point hiding, then." Harry stepped forward, lowering aura suppression. His signature blazed into visibility, B+, burning hot in the chamber's magical atmosphere. "Tom." The wraith's expression flickered. Nobody called him Tom. Not his followers, not his enemies, not even Dumbledore, who called him Voldemort with pointed deliberation. The birth name was a weapon, and Harry had wielded it without hesitation. Harry Potter. The wraith's gaze swept over him. Through him. "You are not what I expected. Rank, the world says. But the world is blind. You are." A pause. Assessment. B+. Recently acquired. A sealed core, fracturing rapidly. And a system, yes, I can see its traces on you. An awakening chamber construct. Fascinating. You know about the awakening chambers. I discovered them decades ago. Before my current state. The wraith drifted, circling the pedestal. The pre-Merlin civilizations built them to unlock potential in gifted wizards. I sought them out, hoping to use their power to augment my own. But the chambers rejected me. A cold smile. They require something I no longer possessed. A complete soul. The diary. The Horcrux. It sat on the pedestal, feeding the ley line network, and the wraith orbited it like a moon around a planet. You can't destroy it, the wraith said, following Harry's gaze. The diary is the first Horcrux. The anchor. It is protected by the full weight of the convergence point's energy. Even Dumbledore at his peak could not break it without this. Harry raised his wand. Sovereign's domain. 30 seconds of S-rank equivalent power. Enough to overwhelm any protection. The wraith's smile widened. You'd use your strongest ability on the Horcrux. Leaving yourself defenseless. In a chamber with me. You're a wraith. You can't physically harm me. I can't touch you. But harm takes many forms. The wraith's dark eyes gleamed. I know about your seal, Harry. I know what's inside you. And I know how to make it hurt. The wraith's form pulsed. Dark energy radiated outward, not an attack, but a projection. Images, emotions, memories slammed into Harry's mind with the force of a freight train. The cupboard under the stairs. Uncle Vernon's belt. Aunt Petunia screaming. The ranking assessment, 15 minutes of confused adults poking and prodding while 11-year-old Harry tried not to cry. The E above his head. Rita Skeeter's headline. Cho Chang's pity. Marcus Whitfield's sneer. Every rejection, every humiliation, every moment of being told he was nothing. Psychological warfare. The wraith couldn't fight physically, but it could attack the mind, projecting targeted emotional trauma, weaponizing memory, exploiting the deepest wounds of a person who'd spent 17 years collecting them. Harry staggered. His vision blurred. The memories were vivid, not just recalled but relived, every sensory detail amplified, every emotion magnified. He was 11 again, standing in the assessment chamber, watching the officials face fall. He was 14, watching classmates whisper and point at the E above his head. He was 16, sitting alone in his flat, staring at the ceiling, wondering if this was all there was. You see, the wraith whispered. This is what you are. Underneath the system, underneath the seal, underneath the skills and the stats and the climbing, this is what's left. A scared boy in a cupboard, waiting to be told he matters. Harry's wand hand was shaking. His protego had dropped. Daphne was beside him, he could feel her presence, hear her voice saying his name, but the memories were drowning everything. The scared boy in the cupboard. That was real. It had happened. Harry had been that boy, and that boy was still inside him, still waiting, still afraid. But the boy wasn't all that was inside him. Harry reached for the warmth. Not the system. Not the seal. Not magic at all. Just warmth. The accumulated evidence of 17 years that countered the cupboard. Ron, sitting beside him in every class, never once asking why. Hermione, writing 40 pages to prove the system was wrong. Neville's quiet nod that carried more warmth than speeches. Daphne's hand in his. Daphne's smile. Daphne's voice saying come back and meaning it with every fiber of her being. The scared boy in the cupboard had been real. So was the man standing here now. Harry opened his eyes. The wraith was close, its translucent face inches from his, dark eyes boring into him, projecting trauma like a fire hose. You're right, Harry said. His voice was raw. I was that boy. I remember being that boy. And you know what that boy learned? The wraith hesitated. Just a fraction, a flicker of uncertainty in its ancient, fragmented consciousness. He learned that nothing can't be taken away. Because you can't take what someone doesn't have. Harry raised his wand. And now that boy has something. He has everything. And you are not taking it from him. Sovereign's domain. The world turned white. S-rank power. For 30 seconds, Harry Potter was the most powerful wizard in the chamber, in the county, possibly in the country. His magic, normally a river, still constrained by the seal, became an ocean. Every stat multiplied by 10. Every spell amplified beyond recognition. His magical signature blazed so bright that Daphne, standing 3 feet away, had to shield her eyes. The wraith recoiled. S-rank energy was anathema to its diminished form, the sheer magical pressure forced it back, its translucent body flickering and destabilizing. Harry lunged for the diary. Not with a spell. Not with a technique. He grabbed it with his bare hand, feeling the dark magic bite into his skin like acid, and channeled the domain's amplified power directly into the Horcrux. The diary fought. It fought like a living thing, screaming, burning, projecting images and emotions with desperate fury. Harry saw Voldemort's memories now, the orphanage, the discovery of magic, the seduction of power, the first murder. He saw the moment Tom Riddle split his soul for the first time, the obscene ritual, the tearing of something that should never be torn. He saw a boy as scared and alone as Harry had ever been. The difference was what they'd done with the fear. Reducto. 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 3 amplified reductors, S-rank power, point-blank into the diary. The leather cover cratered. The pages shredded. The dark magic container cracked, and through the cracks, the soul fragment was exposed. Raw, wounded, shrieking. Harry released the ruined diary. Raised his wand. And cast the strongest Patronus of his life. The stag wasn't white anymore. It was golden. Blazing, enormous, filling the chamber with light that was less illumination and more presence. Love given form. Protection given flesh. The antithesis of everything the diary represented, connection where there was isolation, warmth where there was cold, wholeness where there was fragmentation. The golden stag lowered its head and charged the diary. Impact. The soul fragment didn't just die. It was purified. Unmade. Returned to the nothing from which dark magic drew its power. The diary disintegrated, not into ash, but into light, dark magic transmuted into something clean by the Patronus's touch. Horcrux destroyed, Tom Riddle's diary, anchor node, cascade array, collapsed, all ley line connections severed, dungeon destabilization network, offline, the ley lines in the chamber walls went dark. The convergence point's energy dissipated, not destroyed, but released, flowing back into the Earth's natural magical network. The chamber shuddered. Stone cracked. Dust rained from the ceiling. And Voldemort screamed. Not the wraith. Not the projection. Voldemort, the fragmented consciousness that had been tethered to the convergence point, sustained by the Horcrux network, planning its resurrection. The anchor was gone. The network was collapsed. Without the diary, the wraith had nothing to hold on to, nothing to feed on. It was dying. Sovereign's domain expired. The 30 seconds were up. Harry's power crashed back to B+, but B+ with nearly empty reserves, critical HP, and a body that had been channeling S-rank energy through a frame not designed for it. Every muscle screamed. His vision tunneled. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. Harry. Daphne's voice, cutting through the chaos. Her arms around him, holding him up. We need to go. The chamber is collapsing. The wraith was disintegrating, fragments of translucent form peeling away like paper in a fire. But it had enough coherence left for one final act. Voldemort's wraith gathered every remaining shred of dark energy, every fragment of power left in its dissolving form, and hurled it at Harry in a single, devastating blast. Not a spell. Not a technique. Just raw, concentrated hatred given form. Daphne moved. She stepped between Harry and the blast. Raised her wand. And cast the most powerful shield Harry had ever seen, not a standard Protego, but something else. Something older. A ward, a true ward, the kind she'd always wanted to study, the ancient protective magic of the pre-statute civilizations. It erupted from her wand as a wall of crystalline ice, layered and reinforced with ward structures that she'd been studying for years, waiting for the moment when theory became necessity. The blast hit the ward. The ice cracked. The ward strained. But it held. The wraith's final attack broke against Daphne Greengrass's shield like a wave against a cliff. The dark energy shattered, dissipated, dissolved. And the wraith, Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard in a century, unraveled. Fragment by fragment, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but a fading echo and a memory of darkness. Entity neutralized, Wraith of Tom Riddle, note, Wraith destroyed. However, remaining Horcruxes, EST 2-3, may allow future reconstitution. Full destruction of all Horcruxes required for permanent elimination. Not dead. Not permanently. But gone, banished, reduced, stripped of the infrastructure that had sustained him. The remaining Horcruxes would need to be hunted and destroyed, but without the anchor, without the ley line network, without the convergence point, Voldemort had no mechanism for resurrection. He was a ghost of a ghost, scattered on the wind. The chamber collapsed around them. Daphne grabbed Harry, who was barely conscious, and dragged him toward the stairs. His feet moved on autopilot, one in front of the other, the most basic survival algorithm. Daphne's arm around his waist. Her voice in his ear, sharp and commanding, move. Left foot. Right foot. Don't you dare pass out. Move. They made it up the stairs. Through the cellar. Into the house. Where 12 Death Eaters were waiting. The collapse of the convergence point had alerted everyone. The Death Eaters had converged on the cellar entrance, 12 dark wizards, wands drawn, faces masked, forming a semicircle that blocked every exit. Harry couldn't fight. He could barely stand. His HP was in single digits. His mana was gone. Sovereign's domain was on cooldown for 24 hours. He was, in every measurable way, helpless. But Daphne Greengrass was not. She stepped forward. Positioned herself between Harry and 12 Death Eaters with the calm precision of someone who had trained her entire life for exactly this moment. Her B-rank glow burned above her head, steady, fierce, defiant. "Move," she said. Her wand was raised. Ice crystals formed in the air around her, responding to her magic, her anger, her refusal to let anything touch the person behind her. "Move, or I will move you." The Death Eaters didn't move. Daphne unleashed Winter's Edge. Harry, semi-conscious and propped against a wall, watched through dimming vision as Daphne Greengrass fought 12 Death Eaters in the hallway of Riddle House and made it look like they were the ones who were outnumbered. Her ice magic was devastating in close quarters. Winter's Edge, the technique she'd been developing for months, created a storm of razor ice shards that filled the corridor in a blizzard of cutting death. The Death Eaters scattered, shields raised, and Daphne pressed the advantage. She froze the floor beneath 3 of them, they slipped, fell, and she hit them with Stupefy before they could recover. She created ice walls to segment the corridor, isolating the Death Eaters into smaller groups and engaging them piecemeal. She was brilliant. She was terrifying. She was fighting with a fury that Harry had never seen from her, precise but emotional, every spell carrying the weight of someone protecting what mattered most. 6 down. 7. 8. The remaining 4 regrouped, combining their offensive magic into a coordinated assault that Daphne's shield struggled to absorb. She was depleted too, the ward against Voldemort's final attack had cost her dearly, and the numbers were telling. A cutting curse slipped through her guard. Caught her arm. Blood, bright red against pale skin, sprayed across the dusty floor. Harry's vision snapped into focus. Every shred of exhaustion, every point of depleted HP, every ounce of pain, all of it was still there. He couldn't cast a spell. Couldn't shadow step. Couldn't do anything that required magic. But he could move. He lunged forward. Grabbed a fallen Death Eater's wand from the floor. Not for spell casting, his magical reserves were empty. For the physical object. 12 inches of ash wood with a dragon heartstring core, dense and heavy. He threw it. Not with magic. With his arm. Strength stat, 32. Reinforcement, offline. But 32 points of raw physical strength, directed into a throw, sent a wand spinning across the corridor like a javelin. It hit the nearest Death Eater in the temple. The man dropped. The remaining 3 turned toward Harry, distracted for 1 second. 1 crucial second. Daphne didn't waste it. 3 stupefy spells in rapid succession. 3 bodies hit the floor. Silence. The corridor was littered with unconscious Death Eaters, ice, blood, and debris. Daphne stood in the middle of it, breathing hard, her wand arm trembling, blood dripping from the cut on her forearm. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. "Did you just throw a wand at someone's head?" she asked. "It worked. That is the most uncivilized thing I have ever witnessed. You just froze 12 people in a hallway. That's different. That's technique." But she was smiling, the real smile, the full-face version, the one that broke through every wall she'd ever built, and then she was laughing, and then Harry was laughing, and they were both bloody and broken and standing in a ruined house surrounded by unconscious dark wizards, and it was the most absurd and wonderful moment of Harry's entire life. They leaned against each other. Daphne's forehead against his shoulder. His arm around her waist. Breathing together. "We need to leave," she said, muffled against his jacket. "Yeah. Ministry will be here soon. The magical disturbance from the convergence point collapse will have been detected by every sensor in northern England." "Yeah. Harry?" "Yeah. Thank you for coming back." He pressed his lips to the top of her head. "I promised." They left Riddle House through the front door, stepped over unconscious Death Eaters, and disapparated from the edge of the property's ward line, Daphne handling the side along, since Harry's magical reserves were functionally non-existent. The last thing Harry saw before the world compressed was the Riddle House, dark and silent against the grey Yorkshire sky, the convergence point beneath it dead and empty. And somewhere in London, 7 dungeons that should have torn the city apart quietly stabilized and went back to sleep. The aftermath hit like a second dungeon break. The ministry responded to the cascade collapse with the bureaucratic equivalent of a 5-alarm fire. Horror teams descended on Little Hangleton within the hour, finding 12 unconscious Death Eaters, a destroyed underground chamber, and the scattered remnants of a dark magic operation that would take forensic specialists weeks to fully map. Yaxley, the bureau mole, was arrested trying to flee the country through a port-key terminal in Dover. His interrogation revealed the scope of the conspiracy, a network of Voldemort loyalists who had spent 16 years infiltrating the bureau, manipulating the detection grid, and preparing the infrastructure for their master's return. Dumbledore, who had destroyed the Egyptian Horcrux, a goblet, hidden in a pyramid, and was en route to Albania for the last known fragment, sent a message that was characteristically brief: "Well done. The cascade is broken. Voldemort's return has been prevented, for now. Remaining Horcruxes must be found and destroyed to ensure permanence. This war is not over, but you have won its most critical battle. The world owes you a debt it does not know it has. Rest, Harry. You have earned it. Rest. Right." Harry was lying on the arena floor in Greengrass Manor, his body a catalogue of injuries that the system's passive regeneration was working through with the enthusiasm of a tired civil servant. HP, 14/187. Mana, 3%. Everything hurt. Breathing hurt. Thinking hurt. But the dungeons were stable. The cascade was broken. Nobody in London had died. Well, nobody except Voldemort. Mostly. Daphne had patched her arm with a medical charm and was sitting beside him, her back against the wall, a cup of tea cradled in both hands. They hadn't spoken much since returning. The silence was the comfortable kind, the kind shared by people who had just done something impossible together and were still processing the fact that they were alive. The Death Eaters at Riddle House, Daphne said eventually. The Ministry will find them. They'll find evidence of the Horcruxes, the ley line network, everything. Good. Let the Ministry handle the cleanup. They'll also find evidence that someone destroyed the anchor Horcrux. Someone with extraordinary magical power who isn't in any bureau registry. She looked at him. The ghost. Again. Harry hadn't thought about that. The Soho break had established the ghost as an unknown entity, a mystery figure with anomalous magical abilities. The Riddle House operation would amplify that mystery exponentially. An unknown wizard who infiltrated a Death Eater stronghold, destroyed a Horcrux, collapsed a ley line network, and disabled 12 dark wizards. The world was going to want to know who the ghost was. Let them wonder, Harry said. I'm not ready to. His phone buzzed. Multiple times. In rapid succession. Ron. Hermione. Neville. Ron again. Hermione again. Ron, mate. Have you seen the Prophet Ron? They found Death Eaters in Yorkshire. Ron, Voldemort was apparently trying to come back. Ron, and the ghost stopped it. Ron, the ghost is real and he stopped Voldemort. Hermione, Harry, call me immediately. Something enormous has happened. The Ministry is in crisis. Dumbledore has made a public statement confirming that Voldemort had been attempting to return. The Prophet is running a special edition. And there are reports of an unknown wizard, the ghost, who was responsible for stopping the plot. Hermione, Harry, I need you to be honest with me. Are you involved in this? Neville, hey Harry. Weird day. You okay? Harry stared at his phone. Then at Daphne. Then at the ceiling. The world knows about Voldemort, he said. The world was going to find out eventually. 12 arrested Death Eaters and a collapsed dark magic operation isn't something even the Ministry can suppress. Hermione suspects. Hermione's the smartest person in Britain. Of course she suspects. I have to tell them. Ron and Hermione. Neville. I can't, he ran a hand through his hair. I've been lying to them for 3 months. About everything. The system, the training, the seal, you, me. They don't know we've been working together. Training. They don't know about us. Is there an us? The question was quiet. Careful. Not a challenge, a genuine question from someone who had spent her life being precise about definitions. Harry looked at her. Daphne Greengrass. B-rank. Ice Queen. The woman who had shielded him from Voldemort's dying curse, fought 12 Death Eaters in a hallway, and was currently sitting on a stone floor at 4 a.m. drinking tea like the world hadn't almost ended. There's an us, he said. If you want there to be. I want there to be. Then there's an us. She set down her tea. Leaned over. Kissed him. Gentle this time, not the desperate, pre-battle kiss from the morning, but something softer. A beginning, not an ending. Tell your friends, she said when they separated. They deserve to know. And when you do, a small, rare smile, please mention that I beat 12 Death Eaters. I want Granger to know that B-rank combat operatives can think. Harry told them. The next evening, at the Leaky Cauldron, at their usual table, in their usual corner. Ron, Hermione, Neville. And Daphne, who Harry brought along despite her protestations that she didn't do group social activities, and that the Leaky Cauldron's wine selection was offensive. He told them everything. The system. The seal. His mother's sacrifice. The grinding, the climbing, the 3 months of secret training and dungeon clearing. The Horcruxes. The cascade. The Riddle House. Everything. The silence when he finished was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Ron spoke first. So you're telling me, you've been E-ranked this whole time, but actually you're... He squinted. What are you actually? B+. Currently. B+. Ron leaned back. Processed. My best mate. B+. Harry, can't light a candle, Potter. B bloody plus. I could always light a candle. It was just a very small candle. And you didn't tell me? Ron's voice spiked. Several nearby patrons glanced over. 3 months. 3 months of me texting you about the cannons and asking if you're eating properly and you were out there fighting Voldemort. I wanted to tell you, you wanted to. Oh, that's lovely, that is. He wanted to tell me. Hear that, Hermione? He wanted to, Ron. Hermione's voice was quiet. Controlled. Her A-rank glow burned steadily above her head, and her eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that could have cut glass. Let him explain. Harry explained. The reasons. The logic. The fear of exposure, of investigation, of losing the invisibility that was his greatest asset. The guilt, months of it, acidic and constant, every lie to Ron's face adding another layer. Ron listened. His jaw was tight. His ears were red, the Weasley tell, the sign that emotions were running high. When Harry finished, Ron was silent for a long moment. Then he said, next time you fight Voldemort, I'm coming with you. Ron, I don't care about the ranking differential. I don't care if I'm C rank and the threat is A. You're my best mate, and you are not doing this alone again. That's final. Something in Harry's chest nodded. A tension he'd been carrying for 3 months, a weight he hadn't realized was crushing him until it lifted. Okay, he said. Okay, Ron. Ron nodded sharply. Took a long drink of his butterbeer. B+. Bloody hell. Hermione's reaction was different. She didn't shout. Didn't lecture. She sat very still, processing the information with the terrifying efficiency of an A-rank magical intelligence, and when she spoke, her voice was calm in the way that calm precedes a hurricane. The ranking assessment. It's been wrong about you for 6 years. It's fundamentally flawed, not just for you, but potentially for others. If your seal went undetected, how many other wizards have suppressed or hidden potential that the system can't measure? The entire ranking infrastructure is built on the assumption that the assessment is infallible, and you've just proven it isn't. Hermione, this changes everything. Everything. My work on ranking reform, I've been arguing from theory, from statistical analysis, from case studies. But your proof. Living, irrefutable proof that the ranking system is broken. Her eyes were blazing. Harry, when you're ready, when the ghost identity is no longer necessary, you could change the entire wizarding world. That's a lot. It is a lot. It's everything. And we need to be strategic about how and when we reveal it. She turned to Daphne, who had been sitting quietly through the entire conversation, nursing a glass of wine that she'd brought from home because the leaky cauldron selection was, indeed, offensive. You trained him. I refined his technique. The raw material was already there. B-rank ice specialist. Top of the range, if I'm reading your signature correctly. Hermione's assessment was clinical but not condescending. Your performance at Riddle House, the ward against Voldemort's attack. That wasn't standard B-rank magic. It wasn't, Daphne agreed. I've been pushing my limits alongside Harry. Training someone who improves as fast as he does tends to elevate one's own performance. You're A-rank adjacent. Have you been reassessed? The Bureau doesn't reassess on request. My last evaluation was 8 months ago. That's changing. When I'm done with the reform legislation, evaluations will be annual and voluntary, with independent oversight. Hermione extended her hand across the table. Hermione Granger. Daphne shook it. Daphne Greengrass. Harry has told me a lot about you. He's told me nothing about you, which I suppose was the point. A pause. You're good for him. I know. The two women shared a look, brief, loaded with mutual assessment and grudging respect, and Harry had the distinct impression that a nonverbal treaty had just been signed. Neville, who had been silent through all of this, finally spoke. Harry. His voice was quiet. Steady. The voice of a man who carried his own secrets. The seal on your magic. It was applied externally. By your mother. Yeah. My parents. Neville paused. His jaw worked. You know what happened to my parents. Harry knew. Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. Currently residents of the long-term ward at St. Mungo's. The Longbottom family's greatest tragedy. My grandmother always said I was D-rank because of what happened to them. That the trauma, the exposure to Cruciatus Curse energy as a baby, stunted my magical development. But I've always... Neville trailed off. Then he straightened. Met Harry's eyes. I've always felt like there was more. Like something was locked away. Like the D wasn't the whole story. The table went quiet. Neville, Harry said carefully. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I'm saying that if your mother could seal your magic to protect you, maybe my parents, who knew about the threat, who were Aurors, who had access to the same ancient magical knowledge, might have done something similar. Neville's hands were flat on the table. His D-rank glowed above his head, steady and dim. I'm saying I want to be tested. Properly tested. Not by the Bureau's assessment, by your system, or by whatever means can actually see beneath the surface. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom. The quiet boy from Hogwarts who'd grown into a quiet man. The D-rank who worked with plants because the system told him that was all he was good for. And Harry saw himself, a mirror image, a parallel path, a fellow prisoner of a letter above his head. I can scan you with mana sense, Harry said. If there's a seal, I'll see it. Do it. Harry extended his mana sense. Focused on Neville's magical signature. Pushed deeper, past the surface, past the measured D-rank output, into the core. And found it. Not identical to Harry's seal, smaller, less complex, more fragile. But unmistakably there. A containment structure wrapped around Neville's magical core, suppressing a significant portion of his power. The signature was different from Harry's, not sacrifice magic, but protection magic. A ward, built with love and desperation, by parents who knew their enemies were coming. It's there, Harry said. You're sealed, Neville. Not as heavily as me, but it's real. Neville's face went through something. A lifetime of being told he was less, of being called the spare, the disappointment, the boy who could barely hold a wand, crumbled under the weight of a single truth. He wasn't less. He'd never been less. He'd been protected. Ron put a hand on Neville's shoulder. Hermione's eyes were wet. Daphne was quiet, respectful of a moment she understood instinctively. B-rank, Harry said, reading the suppressed potential beneath the seal. Maybe B+. If the seal comes off. Neville laughed. A wet, broken, relieved laugh that was more sob than humor. My grandmother is going to lose her mind. Your grandmother is going to be proud, Hermione said firmly. As she should have been all along. The evening shifted after that. Lighter. Warmer. The secrets were out, the lies were done, and the table at the leaky cauldron held 5 people who finally, completely knew each other. Ron asked 17 questions about the system. Does it have achievements? Can I see it? Is there a leaderboard? Hermione began constructing a research framework for studying magical seals. If 2 confirmed cases exist, there may be more. The implications for ranking reform are staggering. Neville sat quietly, processing, occasionally touching his chest where the seal sat, a presence he'd always felt but never understood. And Daphne, who had arrived expecting to endure an awkward social obligation, found herself genuinely laughing at Ron's jokes, debating ward theory with Hermione, and sharing fieldwork stories with Neville about magical plants that were, apparently, considerably more violent than he usually let on. At 11 p.m., as the group was dispersing, hugs from Ron, a firm handshake from Hermione, a nod from Neville that carried entire conversations, Daphne pulled Harry aside. "Your friends," she said. "They're good people. The best. Ron is going to fight beside you. You know that." "Yeah. Hermione is going to tear down the ranking system. You know that too." "Yeah. And Neville is going to surprise everyone." She paused. "Including himself." "Yeah." She took his hand. "You built something, Harry. Not just your power. Not just your rank. You built a team. And that matters more than any stat sheet." Harry looked at her in the lamplight outside the leaky cauldron. The B-rank glow above her head burned steady. The street was quiet. London hummed its endless, indifferent hum. "It's going to come out," he said. "The ghost. My real rank. All of it. I can't keep hiding forever." "No. What happens then?" "Then the world adjusts. It's done it before." She squeezed his hand. "And you won't be facing it alone." It happened 3 days later. At Hogsmeade. And it happened in the worst possible way. The Hogwarts winter term was in its final week. Hogsmeade, the wizarding village adjacent to the school, was packed with students enjoying the last weekend before the holidays. Hundreds of teenagers, bundled against the cold, flooding the shops and the pubs and the snowy streets with the chaotic energy of young people who just survived exams. Harry was there because Neville had asked him to come. Neville's herbology conference had a satellite session at the village botanical garden, and he'd wanted Harry to scan him again with Mana Sense, a deeper scan, now that they'd had time to discuss the implications of his seal. Daphne was there because Daphne went where Harry went now, though she'd never phrase it that way, "I have personal business in the area." It's coincidental. Ron and Hermione were there because Ron had never met a Hogsmeade weekend he didn't like, and Hermione wanted to visit the school library for research materials. It was supposed to be a quiet day. At 2:17 p.m., the sky cracked open. Not metaphorically. The actual sky, the gray December cloud cover above Hogsmeade, split along an invisible seam and tore, revealing a wound of roiling dark energy that expanded from the size of a doorway to the size of a football pitch in under 30 seconds. A dungeon break. Not from underground, from above. A spatial distortion, ripping through the sky, pouring creatures into the village like water from a burst pipe. Except these weren't Class 2 creatures. Weren't Class 3. Chimeras. Manticores. Acromantula the size of buses. Lethofolds that blocked out what little light filtered through the break. And at the center of the swarm, descending through the tear like a king entering his court, a dragon. Not a common Welsh green or a Swedish short snout, a Ukrainian iron belly, the largest breed on Earth. 40 meters nose to tail, armored in scales that could deflect killing curses, breathing fire hot enough to melt stone. An S-rank threat. The most dangerous single creature in the magical world. Emergency alert, S-rank dungeon break detected, Hogsmeade, classification, catastrophic, threat level, S-rank, dragon, plus multiple A-rank entities, civilian population at risk, 400 plus, including minors, bureau response, dispatched. ETA, 25 minutes. 25 minutes. The Bureau's fastest response teams were 25 minutes away. In 25 minutes, an S-rank dragon and its entourage of A-rank nightmares would reduce Hogsmeade to rubble and the students inside it to casualties. Harry stood in the main street, looking up at the tear in the sky, and felt the familiar mathematics click into place. The same mathematics that had governed every moment of his life since the warehouse. The calculation of what he could do versus what was needed. The gap between his power and the threat. Except this time, the gap was different. Player stats: Harry James Potter, level, 61, equivalent rank, B+, base, /S, with Sovereign's Domain, available, HP, 187/187, fully recovered, MP, 100%, he was healed. Rested. At full power for the first time since the Riddle House. And Sovereign's Domain was available, 30 seconds of S-rank equivalent output. Enough to challenge the dragon. Enough to make a difference. But using it here, in front of hundreds of witnesses, in the middle of Hogsmeade, with students and teachers and reporters and ministry officials watching. The ghost dies. Harry Potter is revealed. Everything changes. Daphne was beside him. She'd drawn her wand the moment the sky tore open, her B-rank glow burning fierce above her head. She looked at Harry. Looked at the sky. Looked back at Harry. "Don't think about it," she said. "About what?" "About what happens after. Think about what happens now. 400 people. Children." She was right. Of course she was right. Harry pulled off his jacket. Dropped it on the cobblestones. Loosened the aura suppression, not all the way, not yet, but enough that his magical signature expanded from the invisible void of E-rank to something larger. Something that made nearby wizards turn and stare, confusion on their faces. Ron materialized at his side. Wand drawn. C-rank glow steady. "What's the play?" "Get people to cover. You and Hermione, evacuation. Every building with a basement, every ward-protected structure. Get the students underground. And you?" "I'm going to fight the dragon." Ron stared at him. Not with disbelief, with the fierce, unshakable loyalty that had defined their friendship since age 11. "Right. Fight the dragon. Mental. Absolutely mental." He clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Give them hell, mate." Ron ran. Hermione was already organizing, her A-rank glow blazing, her voice cutting through the panic with authority. "Students. To the 3 broomsticks. Basement access. Move." Neville was there too. D-rank, unarmed except for his wand and a herbologist's utility knife. "What can I do?" "The smaller creatures, the acromantula, the chimeras. They're spreading through the side streets. Can you herd them? Contain them?" "I'm D-rank, Harry. You're sealed B-rank with 17 years of experience in handling dangerous magical creatures. You just didn't know it." Harry met his eyes. "Trust what you feel, Neville. Not what the letter says." Neville's jaw set. He nodded. Ran toward the side streets, his wand lit, his posture transformed, not the uncertain shuffle of a man who believed he was less, but the determined stride of someone who'd just been told the cage was a lie. Daphne stepped up beside Harry. Ice crystals were already forming around her wand, her magic responding to her intention. Together. Together. They faced the sky. The dragon descended. Harry dropped aura suppression entirely. His magical signature erupted, B+, raw and uncontained, blazing into the magical atmosphere of Hogsmeade like a bonfire in a dark room. Every witch and wizard within 100 meters felt it. Heads turned. Eyes widened. The E-rank letter above Harry's head, still there, still glowing, a stubborn artifact of a broken system, was now juxtaposed against a magical signature that screamed anything but confusion. Shock. The cognitive dissonance of seeing one thing and feeling another. Harry didn't care. The dragon was descending. Fire building in its massive jaws. 40 meters of armored death, aimed at a village full of children. He raised his wand. Pointed it at the sky. Sovereign's domain. And the world changed. The students of Hogwarts, the residents of Hogsmeade, the teachers who had rushed from the castle, the ministry officials who had been visiting for an inspection, all of them would remember this moment for the rest of their lives. The moment when the E above Harry Potter's head became a joke. When he activated Sovereign's domain, the sphere of power that erupted from his body was visible. Not just to magical senses, visible, a dome of shimmering white gold energy 20 feet in radius that distorted the air like a heat mirage. Inside the dome, reality bent. The cobblestones beneath Harry's feet cracked from the pressure. The snow in a circle around him vaporized. The ambient magical energy of Hogsmeade, centuries of accumulated enchantment, resonated with his output, amplifying it, the village itself responding to a power it recognized as something ancient and vast. S rank. For 30 seconds, Harry Potter was S rank. And every sensor, every detection ward, every magical measurement device in a 50-mile radius registered it. The dragon's fire came first. A torrent of superheated plasma that turned the street ahead of Harry into a river of molten stone. Harry raised his wand and cast the most powerful protego of his life, a dome shield that expanded to cover the entire street, catching the dragonfire like an umbrella catching rain. The fire broke against his shield and parted, streaming to either side, incinerating nothing but empty air. The dragon roared. Not in anger, in surprise. Something on the ground had blocked its breath weapon, and that something was barely the size of its eye. Harry jumped. Reinforcement at 10 times amplification. His legs generated enough force to crack the cobblestones as he launched upward, 50 feet, 60, 70, closing the distance to the dragon with a speed that no human body should have been capable of. The wind tore at his clothes. The dragon's eye, the size of a dinner plate, tracked his ascent with reptilian focus. At the apex of his jump, level with the dragon's head, Harry cast Stupefy Maxima. The amplified stunner hit the dragon between the eyes. The spell, S-rank power, focused through Daphne's refined form, struck with enough force to snap the dragon's head backward and send a visible shockwave through the air. The dragon staggered, actually staggered, in mid-flight, its massive wings missing a beat. It wasn't enough to drop it. An Ironbelly's magical resistance was legendary, even S-rank stunners couldn't fully penetrate that armored hide. But it bought time. Seconds. Harry used them. Shadow Step, at amplified range, 50 meters instead of 20, putting him on the dragon's back, between its wings. He drove his wand into the gap between two scales, the vulnerable spot, the one weakness in the Ironbelly's armor, and channeled raw magical energy directly into the creature's nervous system. Not a spell. Not a technique. Just power. S-rank power, poured into a living conduit of magical flesh. The dragon screamed. Its wings locked. Its body convulsed. And then it was falling, 60 meters, 70 meters, dropping toward the village with enough mass to flatten buildings on impact. Daphne. Now. She was ready. Had been ready the moment the dragon staggered. Daphne Greengrass, B-rank combat operative, ice specialist, the woman who had shielded Harry from Voldemort and fought 12 Death Eaters in a hallway, stood in the main street of Hogsmeade and cast the most ambitious spell of her life. Not Winter's Edge. Something new. Something that combined everything she'd learned about ancient ward structures with everything she practiced in ice magic. A technique that didn't have a name yet, because she'd been developing it for months and hadn't finished. She finished it now. A column of ice erupted from the ground beneath the falling dragon. Not a wall, a structure. A lattice of interlocking ice formations, reinforced with ward magic, expanding upward to meet the descending Ironbelly. The ice caught the dragon in a cradle, absorbing its momentum, distributing its weight across the lattice, slowing its descent from catastrophic to manageable. The dragon hit the ice structure and stopped. Suspended 20 feet above the ground, pinned in a frozen web, its wings iced shut, its fire suppressed. Alive but immobilized. Contained. Daphne collapsed to one knee. The spell had taken everything she had, her mana was gone, her wand arm was trembling, and blood was dripping from her nose. Harry's shadow stepped to the ground beside her. Sovereign's domain had 7 seconds left. He used them. The remaining creatures, the chimeras, the manticores, the acromantula swarm, were spreading through Hogsmeade's side streets. Harry extended his senses, identified their positions, and unleashed a Patronus so powerful that the golden stag materialized at the size of an actual stag and stampeded through the village, its light driving the dark creatures back toward the spatial tear. 6 seconds. 5. The stag herded the monsters. Neville, in the side streets, was working with it, not fighting the creatures but directing them, using his understanding of magical beast behavior to anticipate their movements and guide them toward the stag's light. D-rank on paper. Brilliant in practice. 3 seconds. 2. The creatures retreated through the tear. The spatial distortion wavered, destabilized by the loss of the convergence point 3 days earlier. It couldn't sustain itself without the ley line network support. The tear shrank. Closed. Sealed itself with a final pulse of dissipating energy. Sovereign's domain expired. Harry's power crashed. B+ again. Depleted, exhausted, standing in the middle of a wrecked village street with a dragon frozen above him and 400 witnesses staring. Silence. Complete, absolute, ringing silence. And then every student, teacher, resident, and ministry official in Hogsmeade was looking at Harry Potter, the E-rank, the joke, the lowest number in the room, and seeing the truth. The letter above his head still said E. The crater beneath his feet, the frozen dragon suspended in ice, the Patronus light fading in the streets, and the S-rank magical signature that was even now being recorded by every detection ward in northern Britain said something else entirely. A Hogwarts student, a 3rd year, maybe 13, wrapped in a Gryffindor scarf, broke the silence. Bloody hell, the kid whispered. That's Harry Potter. The noise that followed was deafening. The fallout was, as Daphne had predicted, nuclear. The Daily Prophet ran 6 special editions in 24 hours. The first headline was the biggest font size the paper had ever used: Harry Potter, the ghost revealed E-rank wizard defeats S-rank dragon in Hogsmeade. The impossible hero eyewitness accounts flooded in. Magical recordings, some wizards had captured the event on crystal recorders, went viral across the magical world. Harry's S-rank protego against the dragonfire. His jump. The stupefy that staggered an iron belly. Daphne's ice lattice. The golden Patronus stampede. Neville Longbottom, D-rank herbologist, herding monsters through the streets like a supernatural shepherd. The ministry convened an emergency session. The Bureau of Magical Ranking Authority went into crisis mode. The International Confederation of Wizards issued a formal inquiry. And Harry Potter, E-rank, Mop Squad, the boy who couldn't, became the most famous wizard on the planet overnight. He sat in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, 3 hours after the battle, wrapped in a blanket someone had thrown over his shoulders, drinking tea that someone else had put in his hands. Daphne was beside him, her arm bandaged, her mana recovering, her composure reassembled with the precision of someone who refused to look shaken in front of an S-rank wizard. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. The twinkle was back in his eyes, subdued, but present. Well, the old wizard said. I believe the term is, the jig is up. The jig? Harry managed. An expression. Meaning your secret identity has been rather dramatically revealed. Dumbledore folded his hands. The ministry wants answers. The Bureau wants answers. The press wants answers. And approximately 400 students have been telling anyone who'll listen that Harry Potter fought a dragon and won. I didn't fight it alone. Daphne, Miss Greengrass's contribution has been noted and is being widely reported. As is Mr. Longbottom's. You have, it seems, assembled quite a capable team. Dumbledore's expression softened. Harry. The ranking system cannot contain you anymore. You've outgrown it. The question now is what happens next. What do you mean? I mean that the Bureau will want to reassess you. Formally. Publicly. The result will shatter every assumption the wizarding world holds about magical potential and the ranking hierarchy. He paused. Are you ready for that? Harry looked at Daphne. She nodded. He looked at his hands, scarred, calloused, capable. The hands of a person who'd clawed his way up from the bottom of the world through blood and will and stubborn refusal to accept what he was told. Yeah, Harry said. I'm ready. Then I have one more thing to tell you. Dumbledore's voice was quiet now. Serious. The Hogsmeade break was not natural. It was triggered, artificially, from outside. Someone used the remnants of the ley line network to force a spatial distortion above the village. Voldemort? He's scattered, not Voldemort. His remaining followers. The arrest of Yaxley and the Riddle House cell was not the end. There are others. And they are desperate now. Their master's return has been delayed, their network has been dismantled, and a wizard they dismissed as E-rank has destroyed their plans. Desperate people do dangerous things. You think they'll try again? I think they have already tried. The Hogsmeade break was a test. A probe. To measure your capabilities. To see how the world responds to you. Dumbledore leaned forward. The remaining Horcruxes, 2, possibly 3, are still out there. Voldemort cannot return in full without the anchor, but he is not permanently destroyed. The threat persists. Then we find the Horcruxes. Destroy them. Finish it. Indeed. But not alone. And not in secret. Dumbledore stood. Walked to the window. The Hogwarts ground stretched below, ancient, beautiful, scarred by the day's battle. The world knows who you are now, Harry. The ghost is gone. What remains is Harry Potter, and what Harry Potter does next will define the future of the wizarding world. Harry stood beside him. Below, students were gathered in clusters, talking, pointing at the sky where the tear had been. Professors were repairing damage. The frozen dragon was being carefully thawed by a team of Bureau specialists who looked deeply confused about how it had gotten into an ice lattice in the first place. The E-rank letter above Harry's head glowed. When's the reassessment? Harry asked. Tomorrow, if you're willing. The Bureau is highly motivated to resolve the discrepancy. Tomorrow, then. Dumbledore put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Your mother would be proud, Harry. More than you know. Harry didn't respond. But something in his chest, the pulse, the warmth, the thing that was neither system nor seal but something deeper, beat steady and strong. That night, in the Greengrass Manor arena, Harry and Daphne sat in their spot. Backs against the wall. Tea growing cold. So, Daphne said. Famous. Apparently. The Daily Prophet is calling you, the impossible hero. Direct quote. Kill me. I thought about it, but you'd just come back stronger. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Harry. Yeah. Whatever happens tomorrow, the reassessment, the ministry, the press, remember something for me. What? The rank doesn't matter. It never mattered. You were worth knowing when you were E-rank. You were worth fighting beside when you were B+. And you'll be worth everything when they finally measure what you really are. She paused. The number is just a number. You are the point. Harry turned his head. Pressed his lips to her hair. Breathed in. Same goes for you, Greengrass. Naturally. They sat in the quiet, in the dark, in the space they'd built together, a B-rank ice queen and a boy who was about to be told, for the first time, what he was actually worth. Above Harry's head, the E glowed its final night. Tomorrow, it would be gone. And what replaced it would change everything. Chapter 4 End.